Hello and welcome to Meatstock Bendigo. We have the middleweight finals of the Australia's Strongest series. So what we've got today is 4 weight classes competing in 4 events today, 4 events tomorrow for the title of the strongest human in the country within their weight class. So 4 weight classes that we have. We've got the under 73 kilo women and under 82 kilo. And then we've got the under 90 kilo men and the under 105 kilo men. We've got 8 events. I'll go through the other events tomorrow. The 4 events that we're going to be focusing on today. We're going to start off with the max log lift, a massive event. We're looking to see some records in this event. There are some really, really strong presses in the field. It's all about how much power do you have in those shoulders. The second event that we've got is going to be a loading medley, a grueling test of endurance and awkward object strength. They're picking up things that really, really suck to pick up. They're not easy to hold, they're not easy to carry, and they're not easy to put onto stuff, which we're going to ask them all to do with really, really heavy weights. The third event, most of these athletes will have never seen. It's called a flagpole raise, where they take a flagpole and basically erect it to upright over a short course of time as fast as they possibly can. So the way this one is going to work is the faster you get them up, the better you do time-wise. They're all going to be the same weights through the weight class, so it's about the athlete who can complete them the fastest. The final event we're going to see today will be the deadlift. Now, the deadlift is going to be for repetitions. You're going to see a very interesting setup. It's not a normal bar that you might see at a gym, and it's obviously a lot more weight than you would normally see as well. We're going to cut to Buddha on the floor shortly to get this show underway. We've got a few minutes until we do that. So with the deadlift event, what we're going to look to see is as many reps as possible with these big stones on the end of the deadlift bar. It's an awkward object lift as well because this bar isn't going to behave normally. We're going to start to see it whip around, be really hard to break off the floor, sometimes pull in front or behind the athlete. So all of the tasks that we're asking the athletes to perform today are not only going to be tests of strength, but tests of adaptability. See how they can adapt across these events and see what they can learn from previous athletes going. The way this is going to work is we're coming out for the first event being a max in the order at which the athletes have listed their first attempts. So for the first attempt, if an athlete has listed 100 and then the next athlete has listed 105 and 110, the athlete listing 100 will go first. And then by the end of the event, whoever wins has the privilege of going last in the next event. So they get to see how the whole field does on the loading medley, and they might be able to pick up a couple of tips on how to pick up some of the implements in the loading medley. We'll be loading a sandbag, a log, like an actual stump of a tree, and a tire onto a platform that is about 1.1 meters high. So it's going to be a real challenge in trying to maneuver these implements, not only to get into a comfortable position to carry, but then a position where you're able to actually put it onto a plinth that's, for a lot of these athletes, about chest height or shoulder height. So it's going to be a real challenge of adaptability throughout the race and then throughout the competition, being able to watch the other athletes, see how they do, maybe pick up on a couple of these little tips that might be able to make your run easier later. Same thing for the flagpole raise. Like I said, a lot of these athletes will never ever have seen this event before. So it's going to be a really, really interesting test of strength. It will bring out the best athletes, the strongest athletes, but also the best competitors, the ones who are able to get the most out of themselves and learn about the event. We are really not far away from kicking off here, so I'm going to wrap things up and we're going to hand off to Buddha on the gym floor.
G'day there. Welcome to Australia's Strongest there from home at KO Freebies. We're here at Meatstock Bendigo 2024 to bring Australia's strongest under 73s, under 82s ladies, as well as the under 90s and under 105s for Australia's strongest. So today I'm going to start declaring all our athletes to come out. We've got our under 73s to start out. We have Lauren McMillan. Next up we have Emma McFarlane. Then Katie Carlisle. Sabrina Poole. Natalie Koopman. Annalise Bevan. Then we have Caroline Eaton. Charlie Lendon, Jess Niche, and Camilla Fognolo. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is our under 73 ladies class. good? Yeah. Yeah, jump off. Yeah. Now, next up, in our under 82s class, we have Jessica Zureb. Oh, we're just waiting for it. There we go, Jessica Zureb. Ashley Devlin. Liz Aiken. Sarah Halifax. And Megan Clark. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our under 82s ladies class. All right. Next up, we have our under 90s gentlemen with Justin Heim, Paul Mamone, Ash Vincent, Carl Sherry, Dylan Phipps, Riley Talbot, Aidan Westrip, Anthony Martin, Taylor Casoria, Matthew Bilsma, and Luke Kiger. Our under 90s gentlemen, round of applause everybody. All right, gentlemen, you can jump off. All right, next up, we have our under 105s. So to start off, we have Ben McLean, Joshua Martin, Jake Megg, Jaden Lang, Ben Aykroyd, Harley Hughes, Kyle Norton, Charles Vandenkirk, Bryce Purton, Chris Merriman with a flip, Tom Winter, Nathaniel Wersling, the Worthington Strongman, Cam Taylor, and James Leishon, and finally Mitchell Budge. Come out, fellas. We've got a big class here for our under 105s. A round of applause, everybody. All right, so gents, if you want to jump off the platform there, we'll carry it back to our commentary team.
So you've seen the athletes, obviously a varying amount of people in each one of those fields. So what that means is there's a different amount of points on offer for each one of those fields. So the way strongman scoring works is based on the amount of people in the field. So for example, in the women's field for the under 82 kilo athletes, there's only 5 or 6 of them. So 6 points will be the number for the winner, and 1 point will be the number for the loser, unless somebody doesn't score in the event. So if somebody were to come and attempt the log, not make their attempt, and get 0, they don't get a score for that event. So they total 0. The winner in a 6-person field tallies 6 points. The winner in a 15-person field, like our under 105s, tallies 15 points, and everybody trickles down from there. Now, if we have a tie, the points are split. It can be a tie across 2, 3, 4, 5 people. The more people that tie, the more points are split. So if you win an event and then 5 people tie underneath you, that's a really big advantage if you're able to edge people out and get a couple of kilos more than them and get above that pack. Because what we're going to see is then every person that ties loses them half a point, loses them another half a point based on that winner. So it's going to be a big, big, interesting point to talk about during some of these larger fields where there will be a cluster of people getting the same amount of weight on the bar and garnering the same amount of points. Now, there's no benefit to doing it faster. There's no benefit to doing it earlier in your attempt selection. So if you do it on your first attempt where somebody does it on their last attempt, there is no difference between that with regards to point scoring. It's just about what the end weight on the bar is at the end of the day, and that's how you get given your points. So it's a really interesting thing to think about, a really interesting dynamic when athletes are selecting their weights. They've all put in their opening attempts, and then after their opening attempts, they'll go to the scorers, they'll put in another attempt, and that will then judge where they come in the next lineup. So you might see some athletes coming out near the end of the field and then more near the middle of the field in the next round. It just depends on who has taken what jumps. And in that large field of the under 105 men, you're going to see a lot of chopping and changing around. There's going to be a lot of gamesmanship, people trying to chip each other by 2.5 kilos, people trying to take that next little attempt to see how much they can beat their opponents by. Now, there is no benefit to going for a record either, so that might happen later, but you don't get any extra points. So what the athletes want to do is prioritise winning the event first before they think about going for a record. All the ladies are lined up out there now. We'll be doing the ladies in one flight together, and then we'll be separating the two men's classes. So you will see athletes from a variety of weight classes. I'll do my best to give you each athlete and their weight class to try and clarify things for you throughout the day and throughout this particular event, because this is one where they will be mixed in the women's. Some of the under 73s and the 82s will be chopping and changing between the order, just depending on what attempts they've selected. It's not got anything to do with their weight classes here. So it might be a little bit muddy to try and figure it out unless you do know the athletes yourself. We've got the log set up on the platform there. So the goal here is to get that log from ground to overhead. It's probably about time to get onto a log video so we can actually hear a little bit about what it takes to win this event. So we're going to cut to that video now.
Maximum weight brought to you by Quest Infrastructure. Athletes will have 3 attempts to put the heaviest weight possible overhead. Within each attempt, athletes will have 60 seconds and may use either a strict press, push press, or jerk technique. Arms must be locked out overhead, knees and hips straight, and head through. The athlete must demonstrate control of the log to get the down call and for the rep to count. If an athlete fails, they can try again in the remaining time, or they can retake on their next attempt. However, the weight of the log cannot go down, it only gets heavier. Women will use a 10-inch diameter log, while the men will be using a 12-inch log.
Some of the strongest log presses in the country featured in that video, giving you an example of what it takes to win this event. Now, you've got multiple styles that you are going to see. You are going to see a lot of Olympic lifting technique involved with some power jerking and split jerking. Some of the stronger shouldered women in the field will go for a more push press style technique. Pretty rare to see in the women's category a strict press style technique, which takes the legs out of it and just relies purely on shoulder power. But as you go up each of the stages, it does sort of rely a little more on technique and becomes a little less reliable as a consistency factor. When you go from strict to push to power jerk all the way to split jerk, it's the least reliable of those factors. So you might want to go with a safer technique earlier and then change your technique throughout. You might even see some of that from the women. We've got a bit of equipment on here. We've got some belts, we've got some knee sleeves, we've got elbow sleeves and wrist wraps. There is no equipment that's actually going to assist them in the lift. All of this is just supportive equipment, safety equipment to help keep them nice and secure during the event and trying to mitigate injuries, trying to mitigate the chance of hurting themselves, but also just allow them to stay a little warmer through those major joints throughout the lifting process. I see some very, very strong women lined up over here, ready to get going with their log press. We are about to entertain our first lifter, and it looks like Lauren McMillan will be the first one up on the log press. So she's got 60 seconds to lift it. This is just an opening attempt, so this should look really, really easy. Let's see what Lauren can do here on her first attempt. Olympic lifting background, so she's gone with the power jerk technique, and that was 65 kilos. We've got a few women at the 65 kilo mark. I've also had somebody joining me, so sidling in next to me is reigning Australia's strongest man under 105, Tyson Morrissey.
Something like that, once upon a time. Not after this weekend, actually.
Yeah, you're about to
new
lose the
crowning
title.
Australia's strongest man under 105, which would be exciting.
All right, cleaners up to the shoulders here for Emma. And a little bit of a struggle off the shoulders here.
Just looking a little heavy in the rack position there.
So the athletes have 2 attempts at the log. If they realistically can't make it within 2 attempts, we're going to send them away. But they have 3 attempts in total. So they've got a chance to go, sit down, wait for the whole field to have their attempts, and then come back and try that weight again. They can't go down in weight once they've attempted it, but they can sit back down and re-attempt that same weight.
And there is a minimum standard, of course, as well. So some of these girls who have come in here they're really vying for probably opening with a PB.
Yes, yes. This is the highest standard of strong man, strong woman in Australia. So there are some that have qualified, but this might not be their strongest event. And who knows when they qualified. That's a really nice lift there from Katie. Strong lockout.
Very
so
good
that's
opening
70
attempt
kilos
from Katie.
there. So Jessica Zureb from out Werribee weight.
And hasn't been in the sport that long. Has been in strength sports for quite some time, but has only really dabbled in strongman. So this is kind of her first big comp debut.
Yes, yes. She's done a few strong woman comps, but this is her first major top level one within Australia. Very intense competitor, Jess.
And she's very excited to be here, I think, by the sounds of our middleweights preview.
It's a nice clean.
Very strong clean.
Oh, very explosive overhead.
Very explosive overhead. A nice little re-dip there too. And that's how we want those openers to look as well. We're hoping that we're seeing a big 3 attempts here. So they should start off nice and light and build up to that big top third attempt.
Yes.
Now, Ash's first big competition too, I think this would be a massive PB, but I think she's just aiming to clean this.
As you can see, this log hard to clean. It does slip down on the stomach. You need to keep it nice and high. And you can see just not quite comfortable in the rack position there, and she waves off that attempt.
That's exactly why you'll see some of the competitors wearing these shiny grip shirts too, right? We call those a grip shirt, so you get a little bit more purchase on that clean and a little bit less slippage from the log.
We can see one coming out now. Sabrina wearing one of those grip shirts that Tyson's talking about. So it just allows a little more tactile sort of material on the front of the shirt, because these logs are really, really nice, but they're very, very smooth. They're brand new. There's nothing really to grip to. So we're in at 75 kilos now on the log.
And rolling in with no shoes.
Yeah, this is interesting. No shoes. A lot of the lifters are wearing weightlifting shoes. Sabrina opting for a barefooted approach.
Just looking a little bit heavy there in that rack position.
She's got the whole time here as well. Sometimes you like to see them wait a little bit longer before they take that second attempt, because you've got the whole minute to do it in, and only 2 attempts allowed within that minute. And that's very close, an inch higher, and that does go up. Just having to lean back a fair bit. This will be taxing her low back a fair bit. And it lies on your diaphragm as well, so you do start to get a bit dizzy with that weight sitting on your shoulders that time.
If you're thinking about a 75 kilo human sitting across your chest there, essentially, right?
Yes.
Like if you're thinking about standing there with a 75 kilo log, that's not a small implement. So it's a big implement, and 75 kilos to be sitting there.
So this is Nat Koopman. Gets under it and gets a successful lockout.
She gets that, and that's definitely one who'll be looking to aim for that podium this weekend too.
Yes.
So definitely one to watch across the different events.
Always nice to get that first lift out of the way.
A little bit of nerves on a big comp.
Yes. Here's Bev, Annalise Bevan. That's a very nice clean there. Annalise, first one we've seen with the split jerk.
And making very light work of that log.
Next up, we have Caroline.
Caroline Eaton as well with 75 kilos. So a lot of these women, like I said, with 75 kilos. And these women are all in the 73 kilo class. So they're actually pressing above body weight over their head, which you consider for their opening attempts is very impressive. And that's the power jerk technique. Very nice lift there.
Very clean.
Next up, we have Charlie Linden.
Lots of support here for Charlie.
Bendigo, born and raised, so
local.
I believe she's got the home turf advantage here in terms of the crowd. I believe Charlie actually runs a gym here in Bendigo.
Yes.
Looks like an easy clean there.
Good rack position and some strong pressing power there as well.
Very strong, almost like overextending back there a little bit. She's lucky to hold on to that behind her head there.
Yes.
She's very strong shoulders to be able to keep that there.
We have
Liz Aitken. So the third of our 82 kilo class. And Liz makes a nice, easy job
Very
of
easy
pressing
work.
that one out. So you can see a huge variability in the explosiveness versus the pure shoulder power of some of these athletes.
So you're just going to be patient with us. We're swapping over logs because we're now up above 80 kilograms. So we're going up to the next size log.
We have a different log coming out as well. So this is our log that we use above 80 kilograms. So we're switching this one in and out.
Interesting hearing the competitors talk in the warm-up area about this log and sort of figuring out how it's going to feel. The bigger ends on that log will just make that clean probably a little bit easier, a little bit more rotational mass. So the competitors will probably find that that clean whips up a little bit nicer and rolls back a little bit nicer, but it can lead to a little bit of a trickier press sometimes too.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realise that every log is slightly different. Maybe the handle width is slightly different, or the balance, like you said, with those larger ends. It can feel different even at the same weight. So this is Sarah Halifax. She's one that will be looking to push for those top spots on the podium, and goes with the split jerk.
Yeah, I definitely think in that 82 group we can expect to see Sarah on that podium somewhere.
So another one pushing for that podium. This one in the 73 kilo class, Jess Nish, Victorian girl.
We'll definitely be looking to bring it to Camilla, the reigning champion, this weekend, I think. I reckon we're in for an exciting battle between these two this weekend.
It should be really good. I mean, could Camilla be vulnerable given the amount of shows she's just done back to back? Camilla's put about 3 or 4 international shows, all with weight cuts back to back to back. Who knows what sort of toll that can take on the body, but she's a seasoned athlete. So it will make things very, very interesting. What you can see her sniffing there is ammonia. So just smelling salts, sort of the stuff they have in hospitals, just to help you wake up a little bit, just provides a little more oxygen to the brain. Very nice clean there for Jess. And another split jerk for her. Takes a little while to steady it overhead, but gets a solid down call there from referee Tiff. Looks like she might have chinned herself on the way up with the log there, so exactly what you were saying, Tyson.
That clean gets you, yeah. So a little bit quicker on that rotation than what a normal log might feel, and it can definitely take competitors by surprise. We saw that at ASI with a big log too.
Yeah, and a lot of these logs, the athletes, again, have never used this exact piece of kit, so it is a learning experience. You learn on the fly. Camilla, a very nice clean and a very well executed split jerk. Camilla with a background in Olympic lifting, so whilst not the biggest shoulders in the field, one of the better athletes overhead.
And not remiss to say, one of the best lifters in the country at that time in weightlifting. She was a very, very accomplished weightlifter before transitioning over to strongman. And
needless to say, Camilla's won just about everything there is to win for the last 4 or 5 years in Australian Strongwoman. Competes at ASW regularly as a 65 kilo woman in the heavyweight class. Another one that does do that heavyweight class at ASW is Megan Clark. And she won this class last year and then went on to claim 3rd at Australia's Strongest Woman in the open weight category.
I believe 2nd even. Was it 2nd or 3rd last year? I think she might have come 2nd.
Might have to check up on that. It was definitely on the podium.
And she's definitely strong.
Crazy for a weight class athlete to be competing. And Megan is a brute in the shoulders. She won't use much leg drive here. And then muscle it out, all triceps there. Made it a little harder than she needed to for herself. But
Megan does have the record currently in this weight class, I think at 102.5 or so. So
yes.
A great competitor and a very strong log press. So
puts herself 2.5 kilos ahead of Sarah there with her opening lift. Sorry, that was 90 kilos, so actually 7.5 kilos above Sarah. So that's a commanding lead, and what Megan might actually be able to do is sit out the next attempt. If she doesn't feel she needs to take all 3 attempts to actually win the event, she doesn't need to. And that can be a massive advantage with 8 events. Saving any lift that you don't have to do can save a lot of energy for those later events.
65, sorry.
be interesting though, because she has played her cards early. Didn't look very easy, so the girls kind of know where to chase to as well, which will be interesting. But I think that she'll be pretty safe with her log press being at that 90 kilo mark. Those girls will have a hard time sort of chasing that, I reckon.
Yeah, the ease with which they hit the lighter weights didn't necessarily give me amazing confidence that they'll smoke 90.
No.
But they could come up and put some pressure on her, and you know how much that pressure can play a factor if you do see an 87.5 go up. Megan will have to come out and probably at least attempt a 92.5.
Most definitely.
So we're coming back down to the bottom of the field back again. Emma McFarlane attempting 65 again. So she wants to get a score here. Like Tyson mentioned, very nice
Clean looking
there.
a lot stronger this time.
Might be a PB for her. Really not going very far off the shoulders. Is 65 kilograms. It's a nice clean. She's got the clean. It's just that shoulder power. And the leg's not quite able to get it too high
Precious isn't there today. All the athletes have qualified to be here, so they've done a state competition and placed first or second in their respective state competition to be here. So they've all had a big year of competition, and this is the culmination for these weight class athletes. This is as high as it gets in our country. These are our best athletes that we have.
And of the overhead events, log is the most reliant on brute shoulder pressing power. So if an athlete qualified with something like a dumbbell or an axle, they might have actually done really well in the overhead event. But coming to the log, being such a large diameter, these are a 10-inch log, so it sits 5 or 6 inches away from your body when you're pressing it. You need an immense amount of shoulder power to try and drive that up overhead, as opposed to a barbell that can rely a little bit more on leg drive. So this is Lauren McMillan with 65 kilos. 70 kilos. And got a little bit greedy there.
Went for that
under
punch,
the jerk.
yeah. Learned for that punch just a little bit early, but she's got 2 attempts, and that's 2 attempts from the drop pads, so that she can take it a couple times from the rack position, but she can only drop it to the pads twice.
Let's get it up. Come on.
And didn't quite have the explosiveness there. See, the legs didn't dip back under, but she can come back and try that in her 3rd round. I'd like to see a little bit more time taken between those 2 attempts.
Yeah, it's hard when you've got a crowd and a big competition. You get excited, you kind of rush into that next attempt, but you do have the 60 seconds to recover a little bit more before taking that attempt.
Yeah.
Because the clean is one of the hardest parts of the log for some too.
This is Ash, a nice clean for Ash. And that's Spato back out.
Copped a chin and spat her back out.
She's fired up now.
Now she's absolutely
straight
bringing
into
some
that
heat
second
here.
attempt. These are much better cleans. Not quite there.
You know, when we spoke, we did a catch-up during the week with some of the competitors, and she said her goal was to clean the log. And she would have been happy with that. Now, she's done that 5 times today now.
Yes.
So I think she's 5 times her goal for the competition. I mean, I'm sure she'll be going home pretty happy with that also.
And it gives you one less thing to have to work on, put work into. When you with strongman, the hardest part is that there's so many moving parts to a lift that there's no point practicing or really ramming home the press on the log if you can't clean it. So just working on that clean and being able to clean a heavy log 5 times in a competition the way she's done is really impressive. This is 72.5 here for Katie Carlisle.
72.5 kilograms. Making a smart jump from 70. Let's go.
So she's taking 72.5, thinking that a few of the other girls might have taken 75.
Very strategic. And
hoping that they miss that 75. Because if they miss that 75, they get stranded on 70. And they can't go back down and retake that 72 to tie with her. So she's taken that as a very strategic attempt.
Very strategic. She's just hoping that she's edging out some of those competitors who may be stretching that 75 to put a number on the board and gain some points. And it's a good strategy to have. The 2.5 kilogram increment. A lot of people forget about it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just smart competing. There's a lot to be said for competition smarts, especially in a larger field.
And strategy with so many competitors, knowing where to take the points.
75 kilograms. Let's go, Jess.
Jess with a very quick first attempt here.
Just a little more, to be taking a little more time with this attempt. So I think this is starting to get closer to her max. That doesn't look like it. Okay, I'll
Doesn't
let my
look
words
like it's
there.
getting close to her max.
That
She's
has
happy with it. It
flown
might
up.
be close to a max, but it's not
75
anymore.
Fast and furious.
Very, very quick press.
I will say sometimes with the jerk athletes, when they move it fast, sometimes it either moves fast or not at all.
It's fast or nothing, yes, correct.
So Sabrina missed her first attempt, so this is a second attempt at 75. Obviously, she can't go back down, so she has to get the 75 here to get herself a score on the board.
Let's get it up, come on.
And like we said earlier, they don't get to choose their opening weight or the minimum standard. So they do need to hit a minimum standard. They can't just come in and hit 55 because they're able to. The log is set to start at 75 kilos for these 82 kilo women. So she needs this to get a point on the board, because in strongman, if you don't get 1 rep, you get a 0. So instead of getting 1 point or 5 points, you actually 0 the event and don't accumulate any points. So even 1 rep here makes a big difference to your total point score at the end of the day.
It just makes it very hard to come back from in a field when you don't have any points on the board going into that event. With 8 events though, you do have some time to make it up. So,
and you are hoping that a couple with so many events and such a diverse amount of events, you can sort of assume that there will be some events where other athletes, they may not be their strongest events, they may also 0 or place low and sort of creep back some points there on some of their stronger events.
And the other thing to consider is there is a log press later in this competition with the medley as well. So some of the athletes, if they're not going to make this lift, might just want to cut their losses rather than take a third attempt. You can see a lot of back bend, a lot of pressure on the knees and the shoulders. They might just want to sit it out. This is Natalie Koopman here.
That's much better than her
Very
first
nice
attempt. Much smoother than that first attempt. Good, clean.
And that's
just waiting for it to settle in the rack position. Yeah, and taking it up a little bit again too.
So we've got 3 of the ladies attempting 77.5 now. Now the first one there successful now, Caroline.
So she has 60 seconds to complete this with 77.5 kilograms.
Again, going with the no-shoe approach, which is interesting. A lot like the Olympic lifting shoes with the platform on them. It provides them a more upright position in the log. But Caroline, quite good ankle mobility there and really powerful overhead, gets to lock it out.
Great second attempt. And a taller athlete in that group too.
She probably is, just looking now, the tallest across there. Which pressing isn't typically the easiest thing for the taller athletes. The longer your arms, the further you've got to put it overhead. So 77.5 here for Charlie now. And wrestles
Strong
it up overhead.
push press. Very strong push press for Charlie. Clean looked like it rocked her a little bit, taking a few steps. So bring that back and press that so well. Very impressive.
Moving on to the larger log now. So everything above this, or everything from now, will be above 80 kilos. We've got Annalise Bevan coming out next. She made 75. Look very nice. We'll see now how this log compares to the other one. So Annalise lifted her previous attempt on the lighter log, on the different log. So this will actually be her first time using the larger log for the day.
And it's just another variable that makes strongman so interesting but so challenging, is that idea that we talk about, strongman IQ, which is your ability to adapt to the competition and different implements on the day.
There'll be a lot of events like that today where you'll see athletes learning and adapting on the go. There's one event that literally no athlete in the field has actually touched yet, but that's later. Bev with a nice clean to the shoulder. Little stumble, but that's all right. And it's just spinning her back, a little bit dizzy for Bev.
Just taking a breath.
Log can sit on the diaphragm, can sit on the throat, and it can actually cut off your airways.
She does have 60 seconds to get another attempt in, and the crowd is getting behind her, and she's definitely getting herself ramped up for this one.
But she has at least taken a good 15 seconds to regain composure. It can be quite hard to impart leg drive, and almost gets it. I think she's got that on her next attempt.
Yeah, it's definitely there. It actually didn't look like it was going to be too hard if she could get that position right underneath the log for the catch.
Just sent it a little bit further forward than she would have liked. If she actually sent that back in the right position, the power was there to make that lift. Liz Aitken now coming out with an 80 kilo attempt.
That's it.
And some strong tricep power there to lock it out overhead.
A great press out there from Liz, and she's happy with that one, I imagine.
Being very patient there from our judge, who double checks it.
Okay. And Sarah has taken that jump that we spoke about, that 87.5 kilo jump.
She was wanting to put pressure on Megan here,
This
make
really
her jump
does
back
put
in the
pressure
game.
on Megan.
5 kilograms there on the line.
Now, this will be a good overhead for Sarah because she's not typically known for her, like she has a good overhead press, but she's definitely a great grip and deadlift. And usually the deadlift and the overhead press athletes, they don't usually do good at the same
Well,
thing.
the better deadlifters have the longer arms because it's less to lock out, and the better overhead
definitely.
presses have the T-Rex
But
arms.
she does have
typically.
intensity. I know she is out here this weekend to bring it.
Definitely one of the more fierce athletes in the
That's
field.
a great press, and that will definitely put some pressure on Megan because that's looking like she could go another 5.
Yes, that looked a lot better than her 82, actually. That was definitely shaking off the nerves at the first one, and she's had a sight at it. Now that second one was very, very confident.
And that clean makes a big difference. Nailing that clean so well on that attempt, your clean really does make the press sometimes and sets it up for success.
It's almost mental with the ability to be aggressive in that clean and throw it up to your shoulders in a way that you're just dominating the weight.
Yes.
Back to the under 73 kilo class. For our next 2 lifts, we've got 90 kilos for Jess Nish and for Camilla. Jess, the first one to attempt it. So Camilla, just off to the side watching, you can see her corner of the screen
Great
there.
clean.
And, oh wow,
it's very quick.
that was extremely explosive.
That's an impressive log. 90 kilos to 73.
That's extremely impressive.
And a phenomenal weight. Remember, these girls are the best in the game in our country. And between Camilla and Jess, it's going to be a fantastic weekend of viewing.
Now, Camilla with a very pensive look on her face because this is a heavy log for Camilla. The native weight class is the under 64 kilo class. So doing this 73s, she's stepping up, but she did win this class last year, I believe. Strong clean and a little bit forward for Camilla. But this is where you'll see the gamesmanship. She'll take her time. This is what I was talking about, stepping
experience. This is experience. In big competitions, this is where big competition experience does pay dividends.
She's done more comps this month than most of the girls in the field have done in their entire careers.
Not far off it, I reckon.
Okay. Aggressive clean again. And just sits in that right spot, gets it, a much better position. Doesn't quite have the tricep power to lock that out, but a little bit more height on that. She gets under it and actually catches it in the lockout.
Now, do you think she'll come out and try that again to finish off the day and have another crack, or do you think she'll leave that knowing that no other girl will kind of catch her second?
I think she'll leave it. I think she probably will, knowing that Jess looked like she has even more there.
Yes.
I don't think she'll bother trying to halve the points. She'll know that to get top points, she'll need to go at least 92.5.
Now, Megan has been pushed to come back out.
This is 92.5 for Megan to take 2.5 kilo or 5 kilo lead, really.
And
put
will
it
definitely push Sarah to
a long way out of Sarah's reach. Sarah would have to pull a massive PB out on the first event here of day 1. It's always slow for Megan. It's never ever convincing.
And much better than her first.
And then it's all of a sudden she never looked like she was going to miss it. So there's 92.5. That might do it for Megan Clark.
Much better than her first attempt. Much smoother. Very strong press out.
And again, the question is, does Sarah bother coming out to do a 92 kilo lift and halve the points?
Split the points.
It could be more worth it in a 5-woman field.
I think with a smaller group, if she can half those points and push Megan to have another crack to get those points, or push Megan not to bother, I think if she can split those points, you might be splitting hairs at the end of 8 events.
Yeah, well, because there's only, with 8 events, 40 points on offer.
Yes.
So that half a point, whether she ties and gets 4.5 points apiece, or if she comes second and gets 4 points, it could mean a big difference by the end of the day.
And not even the point distribution, or the total point distribution, but the tightness of the two girls at the top. There's a little bit of a gap between a Megan and a Sarah and a Liz, between Jess and Ash. So you're going to see those girls go tit for tat over these 8 events, very much so, with Liz sneaking in there every now and then too.
Yeah. Yeah. And not riding off Liz at all.
No, Liz
this event is...
Liz will definitely be right up there, and I think she's got a good chance to bring it to that podium too and give the girls a good run for their money.
So, this is Lauren McMillan's last attempt. Emma McFarlane's last attempt. That was 65 kilograms. She's got one more attempt, actually, and she is going to take it. She's worked hard to get here.
Make some noise for it, ladies and gentlemen.
A lot of the athletes want to make sure they maximise every opportunity they get when they get to this level, because it is a privilege to be at this level. Not everyone's made it. This was a rigorous qualifying standard that we all went through to get to this level. So not quite there on event 1, but we'll see her back in event 2, the loading medley.
I mean, that's the other hard thing. Instead of doing 3 attempts today, she's just had 6 attempts and 6 cleans. Something that's relatively heavy in proximity to probably her max. She's still got 3 events today.
Yes.
So double the work on those cleans. You sort of have to make a decision whether you're going to call that a little bit earlier and conserve energy, or whether you're going to be in with a shot with that log press to be able to try and get that point on the board. But I know they really want that point on the board for that first event too.
Yep. And it'll come with experience. It will come, you'll see probably Megan and Camilla, they're over there chatting now. They're probably thinking that their event's done.
Relaxed.
A few of the other athletes have a few jitters and are stressing themselves out. This all comes with experience. So if you are up and coming and you are looking how to behave at a comp, look at Megan and Camilla, the 2 strongest women or strongest weight class women in the country for the last 2 or 3 years.
Finalists in OSG. A lot of these girls here have just come back from America in December as well.
Both ASW podiums as well. So this is Ash Devlin, and again we've spoken about how many cleans she has done. And she's calling it now. I think that's a smart move, not taking the second attempt on her final effort. You can see
7 more events to go for the weekend.
75 kilograms there on the log for Katie Carlisle.
Katie Carlisle, another one just coming back from the States from OSG, so the World Championships in December, and having a reasonable weekend out.
And this lift actually takes her even with Annalise Bevan. So just looking down the scores, if she ties with Annalise, it does mean halving those points with her rather than just giving Annalise those higher points for free. So Katie putting that pressure on, making sure Annalise has to come out and hit her 80 kilos so that the other girls then have to put that pressure on as well.
And these girls will absolutely be fighting for the podium too. So these half points are going to matter between, there's a group here of these 73 girls that are super tight and super competitive. I think the points will matter.
Aggressive clean. It's all been aggressive. It always is aggressive with Katie. And locks it out. Oh, that's very strong.
That's a good lockout. She's got that. Bit more of a convincing dab at the end of that one too.
Yep.
Happy with that for a third.
And that's 3 for 3 there for Katie on the log.
She'll be very happy with that. That's a good day out. Sabrina needing to put a point on the board. She needs this to not zero the event and stay with the other girls and put some sort of score on the board for the first one. The clean's looking strong. She's looking more stable. And that is definitely the best attempt that we've seen all weekend. She'll take her time now.
The other thing is, knowing that there's also another person zeroing means that everybody in the field is getting 2 or more points, or 3 or more points, I should say. Not quite got that pop.
She keeps
she
in the
really
right
almost
position.
had it that first attempt. And she's bending backwards to try and make this one. This is the point where you'd probably call it, I think, before something bad happens, or before your back just gets cooked.
We can see her just bending back a little bit more and a little bit more, trying to not drop the log back to the pads because then her day is over on the log. So she's trying to get as much as she can, but just getting further and further back.
Be interested to see how her back feels for events like the loading medley and the deadlift.
Feel like she might want to move around a bit between there.
Yeah.
Maybe do some bending the other way. Now, Jess's second attempt was very quick. Very quick. So we're expecting a good log press here.
So she's jumped 5 kilos here to 80 kilos. But like I said, on percentage, she's taken a large percentage jump.
I think a big motivation to press that log in competition too.
Yes. And if she's never used a log like this, I often find some of the competition logs that Mason rolls out are a lot nicer to press on.
I agree. I totally agree.
They're just so evenly balanced. I don't know, the longer logs for some reason feel a little nicer to press on.
You can see that clean just firing up again. A very nice log to clean. And it's very comfortable.
And does stumble a little bit, but locks it out. It was on the shoulders for a long time, so I was worried. But she did manage to lock it out and get
She's
that.
very, very happy with that. You can see Jessie's a great competitor, but always a fierce competitor. You'll always see that makeup on.
And what that's done is put the pressure on Liz. So Liz is going to have to
100%.
attempt 82.5 for her final attempt. Well, 85, in fact, she's listed.
Now, Nat's pushing this here too at the 80 kilos.
Maybe a bit of a miss there for Liz with the attempt selection, but Nat now 77.5, her successful attempt, 80 kilos.
Great
And leans back,
press.
but gets it.
And it's getting easier and easier. She almost needs 2 more attempts on these. They're going better and better as they go.
Again, Nat experiencing that 80 kilo log for the first time. Carol, and the same thing.
I think it's important to remember as well for a lot of these athletes coming out here and using a special bit of equipment is a draw card in itself to try and push for that 80 kilos.
Well, the photographers are out, the videographers are out. We are live on KO.
100%. It's
So-
important to make sure you bring it.
Making these big, impressive implements look light and easy like these women have.
That's why we love strongman. It is a spectacle.
And this one looks maybe a stretch too far. This is what I was saying about 77 looks quite nice and fast and snappy, but 2.5 kilos on that max, all of a sudden it can slow down that 5% and then just not move anywhere.
Especially with something like a push jerk or split jerk, like you said earlier, it can mean the difference between a yes or a no. And that's going to be on the head.
So that's a no rep there, unfortunately. Not allowed to rest it on the noggin.
We did run through that in the rules, and it has been done before, believe it or not, which is why the rule is in place, because we have seen a head press here or there.
These athletes are very competitive. They'll do whatever they can to put weight overhead or that weight up.
Now, Charlie with the 80 kilo too should be looking to hit this and get a little bit of a edge up on points.
A little stricter of a presser, but she's having a lot of trouble stabilising this log in the rack position. Like Tyson said, it can be a lot harder to clean. This is good composure, stepping back from the log. She's a little stricter of a presser, so it might be a little more linear of a press if she can get it to the shoulders and stabilise it. But again, having trouble. She's a little bit forward here, and that does go out forward there off the shoulders.
And just having that log sit on your chest for any longer than it has to is hard. It's effort. It's fatiguing.
Yes.
The longer you sit with 75, 80 kilos on your chest and try to stabilise that, the more it's going to start to drain your power for that press. Okay, Annalise coming out here for the 82. Cool, calm and collected, Annalise.
So she missed 80 kilos. She's got 75 on the board, but Katie Carlisle got 75 as her third attempt. So
she's
this is
been
important
pushed
for
up.
Annalise to break that deadlock. And that's
she
the
does it
attempt we were
very
looking
well,
for the first
smooth.
time.
Some of the girls making light work out of this. COVID, I believe, is the COVID
log, yes. Hope we don't get taken off stream for saying that. Now, I wonder if Liz has missed a trick here with her attempt selection. She could have taken 82.5.
And she's gone 85, has
put
she?
herself clearly into third. But she's gone 85, so not sure if it's a PB lift for her, maybe.
Might be a PB lift.
It's a bit of a risk, though, with regards to the competition standings, because she is now tied on 80 kilos with Natalie Koopman. With Jessica. I apologise. So that log.
And she'll take another attempt, I imagine.
Knocking the wind out of her there.
Doesn't mean that she quits.
She's going straight back in for this attempt, which is hard to do once you've gotten the dizzies in the first one and not quite there. So she'll have to be happy with tied points with Jessica there.
It's a tough one trying to come into a competition with the idea of hitting a certain weight or a personal best, and then also being unattached to it if it means a better strategy or competition outcome. It can be really tricky for athletes when they've got an idea of a weight in their head, but when they get out there and they don't need that.
Well, I think if anybody watched the Arnold Classic 2 weeks ago and saw Hafthor Bjornsson's deadlift, they would have thought, why didn't he go for 510 kilos? Because that was the easiest
very, very
comfortable of
comfortable
all time. But he'd already won the event. There's no point doing more. You don't get points for doing extra. You just get points for coming in second, third, fourth place. So this is Camilla. She's got 90 kilos. She missed it here. This is important now. She's trying to halve the points. And she's got that.
And she does.
Successful lift there for Camilla.
So that's going to push Jess here because she missed that on her second attempt with 2 efforts, and she's absolutely come out here and blitzed that. But Jess does get to have an answer here.
Yes. So that's tied on 90 with Jess. Jess has taken 95 for her third. So again, another
a big
2.5
jump.
kilo attempt that could have been taken that's not. So maybe half a point being left on the table here for Jess if she doesn't make that 95. First up, we've got Sarah. Now she's taking a 92. Another one that doesn't really need to do this. She can halve those points with Megan Clark. It's 5 kilos up on her 87.5 kilo
Her
attempt.
second did look very good. I know this will be a big PB for Sarah. Her second looked good, but like we have been talking about, that split jerk technique, it just has to be executed.
I did say in the run through that it's the least consistent technique. It's a good
The clean's
clean,
good.
but now the split doesn't go
And
up.
she's got
And
that.
she does wrestle it overhead. And
she
very,
is
very
here
happy
to
with that.
Bring it. Look at that.
Now this puts the pressure on Megan Clark.
Well, does she bother going up, or does she take the split points?
Megan looks like she's got the salt still in her hand, but she does look pensive. She looks like she's contemplating whether she bothers. But this is the smaller field. Like we said, the smaller field, it could mean a
points
few
matter.
points later in the day, those extra half points.
And worth noting, once those athletes put in their thirds, they can't change them. So if someone's put in 95 thinking that another person will go to 95 and they don't, they're still committed to doing that 95. They can't go back down.
Yes, correct. So this is an important lift for Jess. In a big field at one point, she doesn't need to take this. She's tied on 90 kilos with Camilla,
But she's
for
not
the
here to
event win. So they'll share 9.5 points. But this is for the 10 points outright.
Great clean. Oh,
Oh,
it's
not
just
quite
forward,
there.
But the clean was very strong. The press looked explosive. The clean looked very strong, just kind of out of
She
position.
looked like she maybe rushed a little bit in that rack position to try and get it off the shoulders as fast as she could. So she's gone straight back in. She's an aggressive athlete, Jess. She works on aggression and that energy. She feeds off it. Oh, and just forward. You might not have been able to see it from the camera angle there, but it was just forward of her there. And that log being such a huge diameter, it's so hard to wrestle back that weight. Looking like she's hobbling a little bit there, Jess. She might have just winded herself.
And also, once again, another example of just probably needing to take a little bit more time, like coming out huffed and puffed, ready to go with a lot of aggression. Sometimes that extra 5 or 10 seconds just to resettle and recenter before hitting that log again can make the world of difference.
And this probably
especially
is
for
the
a split
perfect
jerk.
example of that. Megan is as calm and collected as you could ever want. She only wants to attempt this one. She's not doing this to attempt it twice. She's waiting for her time to start. She's getting the log in the right position. She's making sure it's correct in the clean position. It's a nice, strong clean to the shoulders. And like I said, even if it's going up slow, it'll still go, And she's saving this. No, it just got a little bit too far forward of her.
She says, 1 minute, please. She puts her finger up. She says, hold on a second, I've got this.
Let's go for the win. Come on.
Clean, as solid as ever, but it's knocked her back a little bit. She's not got as much power in the back. This is going up though.
That's an
Wow.
unbelievable press out.
Wow.
That
You could
is an
see
unbelievable
the strength in her
press
low
out.
back was starting to fade after that first attempt because she had to try and save it so much. So the ability to have that power in the back, to sit back on that and just strict press it.
There's not many people who can press out a log like that.
No.
All right. We're about to kick it off like a leopard's head.
Some of the strongest shoulders in the country. We're going to bring the under 90s out now. So the under 90s are going in their own weight class. They're not sharing the weight classes, so a little bit clearer.
And I think that's because there are just so many 105s in that class too.
So there is 11 under 90s and 15 105s. You can see handling the log there. 2022 Australia's strongest man, Jordan Osborne. Just loitering with intent around the logs there. He'll be competing at the big show in a few weeks' time.
He'll be in Sydney competing for the ASM title. So 2022 champion.
Called up on about a week's notice too. The big
Yeah,
man.
who was a wild card entrant and then managed to have a stellar weekend in 2022 and has since then been competing around the world.
Doing a lot of SCL
SCL, a lot of Champions League competitions. Definitely been getting around and getting a lot of competition experience in. Very interested to see how he goes this year with some of the more odd or unique events too. He's an athletic strongman, and I think that style of competition does suit him quite well.
Well, he came out and the two events that he won at that Australia's Strongest Man 2022 were the block press, which is the weirdest of the overhead implements, the hardest to wrap your head around, and the fingers.
Yes, most definitely.
And he just came out and absolutely monstered those. Coming from an athletic background, those sorts of events that rely on you being able to figure things out on the fly.
Yeah. That strongman
really
IQ, that
guys.
whole idea of strongman IQ, learning on the fly, adapting on the fly, and being able to implement. And also, the strongest always wins.
Yes.
So just being a strong human, but then being able to translate that strongman IQ into those events always makes a big difference to the outcome. And Jordan's got those attributes in spades. But the lineup for Australia's Strongest Man in a few weeks is looking phenomenal.
Well, we've got 3 previous winners coming back.
Yes.
Coco, Jordan, and the reigning champ, Josh Pataka. It'll be the first time Coco's actually come back since winning the title in 2021 or 2019.
Yes, he's been competing. He has done World's Strongest Man since then.
Yes.
And has been competing. So it's not like he's been snoozing in
no,
his,
the first
in
time
his
he's back in Australia.
Yes. And it's going to be really, really interesting because these events, being such a statically strong strongman, it's going to be very interesting to see how he goes against the new breed of heavyweight strongman that's cropped up over the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, definitely seeing a lot of a shift from the bigger, heavier units across World Strongman as well, but in Australian Strongman in particular, to men who can move really, really fast with weight and extremely technically proficient as well. Gone are the days where you can just be a big brute.
I think we've seen that across all weight classes too.
Absolutely. But Coco is the consummate professional, so I'd be interested to see how he goes in his first Australian-only comp. He has competed at the ASI and the Beast of Burden as well. And some absolute wild cards. Your client, BJ.
BJ is a static monster. We're definitely working on trying to create him to be.
All right. We're going to wrap up our commentary for now because we've got some under-90s to introduce to you and an interview with the event winner there, Megan Clark. Buddha has her on the gym floor.
All right, we're here on the comp floor, here with the winner of the under-82s log press. Congratulations. How much did you get at the end there?
I just got 95 kilos.
Yeah, 95 kilos. Just...
Yeah, a bit of balance issue on those types of logs for me. I like to walk it around a bit and then set it.
Yeah, but you did a great job there solidifying your win. I mean, 95 kilograms isn't a small weight. How was your training going up to that?
I think I only took it up to 97.5. Then that was a bit of a grind. So it's not my best, but it's still up there.
Yeah, because I remember we were talking this morning in terms of your training. You said you were struggling a little bit in your training, getting a leg drive and so on.
Yeah, I took 2 months off over Christmas, and when I came back, a lot of my lifts, I had to relearn some of them, especially the deadlift. So anything that involves legs, I had to kind of relearn it.
Well, you've solidified yourself in terms of event win and starting off on the front of the scoreboard. So we'll take it there from Megan. And good luck for the rest of the day. All right, ladies and gents, we'll go back to our commentary team there.
Alrighty, and we're back with the under 90 kilo boys hitting the log. Very exciting group of men here.
It is. There is 11 of them.
Which is the biggest group of 90s that we've had in some time as well, compared to the last couple of years as well. So this
when
is very
I first
exciting.
came into Strongman, there was a really exciting group of 90s, but a lot of them were of the more experienced crowd.
Yes.
Lee, Ran, a lot of them moved up to the 105 kilo class.
Mark
Cam
Lawler
Taylor.
and Nah, of course, and we're not seeing a lot of those faces here this year, which means it's a new stock of strongman.
So this is Justin Helm with his first attempt at 110 kilos.
So 110 kilos being the minimum weight that these 90s have to lift. They're not allowed to do less. They have to come out here and give their best attempts at 110 kilos before they even have the option of going up. Now this is 90 kilo men, so 20 kilos above their body weight just to open and buy into this competition.
Yep. This is the high rollers table. This absolutely is. And a heartbreaking miss on the first attempt there, but then gets the second attempt. Referee Tiff making these boys absolutely earn it, and that was a great call from her, but also great composure from Justin there. A lot of the time when people get to these big level competitions, they can get a little bit of a blood rush to their head and drop the log early, and there's nothing worse than dropping the weight before you've been given the down call.
When you've done all the work for it, you don't want to let it go. Now, this will be a personal best for Paul.
It's 110 kilos as well. He's worked really hard in his log press over the course of the last few weeks, Paulie, and you can see it's not quite there. And he's going back for not some ammonia. No, he's waving that off.
The head
and it
shake
looks
is
like he
telling
might
us
call
that
it
it's not
there for the
feeling
log.
it. He doesn't look happy about that, but it's a heavy buy-in just to start.
I saw him post about it, and he said he was just going to give it his best shot. And knowing that you're going to come up short probably could even be the best thing for him. Being able to take the kit off, take your shoes off, and put your feet up for the rest of the event.
And just focus on the next 7.
Like we've said, in such a big field. And there is a chance to make up points. With 11 people in the field, there's 11 points on offer.
Log is loaded.
115 now on the log for Ash Vincent.
Now,
Very serious.
coming with a bit of
operator here.
intensity
Ash.
and a very
It's good
tidy clean.
And we will see a lot of jerking in this class. We'll see a lot of that explosiveness from the lighter weight classes compared to what you'll see in a couple of weeks' time at Australia's Strongest Man. These middleweights are extremely technical. Like Tyson was saying, there's been a massive improvement in worldwide strongman in the ability to move with weight, the technique.
And I think you'll see that, and it's so interesting that you made note of that, the 90s, the 80s, all these lighter guys, the technical proficiency is always of the highest degree, and they're lifting huge loads because of that. Where you'll see the heavier strongman guys and girls with a bit more weight to throw around, they'll often opt for something like a push press versus that split jerk or push jerk.
And Carlos, very powerful unit, Carl. He actually won last weekend in the under 80 kilo class. So he's jumping up as well. His partner is Camilla, so they are cut from the same cloth there.
And going through the cuts together.
Yes.
Couples who cut together stay together, right?
Yeah, it seems so. It seems so. They both cut a vicious amount of weight to be in those competitions. But just on what you were saying, we've seen Mitchell Hooper recently, world's strongest man, lived in Australia for a couple of years, pick up the split jerk, and not necessarily known for being a brute overhead presser, won the axle, the Apollon's axle clean and jerk, or clean and press with 5 repetitions at the Arnold. Beat out better pressers like Bobby Thompson. People more known for that brute pressing power just because he'd learnt the split jerk.
And in history, not unheard of, Koklayev, a great split jerker on like the open log even as well. Rom Kearney as well, yeah. So it's not uncommon. It's just, I think that we see that generally those heavier weight guys or those 105 guys opt for the push press because it can be a little more consistent if you...
It's more consistent, but also it takes no learning.
Yes.
There's no skill work involved. So taking your weights back a little bit, stripping them back.
Especially when you've got comp seasons and competitions coming up. No belt on here for Aiden.
Just a real nude operator, Aiden. You will see the lighter weight classes are averse to shirts. So Aiden being the first one to get the tarp off. But
I believe the saying is if you've got it, flaunt it.
That's it. If you've got a Ferrari, don't keep it parked in the garage.
Yeah, something like that.
So Riley Talbot now 122 and a half here as well.
So Anthony's just come back from OSG too, competing in the weight class below in the under 80s and now in the 90s. A very strong opening push press. And just waiting for that down call
making
there.
him earn it. It was still moving and those arms weren't quite locked out and he has to get it over his head.
He looks like he was starting a little bit of a helicopter. Getting his twist on.
He does have a bit of a foot injury, Anthony, so he's had a hard last month into the competition. Yep. He did just come back from OSG, so it's going to be interesting to hear how he goes this weekend with all the moving events too. You'll see his ankle bandaged up, but I believe it's his foot that he's having a bit of trouble with.
So for those on the KO stream that don't know what OSG is, it's Official Strongman Games, which is the weight class world's strongest man. There's no official world's strongest man for weight classes, it's OSG. And this is Riley Talbot with a nice power jerk technique.
Riley getting that stable overhead. He gets the down call.
One of the shorter athletes in the field. So there's not a whole heap of clearance between that log and the top of his head, that lockout.
I think on the log, the saying goes, short and thick does the trick, right?
Yep.
A little less range, a little less room for that log to have to move.
You look at the best log presses historically, you've got Eddie Halls, Adrianis Viscus, Iron Bibby, Dimitar Savatinov, who is circular.
So Dylan out here this weekend to definitely start to make a name for himself on the national scene.
That's a very nice
It's a very
press.
strong press.
He's got a bodybuilding background, I'm led to believe.
Yes, I believe a bodybuilding background. And he'll be definitely one to watch. You're going to see him all weekend having a really good crack at this, and I think he'll be one to watch for that podium.
Yes. I left him out of my predictions simply because I've not really seen him before. This is Taz now. You'll see a very explosive split jerk there. Taz very mobile as well, so you'll see him get lower and lower in that catch with that log. The thing with the split jerk is you're trying to throw it up to compensate and move under it to compensate for the distance you can't make on the way up. So you try to catch it actually at full lockout. So as far as you can throw it up, you dip down.
Essentially what they're trying to do is create that log press into an expression of leg strength instead of brute shoulder strength.
This is 130 kilos on the log,
which is a very large opening weight.
130 there for Matthew Bilsma.
So we've got Thor Odinson coming out for his attempt.
For his first attempt.
130 kilograms.
That's it.
A little bit of a struggle on this log again. These athletes might not have used this specific bit of kit.
That's a great press, just loses behind.
Although he locked it out, he lost it overhead.
He gets one more attempt.
He does get another attempt at this because that counts as an attempt, but losing it overhead is a big no-no in strongman. We don't see it often, and obviously we don't like to see it for obvious reasons. It does become very, very risky. But we have seen a few athletes going backwards a little bit here. And what can also play into factor is looking up at the ceiling can be different when you've got a gym where the ceiling is and he's a little bit dizzy there, so he's pulled out. But looking up at a ceiling that's as high as this one, this ceiling is possibly
changes the
7, 8, 9 metres high. If your gym's only got a 3 or 4 metre high ceiling, it can all of a sudden make you a little bit dizzy, a little bit starstruck looking at the ceiling. But that might make it difficult for Matthew.
So both boys opening with 130, so very high openers.
Matthew is a good log press.
Very smooth, clean, very smooth press, and a great opening
does lock it out. Luke, a very good character in the sport. He loves it.
An absolute legend, yeah. Very, very nice guy.
You'll
and
notice
right
him
at home here at Meatstock, I think, too.
Absolutely. You'll notice him win, lose, or draw in any event. He will have a smile on his face.
Do you reckon we could coerce him onto a bull later, too?
I think we could.
Yeah, I reckon we could, too.
Yep.
Maybe event 9.
Event 9 on the bull.
Paul is going to have another look at this 110 log by the looks of it. So he's not going to sit it out, which is not really a big surprise.
No. Knowing Paul, look, I don't think Paul is contending for the podium here. So he's one of the ones that's just coming to put on the best show he possibly can.
100%. I think he's here to beat himself.
And he is a competitor. He's an absolute competitor, Paul, so he will give it everything he's got. And you notice he's ripped that clean off the ground. He's just about power cleaned it. And he's going to try
a few little steps there after the clean. He'll want to nail that clean so he can transition as effectively into that press as possible if he's going to have a chance here. He's taking a breath, showing great composure, which we've talked about.
One thing that's actually changed in the 90 kilo class in the last few years that we haven't really talked about yet is the fact that they're on a 12-inch log now. They previously were on the 10-inch for worldwide competitions, and it was just the accepted number to be on a 10-inch log. This is 12 inches, so for a lot of these smaller athletes, none of them have a gut. None of them have the big power belly that you start to see in the heavier weight classes.
Or a big shelf to hold that 12-inch log either. It's really interesting that you mentioned that because it did just slip under the radar where it was 12 inches for 105s and heavyweights and then a 10-inch log for a 90 or an 80 kilo. And we're sort of seeing 12 inches just be the standard across the board for all competitions now.
Which does, it all of a sudden, an extra inch or two further away from you. The best I can give to our viewers is if you were to hold a 20 kilo plate up at your chest versus then 1 inch out, 2 inch out, 3 inches out further away from your body, how much harder is it going to be to hold?
So another one having a 10 at this 110. Or 115 has he gone?
This is 112 now, so
112.
he's
So
trying
taking
to
a
just
small
get
jump.
that little bit extra on. Now, he did take a couple of attempts at the 110, missed it on the lockout, so that tricep strength, that push through that sticking point there, another one that could have maybe taken a little bit of a sit down in between attempts there. Looks like he's waving it off. It might be him done for the log press attempts.
I would say he'll be saving his energy for these other
Yeah, but he's got his number on the board. He knows he's not going to zero, but he's also probably not going to get 5 kilos. Ash Vincent's the next successful lifter with 115. So at
Taking that strategic move.
worst, he takes the 1 point. He could even take 2 points because Matthew has failed his 130 attempt. So if Matthew bombs out the log, he's successful with 2
And
points
Matthew
there.
will be back out here, and it did look like he had the power and the speed to be able to hit that 130. If he's open with it, I'm sure he's quite confident.
Well, he did lock it out. He did lock it out. He just wasn't able to stabilise and lost it overhead.
So Ash coming in for his second attempt here.
122.5 on the bar here. So it's a nice, easy one. But 122 is a good jump. There's a couple on 120, 122, so he can join them, and he does.
Great,
nice,
smooth
successful
press.
lift there.
Another successful, and that's 2 on the board, 2 for 2.
22.5 kilograms. Next up, we have Carl Sherry.
Carl, the King Sherry, has been in the Australian strongman scene for as long as its conception almost. I think he's always been there.
Yep. He's always everywhere, always around these high-level comps. I believe he's won an Arnold Classical too, and he's won a world title.
He has won a world title.
Be remiss
and
of
an
me
Arnold
not
Classic.
to mention that he won a world title in the under 80 kilo class.
He's a fierce competitor, and he's a very, very experienced competitor.
Very intense operator. Pressing isn't necessarily his forte. He's a really good mover, but he likes to not lose points on the press, and he's locked that out. It's gone.
He'll definitely hold his own on the press, and being an under 80 kilo lifter, a lot of his international career as well makes it a very interesting dynamic. Having won last week at cutting to 80 and then also doing the 90s this week means that he's probably carrying less weight
athlete
than
of all
the
time. He'd be in the conversation for the best Australian strongman of all time. If we
For sure, in terms of like longevity's sake as well, and probably like competition accolades.
Competition accolades, international accolades, and just the amount of competitions
Just
he's
the
done.
sheer amount of competitions. Just Camilla and Carl are always competing.
World records for both of them. 127.5. So this to chip Carl by Anth Martin. He is a 2 first name operator, so I'm not sure how much we can trust him. And then there will be a huge cluster on 130 kilograms.
And I think that 130, 140 mark, we're going to see a lot of ties there, or people trying to start edging out other competitors. Another competitor here who competes in the 80s and the 90s.
He's got to go clean. Up. He's got to get his head through.
And doesn't quite
And
get
he's
the
just
lock
having a
out
bit of
there.
trouble stabilising that overhead. He had to wait for the down call on the first one also.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it's a mobility issue through the thoracic. He's not quite able to get that head through as snappy as you would like and get those arms in line with the ears to get the down call. This is
The
the
crowd
composure
getting
from him.
behind him.
It was a big taxing attempt, and those are the most heartbreaking ones when you do have it locked out overhead.
Yeah, you
and
don't want to
can't-
come within an inch of getting it and have to do it again.
And he managed to
It's
get himself out
unfortunate
of the
for
way
him.
of that.
Not quite able to get
That's his 2 attempts at 130.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering
So that 127.5 lift for their Anth Martin, not successful, which makes Carl's 125 quite a good lift there, because it does put him now ahead of Anthony and Ash and put a fair bit of pressure on those two to see if they can get that 127 to put themselves ahead of Carl for those extra points.
It is an overhead press, not a chest press. So, the bar
Riley
is over
Talbot
there
now.
for Riley Talbot with 130
And
kilograms.
Riley coming out with his first attempt looking pretty strong here. And like we said, with those shorter levers, definitely advantageous on the log.
His first attempt was a little bit unstable, but if he's gotten used to the log now, his second attempt, it might look a little bit better. We'll see whether it was instability or whether it was a strength issue. Oh, it
he's
doesn't
fighting
quite
that
lock
press
it out.
there.
That's very, very close. Almost touched the head too there again. Like I said, the arms don't quite clear the head as much as the others, so it is a chance.
And it is interesting. We're seeing that it's often that push jerk technique where it's landing on that head, because they're trying to punch their head through underneath the log, and once again use this log as like an expression of leg strength.
And it is all about timing as well. You need to extend fully first before you then move under it. And with those heavier weights, it's so hard to hold that extension and get the maximum out of your legs, because you want to be moving under the weight as soon as you can as well.
100%.
We saw it with a couple of the girls. I think Lauren McMillan might have been one of them. Snuck under it a little bit too early. And all of a sudden, you just lose that height that you need
We
on
have
the
our
log.
live commentator with the Tom Selleck of Strongman here, Aidan Westrip, with this log. Shirtless, beltless, and not quite there on that first attempt. Take a breath and step
Aidan's
away.
been around for a while. The on-field commentary from Buddha, correct. Taking a breath, just stepping back there. 130 on here for Aidan. He's a ball of muscle, Aidan. Doesn't quite get it there.
Unfortunately, not there either.
A
A few of these boys missing that 130, and it's going to leave them, unless they can manage to pull something out on this third attempt, it's going to leave them all tied down the bottom there on their first.
Aidan with 122.5 is a successful lift too, so maybe he missed a trick in not taking that 127 and just putting himself in between and just being a disruptor in that lineup.
Yes, 60 seconds to complete this. I think he's going to get some smelly salts on.
Dylan Phipps. So
Dylan's
his time
taking
has
his time.
started here, so be aware of that. He's wanting to do this in one attempt. So he's taking his time, making sure he's got everything set up. The athletes have to be ready before the attempt, so we're not giving them extra time to put their sleeves on, their belts on. Strong clean from Dylan, and a really strong
great
press there.
He's got to stabilise it.
Oh no, he's lost it, and it looks like he's out. He hasn't been hit by the log, so he just looks like he's lost consciousness there.
Just fallen back there and lost consciousness.
How good is this camaraderie for the athletes?
Okay.
The athletes were the first ones there. And it's great to see from those athletes being the first ones there
to help out. And that's the one thing we love about these strength sports, is that everybody is there to look after each other, and everyone wants to see each other do the best. I honestly think that Dylan's probably just more upset that he didn't get to take another attempt at that than the fact that he passed out.
Looking back at the log, asking if he had
Yeah.
time left in his attempt. And it does happen in strongman. It is something that happens with 130 kilos resting on your chest. There is a lot of pressure, a lot of weight there.
You've got a 90-kilo human, you've got a 130-kilo log on their chest, and they're trying to push their bodies to the limit. It does happen.
This is Taz. Oh, not quite. Again, just got that timing slightly wrong. Tried to bring the head through that a little bit too early, and all that does is tilt you forward slightly. You start tipping forward with the log. Taz with a smile on his face.
He's coming in for that second.
Hopefully that's a smile of confidence because he knows he's got this weight. We'll see. There's a better jerk. He's trying to lock it. He's got the tricep. No, just that left arm, not quite able to press it out.
And that also comes down to being a split jerker or a push jerker, and also still being able to have that pressing strength, having some of that mass, which some of these 90-kilo guys do or don't.
Especially if they've come in from another sport that isn't powerlifting. You'll see a lot of ones that come from powerlifting.
Explosive, dynamic athletes, but don't have that really big static strength base, but are utilising their speed and
pressing power. Just something that you see, that the better pressers not only have that explosiveness, but do have big hanging triceps that can lock out those weights that aren't as explosive.
Now, Bilsman needs this. This was his missed first attempt.
And he lost the first one backwards. This one he tried to not lose it, overcompensated forward a little bit. He's not taking his time. He's going straight in.
Let's go, Matt. He's got the clean.
Matt here in that rack
clean,
position.
and that's a better clean and press and lock out.
And he gets the
and that
down
was
call,
massive for him.
and he's on the board, because if he wasn't able to hit that, that would have been a 0. He did open very heavy, but he's executed that last one very, very well. Now, the big question now is, will Dylan come back out and try to take that up, or will he just try to take that 130?
Looking at this field and just how competitive everyone is, I think they'll come back out.
But will he come back out and go up?
Yes.
That's the question.
Interesting, because he did have it. He did have the strength there.
Now, he knows that it's not his best event, Dylan, speaking to him before the competition. He knows that it's one that he will probably lose points on. I think he's calculated that he just has to come fourth.
It's how many people are tying, though, because Dylan currently has a 125, as does Taz, as does Riley.
So that 130 brings it up a whole lot.
Here's Luke. Let's see what he's got in the tank. He had 130 quite easily.
His 130 was very easy.
He's got a pause rep. It's my favourite training tool. I don't really use it in competition, but Lukey Boy's made it a real success.
And that is a beautiful second attempt. Absolutely smoking this log.
I think he's taken the event win with that. 135 kilos. It would take a ballsy lift to go
I don't
ahead
think
of that.
anyone's going to start to push that now. We've seen some of our 90s in the past, definitely bringing some amazing logs in the era of Mark Lawler or Lee Shaw.
I think even back in the day, Carl might have had a close to 130, 140
yes,
log.
no, most definitely.
Strongman is an event, or this is a strongman event where you can't be good at everything all at once, so you can't be at your peak log pressing strength when you've got 8 other events to focus on.
You've got a lot of cups to fill in that preparation, but I think that we probably would see more out of that log. I just think that he's just doing what he needs to do and playing that safe 5 kilo increments, just enough to stay ahead of the game.
Well, it's not even what happens on the day, but it's how you also arrange your training week as to how it all fits in. So it looks like Paulie is sitting out his third attempt. Justin's sitting out his third attempt.
So the boys taking probably a smart call, and Ant looking to get this on the board, just missing this from a down call.
So this is 127.5, and this is big. This puts him in outright third. If he can get this, and still a little bit forward.
He's just
not
having
quite able to
trouble
get that
getting
head
that down
through.
call, and that is part of the sport. It's different to training. You do need to get the judge's down call, and it's there. We're just seeing that is there. He just needs to be able to execute it long enough and be able to hold it long enough to get the down call from the ref.
Make some noise, ladies and gents, for the final attempt.
This is his last attempt at this.
Good leg drive. Can he get his legs together and
Can
hold
he get
that?
his head through? Yes.
Oh, he got
and he's
the
been
down
given
call.
it. And that is a
He's had the down
huge
call.
lift in the scenario of the competition. 127.5. Now, only 2 other lifters have lifted more. Matthew's lifted 130, and Luke has lifted 135. So that puts him in outright third.
A lot of boys still with an opportunity to get third, but we've just seen a lot of those boys taking 130 for their second and missing it. So
Now,
big
every
points up for
single
grabs
man
here.
in the field is taking 130 or more. So
And now we will be going up to 130.
I would have
And we have
expected maybe a little bit of gamesmanship here from Carl Sherry,
130.
attempting 127.5, but he's taking 130 as well. So everyone going that 130.
Everyone's sitting on that 130. It's a lot of split points.
It's a lot of split points. So
Let's go, man.
the first 2 are well, actually no. We've had another man on 130. So this could be really, really good points for Luke.
It's got it up there. Make some noise, ladies and gents.
So that's a good clean to the shoulders, stabilising it. And that's a good jerk
Great
technique
press.
as well.
And he's got
Solid
the
there.
down call.
So joins Matthew on 130.
And when we do say split points, in strongman, what's going to happen is you've got 11 competitors here. The person who wins the event will get 11 points for this particular event. And the person who comes last in this will get 1 point, or if they don't get a successful lift, they will get 0.
Paulie's going to get a 0 for this event.
So if 2 competitors place the same 6 and 7, you will plus those together and divide by 2. So if a bunch of competitors equal the same log, those points will be accumulated and spread between the 4 of them.
But what happens even further down in a field this size is it's not just the 2, it's those further points down and down and down. So in an 11-man field, if Luke takes the outright win, he'll get 11 points. If everybody else from there, let's say 4 or 5 places down, tie, it's no longer
Luke suddenly
8.5
gets 5
points,
points
it's
up.
8 points, it's 7.5,
Yeah.
it's 7 points. So Luke might walk away from this event with a 3 or 4 point lead.
As opposed to a 1 point lead above whoever comes second. So
Yes.
a big advantage from Luke on this if people tie on that 130.
So this is Riley.
Got it up and clean. Let's go, man. Come on, bring it up.
He had a couple of close attempts at this last time, and that's a better
That's
jerk.
much better.
And now he's tied there as well. So this is turning out to be, like we said, a big cluster of guys
cluster of
that
points.
are all going to be sharing points.
And Riley just bringing that clean in a lot more dialed in this time as well. So that clean knocking him back a little bit more on those first couple of
I
attempts.
think that sweat was affecting him before.
So we've got Aiden putting a shirt on.
Come on, Aiden. 130.
See if that makes a difference.
So this is the grip shirt that he's wearing.
Great clean there.
Tactile sensation on the front. Not quite there on the press. Aiden not using that jerk technique that some of the others are, so he is relying on that brute shoulder power, brute pressing power.
And
He's
he does
another
have the
90-kilo
shoulders for
athlete. This is a man pressing close to 1.5 times his body weight over his head, just with that brute shoulder power. And he's not quite happy with that, but he will have to walk off with 122.5 kilo successful lift. And Sleepy Dylan coming out for his next
Just
attempt.
that Dylan's only gone the 130 as opposed to 132.5 here. I definitely thought he would have played the strategy and gone 132 still.
I think it probably spooked him that he did pass out under it. Maybe thought, given his previous successful lift is 125.
But this does ride on a few points here, so he's still behind Luke a fair bit. But he wants to hang out with those other guys.
Definitely damage control. He would have liked a crack at 135. And Tiff holding her nerve as a ref there, really making him earn it, and he's fired up about
Getting a little bit nervous when he took a step back too, though.
Believe me, of all people, I'm the most nervous watching the log.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I mean,
More
it's
nervous
warm in
watching
here
it
too.
than I am doing it, to be honest.
130 again.
Taz was really close on his first split jerk attempt, so let's see if he can move under it. He will get low on this catch.
He did grind a long time under that first one, though. He did try to stick that clean, that split jerk for quite some
Just
time.
slightly shallow there on the jerk dip and threw it forward. So we'll see if he can get a little bit lower here and then catch it nice and low as well. He's a very mobile athlete, moves underweights really, really well.
Coming from a CrossFit background?
I'm not sure what his background is. He's a real bush type unit. And
Another
very
one
close
who's right at
attempt
home
there.
here at
Yes,
Meatstock,
absolutely.
for sure.
Very close for Taz there, but another one that really hasn't come from that strength background that does lack the tricep power to lock those weights out. And like we said with the women as well, with some of these weights, if they don't move fast, they don't move at all.
100% correct, especially with those particular techniques. Now, Bill Smith or Matt coming in for another attempt. Now, he had 2 attempts at 130 and has had 4 total log attempts today already.
Yep.
Will he be able to push this up on his 5th attempt today, essentially?
So this is to make Luke come out again. If he doesn't make this attempt, I really don't expect to see Luke coming out for his.
I think Luke will be coming out regardless by the look
he's
of
doing
those
his
straps.
wrist straps up. So it's a strong clean. They've got to lean a long way back, these under 90s boys. And we've seen him do that a couple of times now. And he's going to bow out there. I think that's a smart decision. Luke doesn't have to. Gives him a big hug. I like that camaraderie. You see that a
Luke
lot
and Matt,
in
good
this
friends. You can
in this event.
see Luke G'ing up Matt before he goes out there as well.
So he's already won the event here. He's taking home 11 points.
He's done it. But he's here to put on a show like most of us do.
And he's taking home big points. There's 5 guys tied for that 130. This is massive for Luke with 135.
A huge lead after this first
He doesn't
event.
need to do this. He's getting no extra points for this. This is just for his own personal bravado. Now, I don't know about you, Tyson, but when I do this sort of thing and try and attempt after I've already won the event, I never get it.
It's kind of, it becomes deflating almost. It's hard to bring the same intensity to that top log when you know that you've already won the event.
Yep, that
There's
intensity's
less on the
not
line.
there. Yeah.
There's less on the line. There's no skin in the game. But he's out here to put on a show for the good people here at Meatstock. And can he do it?
Oh, he can. Great
He
lockout.
absolutely can.
And he didn't need to do that. But ladies and gentlemen, this is an under 90 kilo man pressing the same weight the heavyweights are going to be using as our
140
minimum
kilo
weight,
log.
our maximum medley weight.
A great 140 kilo log at that 90 kilos body weight. Very smooth, very composed.
Held his composure through that press as he leant back, as he pressed through. So we're going to go to an interview with him once he's settled down, once he's calmed down. We don't want him breathing into the microphone too heavy like they do on the swimming at the Olympics. But Buddha will have him on the gym floor. He'll be a very happy boy with that. I mean, like I said, we'll see the point standings at the end of the event.
Taking a huge lead after event 1, which is fantastic.
And we're going to cross to them now on the gym floor.
Home at KO freebies. We've got Luke Kyger, the winner of the under 90s there with 140 kilograms. How did that feel, Luke?
Yeah, good, mate. I basically just did that for my son, Justin. He's over there right now. And for my beautiful wife as well. She really put up with me training and everything else like that. So thank you very much to my family. And thank you to my friends. Thank you, Matt, as well. So
Yeah, whereabouts do you train out of, Luke?
Right now, just training in Queensland, so all the way up there when it's hot and humid. And thank you to everybody that came out today at Meatstock. We really appreciate all your support, especially to all the fans out there. And if you ever want to try this, give it a go. All you can do is just gain a bit of character, gain a bit of strength, and really have a lot of fun. So, yeah, please enjoy yourselves.
Yeah, thank you, Luke. It's like my old strength coach used to say, try trying. Anyway, we'll go back to our commentary team.
Okay, we're back now. What a character he is. I love hearing him. I love
Just
watching
an
him
absolute
operate.
legend, isn't he?
He's the type of character we love in this sport of strongman, and it is a great sport for bringing out those sorts of characters. You get your platform to be an entertainer. That is, at the end of the day, what strongman is. It's entertainment, it's value. We've got some very, very strong 105 boys over there.
105
We've got a whole rugby
class.
team, actually. Do you know your rugby, Tyson? Can we give everyone
Super 11s.
give everyone a position from 1 through 15?
Look, I'd love to say that I'm a rugby man, but I did grow up in Victoria,
Yeah,
so
same.
I could give you an AFL field maybe.
That was referee Mummy Tiff, you saw just appearing on screen there. So she is the one behind these calls that you're seeing. This is Ben McLean, 125.
Now, this class is absolutely going to be electric to watch this weekend. A stacked 15 guys and absolutely no idea who's going to win this class. Ben is fighting for this log. He's been posting a fair bit about some shoulder issues, and hitting this log would be a big, big start for him. But he doesn't have the expectation that he's going to hit it.
Masters athlete as well, I think, Ben.
Masters athlete.
Compete last week in Toowoomba as well as an under 100.
I'm not sure whether he did the under 100s last week.
I think he might have, but he's definitely a Masters
I don't
athlete.
believe that he did. I think he's been focusing on this, to be honest.
This is a very prestigious title, this under 105 title.
Number 1, 125 kilograms.
They are taking it off yourself. It is.
They are taking it off myself, and I'm happy to relinquish it this year. But I'm super excited to be here and to watch these guys, because I'm obviously usually here competing against all these guys, but it's such a tight group this year that I think this competition or this class is going to be one of the tighter classes of the groups.
This is one of the better 105 classes I've seen for years, and not having you here does make it a very, very good viewing sport.
It does make it interesting, and that's what we talked about with the boys not too long ago, a couple of weeks ago. We did a little panel interview, and even just the excitement on their behalf, training and getting ready for this, knowing that that title is up for grabs and that number 1 spot is potential. Someone's going to get that trophy in their cabinet and that title. The boys have really listed the intensity, and they're really going to bring it this weekend.
Absolutely. This is a stacked class. This is Josh Martin here with 125 kilos.
All the way from
Spat him
WA.
out on the first attempt, and he's not quite got it there on the second.
Now,
Be interested to see if he comes
he's
back
another
out there.
one who I was speaking to before the competition and said that this 125, is it? To start
125
off with?
opening,
125 kilos was going to be a PB. His best was 115. He is coached by Na, so Australia's strongest man under 90 in 2022, I believe.
Shout out to Narumu over in WA, or Garimu Ahapen, as Julian likes to call him.
Another one where these guys, 105 kilos, 125 kilo log, definitely starting to get up there for that 105 class, and a challenging first opener. They don't have anywhere to go. They have to get this 125 to get a point on the board.
Yep. So there might be a few zeros in this class by the sounds of it, and it is a hard first event. Like I said, the log is the hardest strongman implement to press, especially for the lighter weight classes, being so far out in front of you. The differential between that and your maximum barbell overhead press is going to vary massively.
And depending on their experience as well, if they haven't been in strongman that long, or like you said earlier, the events that they qualified when were a more traditional press, and then you get in this for the log press at a standard of 125, it's going to be a tougher start. Now, Jaden from Survivor here, blown up on the social media lately.
He is. He's doing plenty on socials. He comes in with the colourful hat. A lot of these boys decked out with the knee sleeves, the grip shirts.
Great opening
Jaden,
attempt.
a bit of a bobble at lockout, but successfully gets his
Almost gave up that press a little bit early, but I mean, I think I'm more impressed that he's come off the island and put the weight back onto 105.
That's it. Straight back into competition after that is quite interesting.
Now, Ben's a Victorian competitor and a very athletic competitor, and also a very fierce competitor, so another exciting one to watch this weekend.
Now, Ben pressing not his strength. Ben is very long of limb, so that makes that look very easy.
125. That log's looking great.
He means business this weekend.
He's a good mover, and he is here to put a stamp on it and sort of let people know that his name is at the top of the list, or should be considered to be.
I really think with this set of events, he could be a real threat. Those long arms are really going to come in handy during that medley, during the stones.
Flag raise.
And a good grip on him as well. So the ball
I think
hole.
he'll be definitely one to watch, and like it's that top 5, top 6 is going to be a very tight group. Harley Hughes, another Victorian competitor.
Harley pointing to his elbows, just letting the referee Tiff know that his arms actually don't straighten fully. Harley has the mobility of a fridge, so
coming
he can't
from
actually lock
powerlifting,
his arms out properly.
Coming from powerlifting as well. He's a statically strong lifter, but the log isn't his best. Once again, a very specific implement. So coming from powerlifting and then coming into strongman, being a strong powerlifter, this is one of those tough events where it's very different to a bench press or another press, and it's very specific to strongman. Now, he does lock that out, and he will be happy with that to get that on the board.
It's the thoracic mobility that you see a lot that people in the log press really struggle with. You see a lot of bend coming from that low back. Really hard to find a comfortable position when you're really bound up through the front of those shoulders. So things like bench press that just really bind you up through those shoulders can have a negative impact on your mobility that's actually enabling you to get into a strong pressing position.
Yeah, 100%. You have to be able to get into those ideal positions.
30 kilograms up next.
Owns a gym out in Karen Bounds, Harley, so we'll give that a shout out. Beast Mode Cartel. Been out there a couple of times. A really good vibe to train out there.
Kyle, a young competitor too. One of the younger competitors here today, but very strong. And also quite experienced for a young guy. He's got a very great clean split jerk there. Very clean 125.
That was as fast as you could have ever asked for.
That is as fast as it gets overhead, and a strong clean too.
So that's 127.5. Puts him in the lead so far. This first one to attempt above starting weight, above base weight.
Charles, another one who's been on the podium for the last couple of years, always right up there, always very consistent, always very strong across all the events.
Yeah, look to see him in the top 5 in pretty much every event here. There's no real weaknesses with Charles.
I mean, he'll be looking to be on that podium. He's been on the podium every single year for the last few years of Meatstock. So,
but always the bridesmaids, never the bride. He'll want to push that number a little bit higher.
He'll want this to be his year.
He'll want to be standing a little bit higher. That's 130 kilos, nice and strong for him.
Very strong and easy 130 to start off with.
This is the Bryce. Now, one of the best overhead presses in the country in this weight class. If there's an overhead event in it, Bryce froths it.
He is a very fast athlete with the overheads. He's a strong athlete. It's going to be interesting to see how we go here, because I think that he'll be shooting for close to the PB, but playing a very strategic game. Bryce is a very strategic competitor.
He's a long way down this field for such an adept overhead presser, but knocks that out really easily.
I think you're going to find there's quite a lot of guys at that back end. There's some very strong guys. Mitchell Budge here, I think, will be going for the Australian record, I believe, which will be interesting to see.
Well, he's got 145 kilo lift listed as his opener, which is 20 kilos over the base weight. And 5 kilos over the weight that ASM, Australia's Strongest Man Heavyweights, has.
I think he will be going for that 170, depending. I mean, I don't think he'll need it. I think a few of the guys will be looking at that 155, 160 mark, which will be interesting to see. But I think Mitch Budge definitely has his eyes on that record, which will be amazing to watch.
Anything north of 150 kilos is starting to get really impressive as a 105 athlete. And
huge.
We might see a bit of that today. So this is Chris Merriman. Popped out a flip to start the day.
Breakdancing background, I believe. He's just waiting for that down call. Looking a little unstable for an opener there.
Down call there. Was a little unstable for an opener.
So next up, we have Frosty.
So the athletes have to come back to facing forward, getting their feet together. Now, this is Frosty Winter. Call me to call him Daddy T.
The nice guy of strongman, isn't he?
He really is. A new father as well.
Gentleman. Absolute gentleman.
Beautiful wife, Ashley, and child. I believe are lurking around here.
Cheerleading, I believe.
Comes from cheerleading. And you'll see that in this split jerk. I laugh because my wife's a cheerleader as well. And you can see he throws it like he's throwing a girl over his head. Watches it the whole way up. That
just
was a
maybe
long
not
way out in front of
130
him.
kilo girl by the looks of it. Not this time anyway. He'll take this
He is
for
a very
second.
strong overhead presser. The cheerleaders have a really surprisingly strong overhead. It makes perfect sense when you consider what they do every training session in throwing human beings over their head.
And he's looking to press through there.
That was a really good
Feet
strongman
side by
decision.
side. And
Really
a
good
great
strongman
finish.
decision there to ditch the split jerk, go for the more consistent technique to get one on the board early.
That's an adaptive athlete, right? Adapting to the circumstances, adapting to the log.
And he was patient there too. He didn't chase it out. He held it, walked forward. Now, Nathaniel Westling, the sheriff of strongman.
137.5
all the way from the NT.
137.5. So our first athlete over the 300 kilos, if we're talking imperial units, freedom units.
So we're looking for a strong,
and it makes sense.
opener.
The gunslinger is the first one to take over
Now,
300
knowing that,
pounds.
you will see one of his arms not completely straighten, and that's because it doesn't, unfortunately. So I think you'll see that on the camera. But that's a strong clean and a very quick
forward.
Very quick dip and drive.
Little bit rushed there, I think.
A little bit rushed, a little bit unsteady on that for a first attempt, but the clean was looking good, the power looked good, but just a little bit rushed.
Now, this is the worst thing to happen to strongman. Cam Taylor, he was branded that a few years ago, and it really did stick. He's going with the man bun and hoochie daddy short approach.
The very relaxed look here, rolling in for 140 for an opener. So it looks like we'll be seeing or expecting quite a strong log press here.
He's been working on his Olympic lifting, pressing not Cam's strength. His bench press is around 140 kilos as well. I don't think he's benched much more than this. So there's a very nice split jerk there from Cam. You'll see that explosiveness from Cam. Like I said, he has been working on that Olympic lifting.
Interesting to see if he goes that weightlifting style and takes smaller jumps, or whether he's going to make a bigger jump into that second. Because a lot of these guys will take push pressing. They'll take those bigger jumps, but a weightlifting background usually yields a smaller jump in between.
Yes. The difference is in strongman, we're doing this in a flight system, so everybody gets their attempt, then goes back, and they have a 10-minute break before their next attempt. Weightlifting, often they have a 2-minute break. You follow yourself if your weight's the next one on the bar. So this is James Lation, and this is to take the lead with 142.5 kilos. So it's a strategic jump to get himself in between these first two attempts.
It's a very strict press. He just needs to get his hips through there and stabilise at the top.
Not quite. He's a little bit dizzy there. Looks like he's going to call that attempt off. He's going to walk away.
And he's not going to take a second.
I think that's smart. He needs a bit of time. His head was sort of beetroot red by the end there. He's whacked the earphones back in, and he's just brushed it off. The thing you see on the back of his arm there, his left arm, I believe is an insulin reader.
Diabetic athlete.
Sorry?
Yeah, diabetic athlete,
Yep.
James. Super impressive as well.
So this is Mitchell Budge here, 145 kilos. This is who Tyson was saying might actually go for a national record here.
Mitchell Budge is actually up the top of my list for this podium too. I think that we'll be seeing a
I
very
don't know that I've
strong
seen Mitchell compete before, but he came and shook my hand before, and it was a firm handshake. There was a lot of arm behind
He's
that
a
handshake.
very consistent competitor. He's very dialed in. The reason why you wouldn't have seen him is he trains out in his garage and comes out every now and then to do a comp in New South Wales, but this is his first international comp.
One of
But
these
a very proficient strongman.
undercover garage operators. He's got huge arms, very nice clean, and then a nice split jerk there. Goes back a little bit. He's got really good shoulder mobility, and that
Very good shoulder mobility to save
sometimes
that.
be a detriment, but he was able to save it when it went back there. The stability aspect as well comes into it, being able to save those attempts that go back.
So Ben coming back out for another attempt at this. He definitely wants to be able to execute this and get a point on the board, but it's going to be interesting to see how he goes here, whether he's going to have a few cracks at this or whether he's going to have one more attempt and then just save the energy, because he does have some very good events coming up in today's
I
event
personally
list.
would just have this one crack and sit out the rest of it.
That would be my personal strategy too, but
Here's two reasons as well. One, he is a Masters athlete, so the recovery aspect needs to be taken into consideration when you are over 40. It does take a little longer to recover between things. 8-event show he might not have done before. And also, pulling himself out of the field actually means that the other athletes have less rest. So it could be a decision to try and screw the other guys over a little bit and shorten their rest periods.
I think that's one thing to consider, and two, his pressing's been struggling because of a shoulder injury, so he doesn't want to exacerbate that either, because there is another shoulder event or a pressing event later on in the weekend.
And I'm assuming the same weight is in the medley. It's 125 in the medley, so he's going to have to try this in event 7 tomorrow.
Yes.
So it is a decision that you might have to make. Like, if it's not there today, it's definitely not going to be there tomorrow. So just try and save it.
100%. Josh Martin also having another attempt at this, despite it being 15 kilos above his best, or 10 kilos above his best log, he was saying before going out. Like we've talked about, these guys want a point on the board here. They don't want to zero the event. They want to be able to put their name on the board and get some points just to close that gap earlier. It's the first event. They want to come out and start the day strong.
It is in a larger field, like I said, a little bit easier to zero an event because you can claw points back. You can get big points.
That is definitely one benefit of having 15 competitors. In 15 people will have a poorer event. They will drop some points here and there, and you will have probably better events. So you will see these boys mix up points quite a lot over the 8 events.
That attempt. He will, by looks of it, come back for a third try at it. But smart there, because if the log doesn't even leave your shoulders the first time, it's likely not going to leave them 20 seconds later.
I think at that point, you're probably just burning energy.
You need to recognise for yourself whether it was a strength miss or a technical miss. Or, if you know exactly what went wrong and you can correct it in an instant, then go for it.
Let's get it up.
So this is James Megg, the last man in the first round,
that rack
not to
position
get that
strong.
first attempt. James Lation also missed his first attempt, so he'll be coming out later. But the last man at the base weight to not make his first attempt here, 125 kilograms.
Let's go.
Taking that
He's
time
got that
in
clean.
the clean
It's a
position.
nice rotation into that rack position, but the press just isn't quite there today. It is hot. It's a big event. Depending if they've travelled, all those other little things that add up to competition day just being different to a gym day.
Well, and worth mentioning as well, pressing is the one event that really does rely on body weight and hydration.
It makes a big
compared
difference.
to other events where you can get away with maybe being a bit dehydrated or a bit lighter. And these guys, this is their first event rehydrating after a weight cut. They had a 24-hour weigh, and some of them might be coming down from 110, 115 kilos.
And interesting enough, talking to a lot of the guys are sitting around that 105. So not a lot of weight cuts, but it is hot. They may cut a little bit of weight, depending on where they're sleeping and stuff like that, coming into a different state. A lot of factors in this first event.
Yeah. A lot of nerves, a lot of people rushing, and once you've taken an attempt, you are fatiguing yourself. And then from there as well, the amount of sleep they got last night, if this is their first big show, I would think that Cam Taylor probably got a pretty healthy sleep last night.
I've
but a lot of
seen
these
Cam
other
Taylor
boys
take a nice nap and a good sleep in between events, to be totally honest.
But the other boys at their first big show, they might not have slept that well, so it might be something else to consider.
Very much a big factor coming into day.
They'll
I think
all be
a lot of
sleeping
time,
well tonight after a very big day of competition.
They'll be sleeping well tonight. I think once they get the first event out of the way too, a lot of pressure on some of these top loads for this first attempt on this log, like the 125. Once this first event gets out of the way, things will be flowing a little bit better.
Absolutely, and that's why tomorrow we might even see, if some guys have saved enough in the tank, we might actually see a few guys that zeroed the 125 here actually get a successful rep.
Have a reasonable crack at it tomorrow. Now, Harley getting aggressive here. The first attempt was a little unstable and took a little while for him to get that lockout.
This is a smart attempt here though, 132.5. So just edging over Kyle and Charles, putting that pressure on them.
He's waiting a while in that rack position.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that for Harley. He is...
and it's paid off.
A
very good press.
A very high blood pressured athlete, so he does have the dozies about him sometimes, but that paid off there.
He does tend to hit the floor a little bit on those tough attempts, but he was patient. It was a beautiful looking press. It's fantastic. Jen Lane with a 10 kilo jump to 135 from the 125. Now the first attempt looked good.
This is big. This is a big jump for Jaden.
But puts him in the game here.
All right.
And this is the thing, when you do have that more explosive style, this is an event where you can pull something out that you don't even know was there. If you're a more strict presser, you know what's going to be there within 2 or 5 kilos, whereas with a jerk, if you hit it just right, you could get 10 kilos over your PB.
Yeah, most definitely.
Goes that push press over the
that
head.
over the head, like Sam was talking about, it is kind of frowned upon, but unfortunately, like, it does happen. Mistakes happen. If you fail a lift, we'd rather the lifters be safe and jump forward and clear the log than
out of the
take
way,
one
yep.
on the head.
There we go. Come on, mate.
We've seen a few go over the head, so I do wonder
That's nice,
if that's gone back too.
And
So it's
that
two
is
go over
why
the
we
head.
have quite a lot of pad there. We've got these long Cerberus pads here to catch those logs when that happens, but unfortunately just off the back.
So unsuccessful at 135. It was a big jump, but now he's got to attempt it again because you cannot go back down in weight after you've attempted that 135. You must attempt it or more.
Now,
Go on, what
Kyle's first attempt here was perfect.
It was
Wasn't
beautiful.
It was a
very
beautiful
sublime
example
press.
of a great split jerk.
And we'll see how these split jerks go because he might be one of these athletes that doesn't have that pressing power once it
And
gets
that's that
overhead.
same thing, that press out power, isn't it? It's-
Being a bit younger, you hear a lot of the top guys talking about is just that gym strength that's built up
Yes.
over years of just doing shoulder presses. But that one sits
That's
in the right
much
spot
better.
and sticks.
and he gets
So it
that
looks like
down
Kyle
call for
is
them.
a stick or miss lifter.
Yes, I definitely agree. Explosive, but if he has to press that log out overhead, he's going to have a bit of hard time pressing out. So he's got to hit that right groove first shot.
Yeah.
He doesn't look super happy with that, in all honesty, but we'll see how it looks. Shaking his head on as he leaves.
The fact he went straight in and did it again shows me it was a technical issue. He did send it forward a little bit, which happens with the log. Like I've said, being 6 inches away from your body, sending it forward is the biggest key. Keeping the log upright and on that chest as high as possible. We'll see how Charles does of that. Really good
Char
job.
with a nice, good, strong push press.
If you looked at it from the
Super
side
stable.
angle, you could have drawn a line straight up from his midfoot to overhead, and that log path wouldn't have moved very far outside of
Beautiful.
that.
That's a perfect example of a great looking push press. Not a lot of ankle extension, very rigid down the bottom, but a very, very strong leg drive and push press, but just really good static shoulder strength there.
And this is the beauty
displayed.
of strongman is it does bring so many different types to the fore. You're able to see every different bit of technique at work, everyone's strengths. And
any way that works in
it.
strongman is the way that works.
if it's ugly or if it's stupid, but it works, it ain't stupid. And strongman, the beauty of it is everyone's got their own style. This one, a push
Much
press.
better than his first attempt, but still lacking a bit of stability overhead and having to wait a little bit long.
Much better. And he was
But
slightly
much
off
better.
centre there, but you don't have to be perfectly centred up to the referee. You can be slightly off centre so long as your feet are even.
Side by
So
side,
if you're
feet
facing
side
on a
by
45
side,
degree,
and head through.
Slated there for him with 140 kilograms.
Tommy Winter. Told me to call him Daddy T. He's got a 7-week-old.
I imagine
So-
140 will be a fair effort for Tommy too.
Big Tommy. He did get that 135 last
135, yep. So 140 here.
attempt. Push press it. We'll see. He'll probably go back to the split jerk here, see if he can stick it first time. No.
He's gone the push press.
And very good save there,
Showing
Tom.
that athleticism on that
Very
back up
athletic,
there.
absolutely.
Quick feet. We'll
Absolutely.
see a good medley if he can move the feet like that, but go
Yep.
forward. Or maybe we'll see an Eddie Hall go backwards.
Maybe. He is a world champion in cheerleading as well, so he was no hack as a cheerleader. For the cheerleaders out there, he was level 7 at Southern Cross Cheer. He was on their top level team, Legacy, and won a world championship there.
So next up we have Bryce Burton.
Bryce here, I think he'll be taking 142.5.
Correct. 142.5 for the Breisler.
And Bryce is saying, no, it's not him.
No. So he's got James Lation by the looks of it, and maybe Bryce is taking a bigger attempts. No.
Bryce will be taking 142.5.
Okay. So it is Bryce. I'm not sure. We were reading the body language wrong there from Bryce.
3.5 kilograms there for Bryce Burton.
I believe the Australian dumbbell record holder. He broke the dumbbell about 6 times in
About 105, I believe.
a 2-month span in the 105s last year.
Unfortunately,
see.
more technical than anything. The clean looked pretty good. He needs to put this 142 on the board.
Another stick or miss lifter. You can see the arms on him aren't that huge for the numbers that he's actually
Very
lifting.
patient here, though, taking his time.
It's good. Very composed. The dumbbell, obviously the most technical of the overhead lifts, relies the least on shoulder and tricep power, the most on technique and
Now, the
explosiveness.
clean's hard,
Whoa,
and he just did drop that
way under it.
split a little bit too low.
Now, if he had have caught that, what's the rule in strongman? Is the knee allowed to touch the ground?
Can he overhead lunge it back up? I don't know. I don't know if they're
Because it
going
is
to
a
rule for
zero
that.
in weightlifting, in Olympic lifting, that knee can't hit the ground. But
And just super low there, but clean a little bit hard on the second. He did go 142.5. I do coach Bryce, and he did go 142.5 knowing that he can do it very comfortably, but it's not always there consistently with the technique.
It does put the pressure here on James Lation, who is currently
So he just had a
without
little bit of
lift.
trouble locking out and getting the down call on this first attempt.
Come on, mate.
Very
And he gets the
composed there
down
and gets
call
the
there.
lockout. That
So
was
at
good.
145 there.
Little kiss to the log. That was much
He
more
won't be happy with
composed.
that because I think he was banging on quite a lot more than this, or banking
Yeah.
on a lot more than this.
I don't know that there's much more there. It didn't look
It looks hard
convincing enough.
compared to what it normally would. Cam Taylor with 145, so doing what we were talking about, those smaller jumps, 5 kilo incremental jumps, keeping them slow and steady on the way up.
This puts him in a very clear second, and it puts the pressure on the Sheriff to hit that 147 that he's got
Very
as next
much
attempt.
so.
This could put Cam actually in equal first, assuming Mitchell gets another lift past his first attempt. But this could actually get Cam tied in first place. So it is a smart attempt selection.
And I have said this, oftentimes Cam gets discounted in these competitions, but he is a very, very, very good competitor. He's very strategic, and he is a very good, strong, very experienced competitor. Just coming back from New Zealand and having done the Trans-Tasman Cup and winning over there, but a very different standard here, I feel.
Yep. I had him in my predictions to actually win the show. He's just one of those guys like Charlie. He just doesn't have a weak event. There is nothing where you expect
I think
Cam
he'll be
to
lacking
be
a
in the
little bit
bottom.
of strength here against some of these guys, but if he can have a good weekend, you never know. He's relying on a few people making mistakes, and you never count that man out.
No. And the miss there didn't quite have the power. Like we said, Cam does quite often train those block presses and stuff, but his training recently seems to have been a lot more Olympic lifting based, so
Yes.
he might have lost a little bit of that tricep power.
And that press out strength. Matt Westling with 147.5 to close the gap here.
Well, actually to take the lead and put the pressure on Mitchell Budge.
Yeah, to hit that next jump, and I think that's the goal. Now, he has hit 155 in training a couple of weeks ago, but that first attempt looking a little bit hard, a little less stable, a little less
this
put
really
together.
would solidify second place. If he were to get it,
I mean,
he
there
could
was
guarantee himself 14 points just with this lift.
He's never been out of top 3 on a pressing event before, and I think he was determined to make that happen again. With a 150 log last middleweight series, I believe, a couple of years ago. Since then, having a bit of that elbow trouble. It's a strong clean. But you can get this press happening.
Oh. And he lost that. He's only
Now,
got
I
two
don't know
cleans
whether
at
he would
it.
have. I don't know whether I would have caught that and
Yeah,
left
I
that on my
wouldn't
rack
have
position. I would have
personally.
let that go a little bit.
I'd take the time here because you only have 2 cleans. You can have as many presses from the shoulders as you like.
He's got 20 seconds, and he can take this attempt again.
How hard is it for you as the coach not to rip the headset off and yell at him?
I really want to rip the headset off. It's 100% correct. I'm really doing my best with both Bryce and Matt here.
5, 4.
Now, that clean
is-
just looking a little bit hard.
Yep.
Just being a little bit zapped there. He knows that he can do that, but he just needs to execute.
So Cam Taylor's still with that second place with 140 kilos and Nathaniel there with 137.5. So it's still very good points.
And still very tight. And the third attempt will make a big difference. Now, Mitch Budge going up here, putting these big extensions on the log.
So these are the, what do we call them, the booster shots?
Booster shots. Yeah, number 1 and 2. So he's going, was it 152.5? Now, he doesn't need to do this at this point.
152.5. But this
He's
does
got
really
this
put it
wrapped
out of
up, but
reach.
Interesting, a lot of these boys, all these lads in training, hitting quite a well above 150 and coming in today and not quite getting that top end performance, but a lot of different variables, as we've talked about, comes into a competition. Which is why we say gym lifts don't count, right?
Absolutely. Nothing counts in the gym until you can do it on the competition platform. And
now, that extra weight on the outside, that extra length, is definitely going to change the dynamic of this log for him on
like
another
we saw
attempt.
with the girls, when they flicked up to this log, it'll change how the clean feels, it'll change how the press feels. It's not just weight, it's the density of the log. You can see it's thrown him back a little bit in the clean. He's actually probably over-cleaned that.
And he's
And it has-
taken a second. That's a really smart move. So that shows a good amount of experience, understanding that after a couple steps there, he's lost that rigidity and tension that he's built up on that clean, and he's going to take that again and try to nail and execute that clean now that he's felt that out.
And he's taking his time. He's got the log in the right position. He's over it, contemplating. I noticed that the better lifters in the field aren't slapping themselves. They're not firing themselves up. He's very contemplative, and that's because this for him isn't about the strong lift. It's about getting all the pieces right. So I think we can confidently say that record isn't there today.
I think we can rule that record out. Also take great offence to that. The best lifters aren't slapping themselves in the face. Well, if I was out there, I can promise you there'd be some face slaps on this log press.
The more technical guys do take that time to step back and just...
Especially something like a split jerk. It's a different level of arousal or peak arousal that you need to hit something that's going to be a little bit more patient and technical.
Up every ounce of power. It's about making sure that every step was in place. But there is obvious exceptions to the rule. You being one of them.
Yeah.
But
so Ben's going to come out again for a third. How do we feel about Ben coming out for this last attempt? Do we feel like he's going to get this on this third? Absolutely relentless. I admire the fact that he's absolutely giving it everything.
Any time, but if I was him, I'd give this a go and walk it off after this. And it's close, but not quite there.
That would be me calling it, and that's a good choice there. Ben's got great events this weekend, so I think saving that energy and making sure that he can come in and execute on those days is going to be much better.
Another one of these smaller athletes that can really make these next two events, the medley and the flag raise, some of his events. So,
and interesting events today too, which will be very, very interesting to see the points standing at the end of today.
It will.
Josh here from WA.
So Josh Martin,
and he is absolutely sent it after that clean for the attempt.
That's not a bad method to go with. I mean, I've adapted that into my training. Leaving it on the shoulders longer doesn't necessarily mean a better press. If you can time it right and get that power straight off the shoulders, sometimes spending less time with 125 kilos resting on your chest.
I really think it's a big key is being able to execute that clean as effectively as possible. So you do have less time there as well, depending on how you press.
And there's just less time for things to go wrong.
Less times to feel like you're suffocating under a log press.
Come on, mate.
Because we were comparing it to having a person lying on top of you. It's like having a 125 kilo person lying on top of you.
It's not a small person, is it?
Shout out to all the heavyweight wives. And that's a close attempt there, really close. As close as he's gotten here. Jake Megg really close to that attempt. He does have one more crack at it, and by the looks of it, he is going to take it.
He is looking like he's going to take it again. So all three boys who have missed it have done 6 log cleans at 125 before the rest of the event.
A lot of work. It looks like he does have the strength here, but does he have it after 6 attempts? No. And when there's no power in the legs, there's just no power. And you notice the first one got over his head. This one didn't even get above his shoulder line. And
that's just fading, isn't it? Now, these are the last attempts. This is the third attempt. This will wrap up our first event for day 1 of middleweight series. So Buddha up here is just rallying the crowd to get behind them, just to hopefully G them up a little bit before we move into the next event, because these boys are trying to push the envelope on their third and stretch this to get some extra points.
And we do have quite the crowd here. We've got 180 degrees surround, and I'd say there's probably at least 300 people watching this event right now. This is Ben Aykroyd, 130 kilos. He missed it last time. I think he does have it, and that's very close. Very, very close. That tricep power is what he needs. He's going to put that down. He will take this back and have another attempt.
Back. He's taking a breath. He's being composed, but this is definitely going to be hard now.
He's an experienced campaigner. He's been around the scene a while. Big Ben.
Let's go, Ben. Make some noise.
Got here through Victoria's Strongest Man. I believe he was second. And not quite there on the press.
Unfortunately not there.
Waves it off. He'll live to fight another day. He'll have to be satisfied with his 125 kilo opening attempt.
So Harley getting G'd up again here. One of those lifters with the salts out. Smelling salts creating that fight or flight response.
Yep. It is what they use in hospitals. If somebody does pass out, we'll wave the salts under their nose because that is something
I was
that
waiting
wakes
for
them up.
someone to bring out salts for Dylan before, to be honest.
Yeah.
Bring him back to life when you saw him pass out, because it is what they use.
Obviously,
in those
what Harley has
circumstances.
isn't medical grade, but you can buy the medical grade ammonia, the little tabs. If you see people using ampules as opposed to the bottles, that is the medical grade stuff.
So Harley coming in here is just getting amped up for this. He is a lifter who needs or requires a little bit of a G-up coming into these lifts, because he's an aggressive lifter.
He is. He's one that does slap a bit and relies on that aggression to come in and just maul it. How much that takes out of you over a whole competition?
Over
with
8 events, if you're having to peak and trough your intensity the whole weekend, it does take a toll.
So he's an athlete who's probably reliant on a coach to be there and say when to push, when to pull back. So nice clean, probably his best clean, but he's leaning a long way back here from our side view. That
Long
thoracic
time holding
mobility
again, but
really good from Harley.
Harley.
He's stoked with that.
Absolutely stoked with that. I think that's some of the best log pressing I've seen.
That's really good
I've never
from
seen a
Harley.
Harley who's so patient,
No.
to be honest, with that log press.
No, he's
very
sort of
impressed.
Reinvented himself.
Jaden Lang taking that 10 kilo jump and not quite getting it on his second attempt.
He nearly had it for his final attempt.
So this is the TV star from Survivor.
Thankfully, there were no immunity challenges with log press over there, because today, if this 135 was it, we'd be in trouble. But I think on that island, he would have been fine.
You've got it.
And that is, unfortunately.
What you mentioned earlier, that weight that he lost on the island, that might have come out of his log
I
press.
absolutely think so.
Oh, wow, nearly a brilliant save.
I don't exactly know when he got back, but, you know, losing that weight and having to try and put that weight back on and train back up as well, it does take a toll, weight fluctuations in your performance.
Looks tough, but never say never with an athlete that's got that fight. And again, he loses it over the back.
Unfortunately, not today. Losing it back again.
Having to bend a little bit too much through the back and not being able to stabilise through the lats and the thoracic, causing that overextension and really, really hard to save that through the back there.
Gets very hard in that position once you're re-catching the log too. Catching the log back in the rack position can be really difficult to get a positive and successful press after the fact.
Well, it's not just sitting there then, it's actually coming back down at you at pace and knocking the wind out of your diaphragm. So when your legs start having that oxygen deficit, you really start to struggle.
Trying to catch a breath or breathe or rebreathe with that position is really quite difficult too.
Almost impossible. So this is Kyle. Now 135 did go. And
Kyle dropping it above his head.
Kyle.
Interestingly, didn't take a second, because that was very close.
It was.
He could have taken that again,
It was,
and it was very close. It was just a technical miss there.
Nonhu's got the 135. He's drawn level with Harley. He's already level with Charles and Tommy Winter. So there's a few of those guys tied there, but maybe just trying to make the smart decision. Maybe felt a little bit of something.
It easy
You never
here,
know.
I think he's... We're about to find out, aren't we?
Charles with his final attempt here, 137.5.
So 137.5. The boys taking a bit of a strategic approach here as well, which we were talking about earlier, is that 2.5 kilo jump just to edge a few others out with those 135s.
So if he gets
now that's very comfortable. We know that he's got more there in the tank.
Put himself in a position there to get tied for third. So current best lift, or third best lift is 137.5. There's a few guys on the 140, 142.5. Sorry, fourth best lift is 137.5. So tied himself there, but
almost surprised he didn't go to the 142. I mean, that looks like it's strong enough too, for sure. But definitely playing that game, or that long game and smart game, knowing where your strengths are in the sport, knowing where the events are where you want to push.
You don't know what he's discussed with his coach Mellon, who is here as well. Having your coach actually here is a big help. This is Tommy Winter. Michael Smits is the coach, and going for that push press. He's throwing it a long way out in front here, so he's leaving himself
not quite
a whole
getting the line right on that push press.
No. His trademark pressing strength is down, and you'd know about new dad life, mate. He's only had a kid.
I think I would have been similar. I think I was October last year and did the middleweight series qualifier only 8 weeks afterwards in Wagga, and brought the family up, and then
so very similar scenario.
I would have had a 3 or 4 month year, probably 6 month year old at the middleweight series last year.
Here we go. Can he get this press? No,
And I can
just
tell
a
you
bit
what,
too much. But
unfortunate,
a very
but-
valiant attempt, and 135 still on the board there for Tommy Winter.
And that lack of sleep that he will have experienced for the last 7 weeks.
Well,
is,
I actually think he doesn't know himself today because he actually slept last night.
Yeah, and that's almost as problematic, I found. More sleep is sometimes worse when you're in a flow of sleep deprivation. Now, I absolutely want to rip off this headset right now because Bryce needs to hit this. We want to get that 142.5 the board to edge those guys out. And he can do this. Absolutely can do this.
Good clean. It's a strong position, elbows high. That's a good jerk spot, but again,
I don't know whether that's going to be there today
it's catch
somehow.
or miss. Catch or miss. The pressing power to lock that out for Bryce just isn't quite there. It takes a lot to hold a 142.5 kilo log for a second, stabilise,
And he's just
then
going to hit
start
that a
to
little bit
initiate a
sooner,
press.
but
Now that's his closest one yet, but legs weren't quite in the right split
Unfortunate.
position to be able to save
and
that.
that's just not there today, unfortunately.
So another one that has to be satisfied there on the 135.
145 for Chris, which means his pressing
145.
strength has come up a whole lot. Now, his first 2 attempts weren't overly convincing the whole way, but did come up and did get a successful...
Yes, well, his first attempt, if you had have asked me if he was doing 145,
I would have told you
would've
no
said
as
no.
well. I totally agree. So let's see how this goes. But he's just made this happen every
he's
step of the
getting
way.
G'd up, he's getting used to his surroundings. First time I've seen him at a big show like this,
He did middleweight series last year and did quite well. He's been around for a little while.
and that's spat him right out, very athletically.
And a great recovery.
What
Certainly
score
haven't
do you
seen
give
him
him on
recover
that?
like that.
What score do we give him on the floor
Yeah, I
routine?
give him an 8 on that fall.
Yeah, I was going to say an 8.
There was no backflip. I would have
Yeah.
given him a 10 for a backflip.
Could have finished with a flourish,
Yeah.
but he's going straight back in.
Now,
No.
he's just looking a little unstable there
And
with
again,
that clean.
the athleticism of the man can't be understated, but the fact he relies on that athleticism to press it just means that once it's gone, once that get a bit technical here, but the adenosine triphosphate, once it's been depleted pretty much after the first attempt, you really lose that explosiveness in that short 10-second energy
He'll
system.
need a big rest to replenish that before going again.
Yeah.
Now,
So
he's trying to edge this out a little bit.
this puts him in second place and means the other 3 have to hit their attempts. So this is a good strategic attempt from him. Second place. And he has got it. That's his
And
best
that's a-
attempt so far.
This is the
Really,
thing
really
with
strategic
James.
attempts.
I said this with James in our discussion of who's going to win. I think James could be up there on that podium. He just needs to be consistent on the day because he's a very strong competitor. He just often makes mistakes on comp days.
And that's all it's going to take here is those little mistakes or those little wins
So
in
that
events.
edges out Cam a little bit. So it really puts the pressure on Cam to get this 145.
And this is one of those athletes that we're talking about, doesn't often make mistakes. So look to see him stick this one. He's really going to be focusing on that technique. That Olympic lifting progress he's put in, the background into that split jerk. He's really going to be making sure the bar path is correct.
That's not going to be quite there. And the last round didn't look too convincing, but
What you'll actually notice there, if you go back and look at his last couple of attempts as well, is his feet didn't leave the ground. His first attempt, his feet left the ground. He was able to get into a really generous split position. His feet
but as he's
actually
getting
weren't
tired
able
and
to
his
move.
head, and that's a little bit heavier too.
That, like I
Just
said,
a little bit harder to spread.
with that 5% drop in speed, even a 3% drop in speed, all of a sudden you just don't get the ground clearance to move those feet into that strong pressing position. So it'll be tough for him to get here. But it's not beyond him. Very, very close. It's probably his closest attempt at that weight. He'll have to be satisfied there with his 140 kilo opener. It still puts him in third place. Third place so far. He'll have to share those points with Merriman.
Now this weight before they got the better of him.
Now, Nathaniel really needs this. He opened at 137 and a half, 140, I believe. So he definitely wants to put this on the board to get above.
He's ready to go. 147.5. Our second last attempt for the day.
Big calves on the man, and underrated muscle group in strongman, especially in pressing. All that power that you generate through the legs actually comes out.
That's looking much better.
Through the floor and upwards into that long. And there's a great lift there
that'll
from
put him
Nathaniel.
in second place.
You can see that right arm, not quite actually
Not quite
straightening
locking
there,
out.
but you see it a lot in strongman. We do get a fair bit of beating through the biceps, through the arms. Coach Tyson throwing up a few hand symbols there.
Very good finish there. We needed that one. That's a very good
Tyson
tick.
taking some time out of his coaching to actually be on commentary here. What we're referring to there is Nathaniel is one of his athletes. So
no bias at all, I promise.
now 152.5. Now he needs this. Nathaniel's actually put a lot of pressure
Pressure
back
on here, 100%.
This is some great lifting. This is pandemonium at its finest in a strongman comp. The boys just playing the strategy game, playing the game here.
So Mitch taking a big jump to that 155 or 152.5, I believe it is.
152.5. So again, did he miss a trick? Not just taking 150.
Which would have definitely sealed the deal.
It would have. I don't think Nathaniel had a gram more
Not
in
today.
him.
No, that was it. That was everything he had. That was empty in the tank.
If a fly had have landed in the log, I don't think Nathaniel was locking that out. It was
maybe that's what happened on the first
absolute
attempt.
max attempt.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Again, the timing and the attempt selection, all important in strongman and very strategic.
The base weight of 150 kilograms. Then they add the 1.25s to make it 150.
Buddha Godfrey out on the gym floor,
a
lapping
large
up this
log
300
press here for Mitch Budge.
Sorry?
The large log press to finish off the day. He didn't get it on his first attempt here, so he's going to be having a crack here.
It is
because
loud
he'll
in
need
here.
this now to get
clean.
first place on this log press.
Oh, he's nailed it.
And he's
Nailed
got
that rep. Crowd gets super fired up. Mitch takes an event win, a much deserved event win after probably missing on technique in the previous attempts there. But a valiant effort there from your athlete Nathaniel to really push him to make that
push
lift.
him up, and he had to get that win, and the pressure was on him too. Everyone's been talking about how he's going to be winning that log.
And there's something very mental, very early on, making a statement of you can't just walk away with these event wins. We're not going to give you these points for free.
We're going to make you work for it all weekend, which I think is really important. So that wraps up our first event, which is the log press, and
it does.
Some amazing log pressing.
We're about to go over to the event winner there with an interview with floor MC Buddha Godfrey. We'll head over to them now.
So for all our friends at home, we have Mitchell Budge here, who just won the event with 152.5 kilograms. Mitch, how's your training been before that lift?
A lot heavier than that, but those little extensions are a different beast. That's, yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It definitely makes it a lot longer. The balance there, I could see that. In terms of the split jerk, how much have you split jerk at home doing the training for that?
I've hit 165, push press 160. Hopefully come back for maybe a record later on.
Yeah, definitely. I reckon we've got a future record holder right here. Mitchell, congratulations for winning event number 1. We'll go from here, and good luck for the rest of the competition. Cheers, mate. Anyway, we'll go back to our commentary team with our Tyson and Sam.
All right, that is a wrap on event number 1, the log press. What an event it was. We're going to take a quick break while we reset the events and get event 2 ready to go. The athletes are just back warming up. We're going to go to some adverts from our sponsors. If you do happen to see anything you need to buy, please buy from our sponsors. It helps out Strongman so much. We'll see you back soon for event number 2.
10 minutes ranking up.
G'day there, it's Buddha Godfrey here from Australia. Strongest. Look at our under 105, Cam Taylor. Cam, how you going, mate?
Good, Woody. How are you?
Yeah, good.
Excellent.
That's great. Cam, how you been doing for your training this?
Good. I haven't really been training for it too much, to be honest. I've been going to the gym. I just haven't done it really in events.
So nothing really specific for this. Yeah, just keeping a nice wide base. Would you say that?
Yes. Yeah, very, very wide base.
Extremely wide base. Eh?
Yeah, so hoping that, experience and previous skill acquisition will come through. So we'll see.
That's exactly it. Now, mate, what event are you looking forward to for today?
Max log, I think, will be good. Hopefully we don't have any catastrophic Sambler surf style injuries today. But yeah, my overheads have come on really well of late, having spent last year doing a bit of an off season and sort of putting on a little bit more size. Obviously moving up from 90s to 105 has been good, so that's feeling nice. But I think the deadlift, I think, will also be good fun too, and hopefully we can do well in that. For reps, I think will be what I'm aiming for today. And then of course we've got some of these really weird contraptions Mason has, flag raise. What else? We've got the minecart hold. So, yeah, it's and look.
In the loading medley for today, it reminds me very much of the Australia's Strongest Man in 2019.
Yeah, 2019 Fed Square. So myself and Luke Reynolds, we were commentating that day out in the wet in Fed Square. So, look, again, I think it's going to be a really good event. Like, I think it's a great, visual. Like the log and the tire is good. I haven't trained them. I haven't touched any of these implements, so I'll try and get a bit of a warm up in. But the sandbag, these Mantafit ones are quite long compared to the Cerberus sandbags. So the sandbag at Iron Rev at 140 is like a sausage. Like it's really, really hard to pick up. So I sometimes struggle with that extra width. So hopefully these are really packed in nice and tight, and I should be able to get through. I think moving, carrying, and loading is fine. It's just going to be that 140 sandbag pick's going to be.
Now, Cam, what do you do with yourself outside of work? I mean, outside of training, training and strongman.
You're going good. I'm a public servant, so I've worked for the Victorian State Government in a corporate procurement role. No one will know what that means, so I just say it's kind of like a financy role. And have a 2-year-old son, Ted, my beautiful wife, Holly. So just juggling all that, really. So hence, obviously, not training as much. So
being a Victorian public servant, you're from Melbourne yourself?
That is correct. Born and bred.
Perfect. Well, Cam, is there anything you want to say to the folks at home?
Hey Ted, go Dad, work on your muscles. He loves strongman because he goes, oh, and he does like a little 2-year-old like pose down. Yeah. It's great. It's hilarious. So.
Well, thanks, Cam. I hope you have a good day today, and we'll see how you go, eh?
Thanks, buddy.
That is a microphone. Our data's going to Hannah and Sam's going to measure. So if they don't get, I want you to come back to the implement and a foot until he's measured. Yep. There's a lot of athletes. We had half missing to them, like half. Yeah. They are. Hence why I was telling you what push and move. We've just got to push it. Yeah? Yep.
We are back, Meatstock Bendigo. We have the middleweight finals, the under 73 and under 82 kilo women, under 90 kilo and under 105 kilo men. I've got some scores for you right now. So we're going to run through the women's scores in the log press event. So in the under 73 kilo women, a couple of zeros, which means they don't actually get a score for the event. You can see then Lauren McMillan with the 3 points there for actually coming in last place for the ones who lifted it, but because 2 people zeroed, she still gets 3 points because there are 10 people in the field. Katie Carlisle with 4, 5.5 points they have to share because they got the same weight is Caroline and Charlie. Sharing the same points, 7.5. We've got Natalie Koopman and Annalise Bevan, and then sharing points on 90 kilos, Jess Nish and Camilla Fogagnolo with 9.5 points. That is going to be a really tight race all day, and that half point could go either way there. It could mean a big difference at the end of the day. We've got Megan Clark as well, winning that under 82 kilo women's with a very, very comprehensive 95 kilo lift. Then we go down to Sarah, a fair way ahead of third place with 4 points with 92.5. 2.5 points shared for Jessica and Liz, and then Ashley not quite able to get the log lift there. We'll then look at the men's. So the men's numbers, there will be a lot of interesting stuff to go through here when it comes to it. In the under 90s, Luke out front with 140 kilos. Didn't even need to do that to get 11 points. We've got a big, big tie. You see, Tyson and I were talking about that gap that we've got there. 2.5 points just for winning one event. That is a massive gap because 5 guys tied with 130 kilograms getting 8.5 points. Then with 6 points, again, the points drop significantly because they're based on position. So Anthony, whilst he came second technically because he lifted 127.5, he came sixth, so he gets 6 points there. Carl Sherry and Taylor sharing points, 4.5. Aiden with 122.5 with 3 points. Justin getting a lift in, so getting his 2 points. And Paulie not quite managing a lift, but he'll look up to pick up some points later in the competition. Now, there's a lot of names to run through here, so we'll knock off the first 3. Jake, Josh and Ben not quite able to score points, meaning that the base log, 125 for Ben and Jaden, scored them 4.5. Bryce on his own there with 132.5. Probably not going to be too happy with that as a great overhead presser. Not the event that he wanted with 6 points. 3 guys tying on 135 kilos with 8 points. Then we move up. Everyone over this is over the 300-pound mark if we're talking imperial units, freedom units. Charles getting 10 points. 11.5 for Cam Taylor and Chris Merriman, sharing points at 140 kilos. James with a very tactical lift of 145, getting 13 clear points. Nathaniel, 147, in second place with 14 points. And Mitchell Budge with 152.5 kilos, a clutch lift, getting him maximum points, 15 points for the event win. We're going to kick off to a quick run through of the event 2, which is going to be our loading medley. So we're going to cross to that now so you guys can get an idea of what it's going to take to win the loading medley.
Loading medley. Athletes will have 60 seconds to carry a tyre, tree stump and a heavy sandbag down a 15-metre course and load them onto a 1.1 metre platform. The implements must be loaded in the prescribed order and a clear command will be given by the judge for each successful load. Implements cannot be rolled or pushed down the course. If approaching the time cap, the implement cannot be thrown in an attempt to gain more distance. Those unable to load all 3 will be granted a distance score.
So this event, there's a lot of things being tested here. Which do you think is going to be the hardest implement?
I think a few might struggle with that tyre, just figuring out like how to actually carry it and then load it at the end as well.
I saw a lot of people picking it up and playing with it at the start.
At the back,
do you
yeah.
have a technique you think is going to work for everyone?
I've seen a few of the girls, they zercher it and then throw it to their shoulder. The only thing is when you get to the end, it's just trying to load it from there.
Okay. We're going to head over to the floor where Buddha is going to take you through the athletes coming out for the event.
Sorry? I don't have the running. Sorry, I don't have my phone. Yeah, can you be my running order? So, starting off, we have Emma and Paul Mamone. So, Emma McFarlane, Paul Mamone, all the way from Warrnambool. I'm pretty sure. You're looking pretty tired there, Paul. All right. So on the whistle.
So both the athletes now, we've got Paul and we've got Emma. Emma using that Zercher technique, sort of carrying it like a waiter. Paul with a decent start here as well. He's got that on his shoulder. That seems to be the technique. But now we'll see, can he get the height and extension on that tyre? This is where it really, you struggle. You pick either a fast run and a slow load.
It's just getting that bottom bit of the tyre up and over.
Yeah, being so tall. Paul actually seems like he's about to climb himself onto the thing. But Emma now with the different technique, will she be able to get it on top a bit faster? So this is where you see fast run, slow load. Paulie gets it. Emma, slow run. Is this load going to be faster? How do you get a tyre up onto a platform that's chest height? Really, really hard. Paulie's now onto the log. That's off screen for now. So Emma really, really trying to get that tyre on. Paulie has picked up that log with some confidence, with some authority, and he's going to try and get that log straight up on there in one motion, and he does that. Oh no, it slips. And that was the time. That was 60 seconds. So Paulie will get a distance score on the log of 15 metres. Emma will get a distance score of 15 metres on the tyre. That's a good sign for the other athletes, though, don't you think? It'll be a good chance for them to see how to work these implements.
They'll definitely be able to use, I suppose, that loading at the end, you know, for themselves, whether they want to go with that technique or something slightly different. Otherwise, you can see how quickly 60 seconds goes.
It does. It really does.
What do you think of this event? Mason done it?
It can cause a few athletes to rush as well. In such a young field, in such a lot of people, this is their first major comp. You want to rush it and try and get it done, but if you make one mistake, all of a sudden it just makes it so much harder. So
once you drop it, trying to then pick it up again is half the battle.
Yep. The Conor McGregor quote, it's fast is smooth, or slow is smooth is fast, or whatever. Can't actually think of it. Really shouldn't roll out quotes to a national coverage if you can't remember them.
All right, so waiting on a whistle
So we've got Justin Heim here and Sabrina. Let's see how they do. Both going that Zercher pickup. Justin's going a little bit faster, but they're both slow and steady. Like we saw, it's not necessarily getting it there that's the issue. It's actually getting it up and over. Now Justin's going to go a real sidewinder style of load, and he gets it on. And that's a really good technique there from Justin, a really good start for him. Sabrina seeing if she can go similar, but she's going straight up, and she gets that lip just right. Times it perfectly to get that lip over, and now she's onto the log. Now Justin taking the side of the log, which is different to Paulie.
Yeah.
He's got the long enough arms to go around it, which means he walks straight on and puts that log straight over there. Now he might get this done in time. Can he get this sandbag? Referee Tiffany yelling out 15 seconds. Now Sabrina needs to get at least to the end here, get herself a distance score of 15 metres. Doesn't look like we're going to get the sandbag off the line. Oh, actually he is, and he's getting valuable metres. He gets himself 2.5 metres there.
Yep.
On that sandbag carry, which actually is going to be valuable, because if somebody else fails to break the sandbag off the line, he's going to beat them.
In such a strong field as well, 2 metres can make all the difference.
It can. You see these competitions coming down to metres and half seconds, so performance in everything makes a big difference. You see there, the boys putting all 3 of their brain cells together to make that log get back down to the other end.
So I've just been told it's a 100 kilogram tyre.
So we have 100 kilos in the tyre, 100 kilos in the log, and the sandbag is 130 for the men. So it's significant weight, 70 kilos in the tyre for the ladies.
That's a lot of weight for such an awkward implement to try and lift.
It is. It's weirdly distributed too.
Yeah, 100%. I'm looking forward to, I think, Katie, when she comes up, she's actually going to try and put her head through the tyre.
I did consider that technique and joked around with it with Cam Taylor, but I don't know how it's actually going to work out. Okay, so McMillan going over both shoulders there. This is interesting. Aiden, he's got some gloves on and almost crushes his head between the tyre and the platform, but he's back. This is sort of the Mushtaka. I'm getting the police officer from Terminator out of Aiden. Lauren with a nice one there. Aiden with no decorum slams that
he's not here to muck
log
around
on there. Lauren not far behind, and Aiden has the sandbag to lap. Now does he have the load? He's moving. Time will be a factor here, but he's got it in a high position. Tiff with that whistle in her mouth. Can Aiden load it? He has it to lap. He's going to put it on the platform, and he's done. And just within the time, 10 seconds to go. So Aiden with a time of about 48 seconds there, taking the event lead. Not quite able to get this sandbag, but she has gotten it, by the looks of it, half a metre off the line. So she will get a distance score there.
Which will be valuable if no one else can pick up that sandbag off the line.
There will be a lot of these events where there's multiple implements. You know that there's going to be a few people struggle to get that last one even budging, even moving.
Yeah.
So to even get it off the line is a big one.
Yeah, sometimes just the fatigue of the first 2 that can really make it hard for the last one.
Absolutely, and these sandbags, by the standards of sandbags around the world, are really tough to use. I can speak for just the length of them and the density of them. There's no give in them. You can see how packed tight they are. Sometimes the sandbags, they can fold over your arms and actually make it a little easier to pick up, sort of give you a handle. But the sandbags that we've got here, they're just packed so solid, the Manta Fitness ones. And they're really tall. You look at the sandbag on Carl, and it's up over hip height, which means that in your arms, it makes it really hard to carry. So this is Katie that you were talking about. She is going to head through operation. And she's sort of going a sideways run. Now, Carlos getting it up over, Katie getting it up and on. Carl needs to go back and push this all the way on. It's Brian Shaw, world's strongest man, not quite getting it all the way onto the platform. Katie now into her run. Carlos with that big log. He's slipping. He is an experienced campaigner though, Carl, so he's going to make sure he gets this done. He is gassed a bit here though. This log's taking a lot out of him. And you can, like I said, when that log is partially down your legs, when it is actually impeding your running style, Katie Carlisle finishing the medley. Well, Carl's struggling with that log. Katie Carlisle finishes the medley and puts herself in first place so far. Yeah. Carl needs to load this to get himself in a good spot here. He's got a couple of seconds. It's going to come down to the wire. Not quite for Carl. But he's not happy with that performance there. He'll be ruining the fact that he did have to go back and push that tyre back on.
Like that.
I don't think it cost him too much in the end because he wasn't able to load that. But when you've got a really long implement that actually comes in between your legs, it becomes really hard to run with.
I suppose it doesn't look like the grippiest implement either. Like it might have a bit of slipperiness to it.
It does look real slick. It looks like it's got a bit of varnish on it.
Yeah.
There's no roughness that sticks to the skin.
Yeah, there's nowhere really to grab as a handle either. So it makes it a bit more difficult.
And we are in a big, hot, sweaty shed as well.
Yeah.
What about you, Ben? I'm a sweaty boy. And there is a fair bit of smoke in this shed. We are obviously at Meatstock Bendigo. There is a lot of smoke around. I wouldn't mind a big exhaust fan actually booting some of the smoke out of here, but it does add to the warmth of the venue. So the slipperiness might actually add a factor in that many of these athletes might not have trained in. Especially Carl being from Adelaide.
Yeah.
They've not had as much heat as Victoria, Queensland might have had. We've got Caroline and we've got Taz. Now this is one where Taz really comes to the fore. He's an absolute animal at the moving events. He is a bush baby. He's got a physical job. So he's used to working with weird implements. Big pick on the log, and he's got it high. He's got it high, which is important. When you run high with those implements, it's really important because then you go a one-run load and just throw it straight on. Caroline onto her log as well. That's over and that's on. Now Taz, a really good runner, but he's rushing here and he can't quite get a good grip on that sandbag. Now he's trying a weird, I've never seen that grip on a sandbag. Now Caroline pulling ahead in this heat and she's looking to load that. It's in a nice high spot. So you want that to go straight over and it does. Notice that positioning is everything. The higher you can get it, and it doesn't look like Taz is going to get any more, but he has got valuable metres here. So whilst not finishing it, he's got a valuable 4 metres out of that sandbag. Really fast run from Caroline. I'll be interested to see how that is compared to Katie's.
It'll be interesting to see how close. So they both went super quick. But it really does come down to the second or the millisecond.
Just take a second for the poor old spotters and loaders there. Having to take all these weird implements back every single time. So they're going to have to do it 43 times. I think we've got 43 competitors.
Yeah.
Multiply that by 3 implements and these spotters and loaders
Definitely
are making,
getting a good workout.
Where are we at? 132 times 2. No, that was a lie. 172. No, 132. Yep. Don't do maths live on ESN. So,
no.
Each of these spotters and loaders is making about 250 changes just on this event alone, taking these weights back. So, immense effort there. So we've got Ant Martin. Both of them moving hard.
Over the shoulders lift there from Charlie.
Charlie getting that weight up as well. Charlie Lendon gets that weight up to the platform, both confidently on. Now Ant Martin with the bear hug. Does he have the height to one motion or does he need to stop and prop? This is the key with having it high. No, he's got great extension there. So is Charlie. She's moving fast with that second implement. Now on to the third one, the sandbag, the one that's proved troublesome. Big long sandbag, but Anthony's a tall athlete. Can he get it high enough? He struggles, but he throws it. Now the load is going to be the hard part for Anth. It's slipping down low. He's going to need to stop and prop here. He's not going to be able to throw this up in one. Charlie might be able to stop and throw it up in one. No, she's going to have to drop it. So both athletes with a stop and a drop. Charlie getting valuable metres. And can't get the height. This length of this bag sitting so far between his legs. He waves it off. He's going to take a distance score on that sandbag, as is Charlie. Tiff waves off the time. Both athletes not quite making it there, but putting themselves ahead of a fair few others in the field. And these are brutal medleys. Typically when people go to the gym, they'll start with the heaviest weight they can and do as many reps as they can and strip the weight. In strongman, we go the other way. We give you the lightest weight first, tire you out, and then make you lift the heaviest one right at the end.
Sort of already under a lot of fatigue, and then you've got to lift the most amount of weight.
And with Tyson on here, we were talking about the fatigue of log pressing and how much that could impact your low back. With the extension required in the sandbag in particular, having to run with it out in front of you, you do have to lean back quite a bit. Those glutes and low back can get quite fatigued. So how were you watching the log press? Did you think a few people maybe took too many attempts at weights they probably weren't going to get and wound up, you know, fatiguing their low backs, fatiguing their nervous system for the later events?
Yeah, there seemed to be quite a few missed reps, particularly with the men's. So I'm not sure whether maybe like the log or I guess the environment was a little bit different for them, made it a little bit harder. But sometimes it is just easier taking the L and saving yourself for for the next event.
Even in the women's, there was a couple of boys, a couple of girls that cleaned the log 6 times for no return.
Yeah,
here we go.
It is hard as well.
Ash with the stop. Nat trying to go straight over in one. Ash going a vertical styling. I'm not sure this is the play. It's getting stuck there. Nat gets it up and over. She gets that timing right. Ash gets the roll right and dumps that down. So both athletes now back onto the log. Let's see who can get the log out first. Nat with that log up into a lap first. Ash with it now into his lap. Both athletes now with that log now. This will be an easier load for both of them. It's higher. Nat being a little bit shorter. It's slipped out of her hand on that left-hand side, so she does need to stop and go for it again. Now, final implement, the one that's proved tricky for everyone, this sandbag, 130 kilos. Ash struggling to get the grip on it, needs to get around it. If you're going to get this sandbag up, you need to get under and around it. It's a very slippery sandbag, and the time is now over 60 seconds, all done. Both athletes with a distance score?
Yeah, it can be hard by the time you get to the third and all your chalk's worn off and you haven't got much left, a lot of sweat's built up.
That is something that plays into it as well. You start getting sweatier, you start losing your chalk. Would it be wise of these athletes to use liquid chalk today, which is alcohol-based, so it does dry the skin out a little bit more. You saw Carl Sherry come out and that be all over his arms. That wasn't normal chalk, that was his liquid chalk. And that probably is the play because, like you said, by that sandbag, you're not going to have much chalk left, so you need your skin to be dry. You can't have your skin actually being wet there.
Doesn't seem to wear off as quickly either. So by the time you get to the third, you might have still a little bit on there to be able to utilise.
Be interested to see a couple of athletes learn from these guys and maybe take a little more time to get the sandbag down flat, pick it up with their hands all the way around it. There's a lot rushing it, trying to pick it up vertical, and that's probably not the play here. So we've got Matt Bilsmark, we've got Annalise Bevan. So Thor Odinson making short work of the tyre. Bev going a backwards styling. We are seeing all sorts on this tyre. Interesting that she's going with this. I'm not sure what the game plan is.
I think she was fine. He was just hitting her knees walking forward, so switched it up a little bit.
Go backwards. Now Bilsmark already into his log and done with it. Now, he's got big, long arms, Bilsmark, so this would be big for him because he plays pretty well in log. It's up there now. This sandbag is going over. If he can keep it nice and high, he can walk it straight over. He's got it at the right height, needs to pop it up, and does. Good effort from him. Now, Bev coming through with the log. She's got it up. She gets it up and over. Now, how far can she get on the sandbag? This is important for Bev.
Let's go. Time to work. Time to bleed.
She just needs to get this sandbag a couple of metres if she can pick it up. And doesn't quite get it off the line very far at least. So she won't get much of a distance score, if any. But a very impressive run from Matthew.
Absolutely. Just flew down it like it was nothing.
And we do see that the taller athletes better at this event. Longer arms, better ability to grip around. And also better ability to clear that implement.
Well, they just don't need to extend. Like, they can pretty much just have it at the hip and it goes up, whereas a lot of the shorter athletes, it's quite a big extension for them.
Yeah, and like you were saying with Bev, having the implement actually getting in the way of your legs. If you can clear it of your hips and you can get it above that hip line so your legs aren't bashing into it all the time and take a full stride, you're going to be a lot faster than if you're stuck to half strides because you can't actually lift your leg up.
But just in that Zertra, it's like her biceps, or whoever's doing the Zertra biceps is going to wear out a little bit. Makes it quite hard for the next two implements.
Talking about biceps, Dylan Phipps. Look at the pythons on him. So we've got two very jacked athletes right now, Jess Nish, Dylan Phipps. He's gone the shoulder, Jess gone the shoulder, both with the shoulder technique. These boys are moving fast. Jess Nish with a nice load there. Dylan rogue and makes no real effort to make sure it was on the platform. Was lucky there. Jess with a nice strong load. She's sprinting back,
very fast.
trying to harvest that log. Dylan losing the log a little bit, but gets it on the platform, and that is over the back.
I thought she really lost it there.
That's gone over the back. He's thrown it a little too aggressively.
Log fell off the back, crushing the handler.
So Dylan Phipps now, he's got the sandbag. This is probably going to be an event-winning time. And he does load it on. A little bit more stable. Jess Nish, the meanwhile, through the pandemonium, has got that sandbag up and over. And that, to me, seems like a very, very good time.
It does seem
She's
very quick. Her
consistent through all
sprinting
three
back,
implements.
I think, would have saved a
Yes.
second or even two.
If you look at her shoulder, she is roughed up. She's gotten a few nice little kisses from that tyre on the shoulder.
Absolutely.
I mean, you do walk away from these events, Katie, with a few badges of honour.
A few bruises and grazes there.
All right, next up we have.
We don't necessarily want to see that from our athletes, the turfing of the log.
No.
There will be words had. Need to take care of the guys that are spotting and loading for us.
Yeah. Sometimes it is easy to get carried away and just toss it
It
and
is.
run.
I mean, when you're trying to run as fast as you can, you launch it with the momentum that you're going through with. Mason is having a couple of words with the boys, just making sure that they do just chill out a little bit. But like I said, when you're running it at full speed, you don't want to slow down with that implement. You want to carry it through across that that finish line, or in this case, over onto the platform with as much pace as you can.
It looks like they've swapped out the back spotter as well.
Yeah, they've thrown Jordan back there. Not sure if that's just because they're happy to see him get hurt because he's a ginger, or if it's because he's Australia's strongest man 2022 and they're backing him to stop what comes at him. Or he's a baseballer, so maybe it's the whole pitcher catcher thing.
Maybe, yeah.
So here we go, Camilla and Riley. Riley with a nice fast load early with that tyre. Again, the boys really have no concern for their head.
They do. They just like to
Swishing under
throw
the
it
tyre.
and get underneath it.
Camilla taking her time, getting that tyre up. Definitely one of the more diminutive athletes in the 73 kilo field. Riley with that log up onto the platform. He goes a much more sanctimonious load. Camilla with her log on the platform as well. Now the sandbag. Riley, one of the shorter athletes in the field, not long of arm, but does load it successfully into his lap with that lateral style, which I think is the go. Camilla's got it going to that sideways style because it allows you to go straight up and over, almost, just looks out there, Riley. Needs to get over the sandbag. He's going to hug it high to his chest. Can't get that height quite onto his chest, so he's going to need to fight, uses the ledge well, and gets it onto the end there.
But he's on there and he has finished within the time. So it'll be a time
It
score
was,
for
you
him.
get a time score. Finishing this is definitely still in the top half of the field, I'd say, from what we've seen.
We've got Luke Tiger, the Tiger. And we've got Ashley Dead.
So to finish off our under 90 kilo men's class, we've got Lukey. Actually, are they doing it in different order? Might be doing it in a different order.
It'll be interesting to see how he picks up the implements, being maybe a little bit shorter than a few of the other under 90s.
Yeah, he's going the work boot as well, which is interesting. A little bit slower clodhopper, but possibly a little bit more stable with a few of these things. Might have a little bit more support with a little bit of it. So a lot of the guys opting for the athletic shoe, Luke opting for the work boot. The working man's Timberland.
Some athletes seem to really love them. So
He is a character, Luke.
On the whistle.
We've got leggings, knee sleeves, footy shorts and work boots, but it's working for him. He's throwing
if it
that
does
over.
the trick.
Oh no, oh dear. He's stuck right under that. Again, no regard for the safety of the head. Here's Ash Devlin with the tyre. She's got it up and she's got it on, and she's struggled with the timing a bit there. Maybe started a bit too far out. She's charging back though, Ash Devlin. Here's Lukey Boy with his log load, puts it there politely. He's just yogging. Ash Devlin's putting in the hard work. Lukey's a little bit slow here with the transition. He's not really pushing the pace as much as he needs to. He probably could run a bit faster between the events. We saw that really took some time off Jess Nish's score. If you take 5 seconds to run back versus 10, you're shaving 15 seconds off your time.
Absolutely.
So Lukey now with that load and just misses the sandbag load. He did just miss it. Like I said though, always a smile on his face. He's a very happy competitor. And a good run there for Ash as well, getting both the implements up and almost getting that sandbag out there a little bit.
I think that completes our under 90s there.
Yes, it is. I think our under 90s completed. So we're going to bring out the 105 men, 15 of them.
Quite a few to get through.
Look at these spotters and loaders. They've economised. It's taken them a whole weight class, but they've figured out the best way to do it. Real sharp there from the head of spotters and loaders, Tim Trottier.
We've also got the 82s on now, with Ash being the first one.
Yes. So there was a transition of weight class there, Ash being the first of the 82s. Jess up next. Very, very good effort from her in the log press to tie herself with Liz. So Jess taking some smelling salts. Tiff not really giving her the time to do so, which absolutely fair enough. She called athlete ready a long time before. Now Jess going for the style of trying to load it straight up. It's going to be slower run, faster load here for Jess. Not the prettiest, but it's working, and it has worked. But she's got it on the platform. Really good start to that. All styles coming from the girls. The boys all seem to be going a similar style of pick and load. The girls seem to be trying a whole bunch of different stuff, which is really awesome to see. Strongman really does lend it to anything goes.
Essentially, it's just whatever works for you, you just go with that.
So nice and fast through the log too. No dramas for her there. Sprinting back.
Everything's starting to hurt now.
Have we got the same weight sandbag, or have we upgraded? I believe it's gotten heavier.
Here we go.
10 seconds on the clock here.
They've just run 85 metres.
I think she might have scraped her knuckles at some point. She looks to be looking at her hand there. Can't get a metre. She might have tried to sneak one by leaning it forward there. Not sure she'll be given that.
No, I think it might be like a minimum of 1 metre to be on the distance.
Yes, I think so. We're not going to go down to centimetres here to split people. We're not splitting hairs.
We have Liz Aiken from Warrnambool.
Alrighty, Lizzie currently sitting in equal third.
Probably she and Paul Manwine being the most interesting things to come out of Warrnambool.
So it was a good performance for Liz on the log. Maybe missed a trick taking 85 rather than 82. Could have taken 82 and still taken third in the event, but chose to take 85 and missed. So this is important for her. She needs to claw back some points. It was probably a slip up. So this is important, slow and steady. Going the same style as Jess, actually. So we haven't seen it until now. Now we've seen 2 girls go in a row. Now Liz charging back for that second implement. Now she knows Jess put a good time in on both of these first 2 implements, but didn't get the sandbag off the line. So she knows just getting the sandbag off the line puts her in 4th place at a minimum. And that log is there over, now getting the sandbag. She's conserved her energy to this point. She's not moving very fast between implements, but this sandbag, if it starts to move, it'll all pay off.
Sometimes it makes it harder being the only one on stage as well.
Absolutely it does. Absolutely it does.
Even though you're not against the men, sometimes seeing them charge down, it just...
Having someone next to you is always a measuring stick. Even if they're not in your weight class or even in your gender division, it still makes a big difference. But she's doing well here. She's going to load this straight up and on and over. There gets the time
I wonder
down.
whether that one... Yep.
Time is off.
Tiff's making that count.
Did she make it?
I'm not sure if she got it in time. She did. We are receiving confirmation. I think she'll have a time of 59.99 seconds.
I think it will be, yeah.
More of these implements coming back again. Judges conferring, making sure we're getting everything right. This obviously is the highest standard of strongwomen we have in the country. These are the highest standard shows, so we need to make sure everything is done the best by the best. And that absolutely is the case with Mummy Tiff on refereeing, making sure absolutely nothing gets past her.
It's good to see the 82s with a few more girls in it this year as well.
Yes, yeah. Whilst it's still the smallest class here, it is still a larger class, and it is a much more competitive class as well.
Absolutely. They're all very, very close with their numbers and how fast they can go.
Right. So next up, we have Sarah Halifax getting ready for the 75-metre course that we have in total.
All right, Sarah Halifax on next. Tiff with a little bit of a voice break there for those watching along at home. If someone could screenshot that, that'd be great. We've got Sarah marching down. This is the fastest tyre we've seen so far in this division. Sarah just treating that tyre with contempt and then moving back at good speed. She's going with the converse approach, the flatter sole shoe, a little bit easier to mobilise yourself in, the original sort of tennis shoe. And then rolling back for that third implement, the sandbag. It's proven difficult for everyone, but if she gets it on in the time, she knows she's probably going to win so far in the event, be in the lead. It's hard to the lap. Now it's in the lap. I back her to get this one up and over. This is hard, though, keeping it here. Your biceps really start to hurt at this point. The further down it slips, the more bicep it becomes. You can see her having to lean back. And this is what I was talking about, Katie, after the log press. After having to lean back so much, that extension to hold the sandbag up. Katie's just fangirling at the minute over here.
I am. I have watched her train very, very hard for this event.
Watching her best friend roll.
Yeah, yep. It's hard not to scream through the microphone.
Yeah.
But no, I think
you and Tyson both incorrigible. I had too many of his athletes on the last stream.
I think she'll be happy with that. I think she might be just a little bit disappointed with the sandbag, but she's got very, very high standards of herself.
I know.
But the rest of us can say that was a really, really good run.
For a hot minute there, I was her coach, and it was really hard working with her, trying to pull her back, because all she wanted to do was go absolute bullet again. Now, the reigning champ, was Megan third at Australia's Strongest Woman or second?
She got second.
Second at ASW last year. So the second strongest woman in the country, regardless of weight, and the strongest under 82 kilo we've had in the country for a long time. She actually at the Australia's Strongest International last year came out and won 2 of the events back-to-back, I believe, or at least podiumed in the pro show, and then went and won her weight class show the next day.
Absolutely.
Loaded that implement very nicely. Now she comes back. Now this is where the others have failed or not been able to move fast. Can Megan get a good sandbag? And that's the best pick we've seen, and this is experience showing through. Can she get it through in one load, though? It's starting to slip down, it's low, but can she get that extension? Yes, she can. Oh, easy. A super easy extension there. Absolutely all class there from Staffy Strong, Megan Clark. Primary school teacher, I believe.
She is, yeah.
How would you feel if Miss Clark just rolls into the classroom? Misbehaving kids actually get thrown to the back.
As fierce
Not told
as
to leave, she picks them up and throws them to the back of the room.
She does look very fierce, but she's definitely one of the nicest competitors out there.
Absolutely.
So,
good laugh as well, Megan.
Absolutely.
Anyone that's actually part of the teachers board, don't take those comments seriously. She doesn't throw students. Not often, at least. All right, that's it for the women. Now, we're going to have to wait till the time score comes out. We're going to get the big boys out here, the under 105s. We're giving them a little bit of room because the implements they are using are whopping. We've got bigger tyres, bigger sandbags, and bigger logs. These are really just uncomfortable things to use. We've also given the 105s a bit of a chance to warm up with the kit because there's such a deep field of under 90s. Making them wait 20 minutes after their last warm up to actually do the event would have been a little bit unfair. So we have given them one last touch of the implements before this final event.
It's definitely hard to go straight from log straight out to your next event. It is good to have just that little bit of rest time in between.
It is, especially such weird implements. You want your biceps nice and warm in this as well. It is, whilst these weights aren't super, super heavy by their standards, it is an injury risk having cold biceps coming into a carry event. So Big Benny, he'll want to make up some points here. He didn't score in the first event, the log press, so he's going to start off with that tyre, getting it to the shoulder. He's taking his time here because what he wants to do is make sure he can throw it straight over. He's a tall athlete. That does play into his advantage because he does have the height to just loop it straight over, push it on, and he's safe. And now he moves back. Now he's going to get his arms around this big old log, and again, he's going to go the lateral one. Wow, he's picked that up super, super
That was
easily.
very fast.
Getting around it with those big long arms and loads it, puts it there nicely. Masters athlete, so he could be competing with the old boys. He's thrown himself in with the young boys as well. Gets it into the lap, didn't score on the log. He's going to score big on this event. This is a really good event for him. He's powering through. He's done a power of work to get this here, and he loads it. Really smooth run there. And it shows you that composure and the benefit of taking things a little bit slower on the start line.
Yeah. Sometimes, yeah, it's like just getting that pick right because you don't want to get halfway down and drop it and have to pick it up again.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You want to conserve energy as much as possible and save a couple of seconds at the start, maybe lose, a couple of seconds to start to save possible loss of seconds later.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's only going to tire you out more if you have to struggle with it the whole way down.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you're going to be at your strongest with your first pick, so
absolutely,
you might as well make that one count.
But he's definitely set a pretty quick time there for the rest of them.
It's not too late to pull yourself up ahead. We have 8 events over 2 days.
So next up we got Josh, I think, coming out for his. He also zeroed the log. So a few of these boys zeroed with the log. So this is important that they get scores here, that they get big scores. And he's got straight into the tyre, gets it up onto his shoulder. That's probably faster than Ben was to the shoulder there. And a good run here. Now it's about how well you can dismount here. A lot of them are getting their heads stuck under it. Josh Martin, no exception, but gets a good load on there, moving fast back between. The other thing is, not a lot of these guys would do a heap of running, so actually moving back between events can unstick you sometimes. Thomas Wren in Australia's Strongest Man 2022 was in quite a good position before he tore his hamstring running back to get an implement in one of these medleys. So it can be a factor to consider during the event at actually being faster on the way back to the implements.
Yeah. And sometimes just in training it's hard to sprint back at 100%.
It is. It's hard to find that push. And Josh just losing energy. Do you feel this as well? Just when the energy comes out of your legs, you can't move at all. You know, you get to a point where your legs feel like there's lead attached to your feet.
Yeah, sometimes you're just like, there's just no hope. There's no way that thing is moving. You're just
and that's
too
pretty
exhausted
valiant effort.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very nice sort of stylings on the hair too. I appreciate what he's bringing to the table there. But a good effort to get that, probably 8 metres out there.
Yeah,
so it's still a good distance score for that sandbag. And like I said, I think this is a 140 kilo sandbag. These are big, long pricks of things to try and move with. They're really, really uncomfortable and cumbersome. And, they do really take it out. If you're going around it, the tax is on your upper back and your grip to hold it in that position. If you're going with it straight up and down, you've got to really try and work with your glutes are constantly on, working that all the way down the field. So like I said, those feet just start feeling heavier and heavier, and it sits in between your legs, so you can't take it full stride, so you can't move fast with it. It's a really, really tough implement to use and very, very solid.
Yeah, and sometimes that sand moves around within the bag.
Yeah.
And there's no hope in hell getting it up when it's just in a certain position.
All right, so we're taking the approach with it high. And he's going really well with this one. This one's going to be a nice little load. You're going to see this pop straight onto the platform and straight into the right position. He's back. That's the best load we've seen. And disbanding the belt. I think that might be it for the strip show. Unfortunately, we're not going to see more clothing come off. Rushed a little bit on the pick there, wants to get all the way around it, and then he wants to get it in again, that nice high position that he can just walk it straight onto the platform with, and hopefully he's going to extend nice and fast and loads it straight on. Really good work from him. This is a good load now. Can he get this 140 sandbag, this big heavy thing? Awkward, cumbersome, so big on the biceps. You can see as it slips down to those fingers, Cody, it's super hard to pull through those arms and those biceps. 10 seconds he's got. And doesn't look like he's going to break it from the start line here.
4, 3, 2.
No, not able to get any distance there.
That pick on the tyre was definitely really quick. It looked like it didn't gas him too much either.
Yep.
Doing it that way.
Yeah, so I did muse that through the warm-ups, that sort of pick, and you know, it's probably a risk, but it's certainly paid off getting fast to the 2.
Yeah.
And a fast 2, like you've seen, a fast 2 will get some good points on this event. You don't have to move the sandbag in order to get good points. You scored based on that 2 implement time, if that's all you get. So this is Jaden. We saw him on Survivor. This might be more in the wheelhouse of some of the stuff he would have been able to work on in the island. This might have been more of the trials of strength or whatever they call them, the immunity challenges.
I suppose the strongman training would have come pretty handy then.
There we go, fast onto the shoulder. This man is moving quick. Plays a bit of rugby too. So he's got a little bit of speed. Disregards head. No, tyre's got to go back on. Made the same mistake Carl did. He's got to push the tyre back on. Oh, he's thrown Big Phil Kersey's back with it as well. There's emphasis on it. Now he's got it on the log, and he's moving fast with this log. This is good a log run. As we've seen, he's sort of swaddling the log. Now he's on the sandbag. Can he get that? He's wasted seconds. He's got to move fast on this one. He's picked it up. That's a good, strong pick. Oh, here he goes. This is a ferocious run. But you see the strain on the face as he's trying to get through with the glutes. One load and he's over. And he's all smiles there. He did lose himself a couple of seconds. That might come into play. We'll see when that time comes out just how valuable that extra couple of seconds could have been.
You see some of these athletes, they just don't stop. They get tired and they just keep going. The exact same speed.
Sporting background for sure. That rugby background, you know, you make a line break, you've got to go straight back on the line and play the next play. So, but also, it shows in experience. It does really when you see those athletes, although Carl is the most experienced athlete probably in the country, making that same mistake. But it's just rushing. It's the pressure of this massive competition with 300 people watching, probably 400 by now. The crowd has sort of swelled.
And especially if you accidentally make that small mistake, maybe not pushing it on all the way, you then just start to freak out.
Yep. You did see both him and Carl, particularly Jaden, recover well after that and not rush their other 2 implements and try and make up that time. That time's lost. You can't make it up. So they didn't ruin the other 2 implements. Now, Ben Aykroyd going with the head over. He's got no hair to bother about losing, so he doesn't worry about scraping the back of his head. Straight onto the log there with a vertical pick. Now, Ben being one of the taller athletes in the field, he might be able to throw this thing straight over. He might go a sidewindy style. He does too. Straight over. Now, fires himself up mid-run for this 140 sandbag. He knows this is all important. This is where the points are made. This separates the men from the boys on this sandbag. That's a strong pick. Get those big long arms around it. He's going to get it high. If he gets it high, he can walk it straight on. It's a bit too low. He's probably going to have to stop and prop here to load it on. Or can he get one big extension? No, stops and props, then a big load and gets it on. Good stone lifter, Benny. So he was confident he could get that up. He just let it drop a little bit. And again, that extra half a second at the start might have saved him the extra 2 seconds down at the end.
Absolutely. And it looks like it's going to be a very, very close one for all these boys. So that half second can make all the difference.
Yep. Look at Jordan just walking around with it like it's nothing.
Yep. Easy peasy.
So how are you feeling for Australia's Strongest Woman? 5 weeks' time?
Yeah, I'm very nervous. I've seen what a few of the other girls can do, and it's making me more and more nervous as the weeks go on. But otherwise, feeling good.
Where'd you place last year?
I placed 5th.
5th.
So I suppose my goal for this year is to just be better at my weaker events, because I think those are what let me down the first time.
Now the Breisler coming out, getting that on his shoulder, moving fast, and just a throw. It does settle nicely, so that was good luck there for Bryson. Maybe by design, I'm not sure. He'll claim it was by design. Now, I'm not sure what he's doing with the log here. It's really not the technique. Oh, wow, he's caught it. Actually, catching a slippery 120 kilo log is a fair bit of something. That's good from Bryce. Now he's undoing the belt. He's trying to get a bit more air in. Doesn't need necessarily the assistance of the belt. Coach Tyson back there, he was who was on the microphone with me last event. You can see him with the tattoos in the sleeveless back behind Bryce. This is what he was talking about, being able to talk Bryce through the events as a coach. So Bryce, very slow with this sandbag, but every metre counts. We know this. We know how important it can be by the end of the race, just getting to the end. Even if he gets to the end, and he's out. Bit of sleepy time for Bryce. Like you saw, he did try and unclip the belt to get a bit more air. And then try to get a bit back in. He's fine, Bryce. He took a fall nice and softly. Luckily, he had a nice soft sandbag to fall on.
Absolutely. You don't want to land head onto the concrete there. It's not going to
I personally go beltless for these sorts of events. What about you? Do you put the belt on, or?
I'm living in my belt, to be honest.
Living in it, yeah.
I wear my belt pretty much everything.
It's a bit of a...
But at the moment, I haven't had trouble with passing out, so I'm pretty lucky with that.
It does depend on how tight the belt is and what type of belt you've got as well. Bryce does have a pretty tight lever belt, hard belt. So it's one set tightness. You can't loosen it without bringing the screwdriver out. So it's a decision that strong women each make before they start the event. And if it's not super heavy for you, you don't necessarily need to wear a belt. That's the decision that goes through your head as to whether or not you would. Same with the knee sleeves. I mean, some might find them restrictive for running. Some might find elbow sleeves restrictive for pressing. So it's all personal preference why you see different people coming out wearing different bits of kit. Kyle choosing not to wear a belt, gets it up onto his shoulder pretty comfortably.
The 100-kilo tyre there.
Throwing that tyre on. Gets it safely there, make sure it's there. Unlike a couple of the boys who just ran off without and just lucked in, Kyle has made sure. Now, rushes that pick a little bit. It's always risky trying to catch these slippery implements. Oh, wow.
But
he's thrown it over front on style. And then just a light yog back. Now, he knows how important just getting distance. He's seen Bryce get to about 8 metres with this sandbag. So Kyle... It's a bit harder to pick, especially Kyle, a little bit longer of leg. He's a more spindly type unit than others, but making it in a way easier because he's got longer arms to wrap around the bag, but harder to pick because with that bag in a sideways position, he's trying to just gain a couple of metres here. Now that's good strongman smarts. That's really good strongman smarts. To be able to just get a couple of metres, knowing there's been a few guys not getting off the start line.
Yeah, just being able to get just those few metres, even though he knew, he's not going to be able to make it to the end. It's like there's a few more metres on top of maybe another competitor.
Yeah, really good to see that from a young strongman, to be able to get those smarts, to have the presence of mind to just throw that weight over a few metres, even if you weren't going to load it.
How are you feeling for ASM?
I'm feeling okay. I've taken the pressure off myself. This, I think, is the most stacked field ever in Australia's Strongest Man. I can't think of a previous field with 3 returning champions, let alone the amount of podium guys that are on, Thomas Wren, Ryan Rulis, Macaulay Tinker. So there's probably, 8 to 9 guys in line for the podium, guys that we haven't seen really compete before, like BJ Stone.
Yep.
He's the most stacked Australia's Strongest Man ever. Now, here's Harley. He's a wild man. You know he's going to work really hard. That head is going to get progressively more Batruch sort of coloured as he goes on. He does move fast here.
He is a very quick sprinter.
Quick pick up there.
There's a nice pick up there.
Let's go, man.
Wraps himself around it. He's not super long armed, but he has managed to get all the way around this, which is big, because it means he's hopefully going to be able to walk it straight over. Was chatting with Tyson about this. Harley does have a habit of getting a little bit lightheaded and dizzy, so we'll hope he can keep the diaphragm free, because it's that diaphragm in this, being able to get oxygen all the way into the lungs. And he's using the handle on the bag, which we haven't seen anyone do so far, but really, really good method rather than having to get all the way around it. He has chosen to go all the way around it now.
Just trying to get a few
he's
breaths
starting to
there.
run out of gas, run out of breath
Yeah.
here. And he's just trying to get a couple of metres. Puts it down, does get that distance, beats a couple of guys out. Probably not quite enough to beat Kyle,
Yeah.
but does get some good distance there on the last one.
All right. Next up.
So we've still got a few competitors to go.
Winter, sorry, not Winters.
We've got Tommy Winter up next. Recently a father, 7 weeks ago. Can't imagine he's gotten many more than about 26 hours of sleep between then and now.
No. Like, yeah, the recovery may have compromised a little bit there.
I was speaking to him earlier today. Actually said he didn't know what to do with himself because he was able to sleep last night.
Oh.
He's
Not used to a full night's sleep.
Used to the routine of being woken up by a bebe. There's a few mustachio gentlemen as well.
There's a few out there, yeah.
In the 90s and 105s field. What are your thoughts on the mustache making its way back into fruition?
I don't mind a mustache.
Provides a sense of authority, I think.
I'm not against it.
He's gotten through the first one nice and fast. This log is slipping. You see the hands starting to split. He's going to get at the 15, then he'll have to readjust for the load. That's good from Tom, though. Really good adjustment. He wasted no time. Now on his way back for the final implement. He is a cheerleader, so odd implements don't actually faze Tom too much. He's used to throwing women over his head. World champion cheerleader at Southern Cross Cheer, I believe. Part of Team Legacy over there. He's got a mouth guard in. You see a lot of these athletes wearing mouth guards just for the safety of their teeth. When you're straining at heavy weights, you are grinding down on your teeth, biting down nice and hard. So you don't want to see a chipped tooth or damaged teeth because of that.
No, it wouldn't be very
Proving
fun.
valuable points though on that sandbag. Tommy within his first year or so of strongman as well. So he's made leaps and bounds improvements in the last 12 months. There's a lot of raw talent coming from a sport like cheerleading. There's a lot of bias on explosiveness and body awareness, but not as much on brute strength. So the events that do rely on just that brute strength, he doesn't quite have that strength there yet.
No, but I think it's handy being able to learn how to move your body and have that coordination first, which you definitely would have with cheerleading.
Absolutely. Body awareness is massive. Having worked closely with one cheerleader in particular on overhead work, they pick it up so fast. So if you want to have your kid be good at overhead pressing, get them into cheerleading as a kid.
Yep. And then bring them into strongman.
That's it. Here's Charles.
That's a very quick pick.
Van Niekerk. And gets it over nicely. Now he's on the way back. Good athlete, Charles. Rarely ever places outside of the top 5 or 6 in an event, which is big points in the scheme of this under 105s field. We're talking, 9, 10, 11 points every single event. There's a big array of points on offer here.
Come on, mate.
And that's the thing, if you
That's
drop...
big Coach Mellon in the corner with his phone out that you can see of Reaper strength. Gets it shouldered. Now this is a good technique from Charles. This is going to go straight on. He's tripping a bit, but he gets it over. And he's fired up too.
Very happy with that
now
one.
that shouldering technique, again, it takes that second or two longer. It's a little bit of a risk because you might miss it, but once you get to the end, it's on the platform already. You have to do no loading or extending.
Yep.
Hearing from the MC, Budini Godfrey, that is the time to beat.
As you do.
Very fast.
I don't know, did you see this man's athlete intro?
Which one are we talking about? Oh, Chris? No.
He decided he'd throw in a backflip on his way out. So I'm expecting a lot of athleticism here. I don't know whether he's going to go conventional techniques. But Chris,
there we go.
He moves fast there.
Very quick.
He
Not quite on. Tiff being strict on everyone here, making sure everyone gets everything over the line. It's not just the tip, it's the whole thing has to be over the line for it to count.
Here we go, Matt.
Now Christoph in with the second implement, loads it, just gets it over there, that's all you need. Now the sandbag. This has proved difficult for a lot of people.
167 is the beat. Will he get the sandbag all the way down?
He's got the sandbag. Oh, nice
Very
pick.
easy pick.
Now he's going to get this a few metres at least. He's got 15 seconds. Now he knows getting at least to the end is going to mean big points for him. So this is going to be really, really good for him. He's going to get it to the end. Will he have time to load it?
4, 3.
Does he get it? Oh, no.
Oh, no, just misses.
Just missing it there.
Missed it by that much.
He's got a lot of points for making
Big
it
points
all the way
for
to
that.
the end there.
That's a great showing from Chris Merriman.
All right.
A little bit too tired after that to be thrown in backflips, I feel.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't.
Party. No stranger to a loading medley actually as well.
All right.
We have.
This happens to be the worst thing to happen to strongman Cam Taylor. The strangler gloves and the hoochie daddy shorts.
Yeah.
Now, honest thoughts on the hoochie daddies.
I don't know how comfortable to be being in denim shorts, but
Yeah,
he seems to think different.
he's only little. Maybe the smaller thighs make it a little bit easier.
Maybe, yeah. Doesn't have that thick thigh problem.
All right.
Time there. He makes it to the shoulder. 45.16 seconds.
So,
is what he'll want.
hairy Daisy Duke now with that load, almost gets crushed under it. Make sure it's on. Very experienced. Now he's going to be into the log. This will be fast for Cam. He is a good athlete. Comes from a football background. Played first grade football at Mitcham. Now this is a good fast run for him. See if he can get that load onto the platform. There we go. Now the sandbag. Now it's proved difficult for a lot of people.
45.16.
But if Cam is able to move it, I think he'll be able to load it. The load won't be the issue. It will be getting it to the knees. And he's not quite able to get around and under it. It's a difficult thing. This is what I was saying as well, Katie, with the there's no give in the bag, so picking it up like that is harder because it doesn't fold over your arms. It has to sit where it sits, and then you really, really struggle to load from this position. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
But it is up and over.
That is impressive.
What time has he got
Goes the
there?
double cobra. Not sure
57.41
he has the
seconds.
appendage size to be doing the double cobra, but he's gone for it anyway.
That's second place so far.
I think Cam might get right of reply
We have.
at Australia's Strongest Man when he commentates me, so I better not be too mean to him.
Yeah, who knows what he'll say about you when you're on the stage.
So, I've just got scores here at the moment. Ben McLean is in the
So,
lead with 42
Ben
seconds.
McLean in the lead with 42 seconds, I'm hearing, over the microphone. So last place in the log press, first place in this. It was a big topic of discussion between Tyson and I, sitting out the log press after you'd failed a couple of attempts and maybe giving yourself a bit more of a crack, because like it's just shown, there is a chance to get big points back.
Yep. And there is
There's
8
not many men
events.
left in this field, so
Yeah.
Ben has gotten himself at least a fourth place, so at least 10 points after getting 0 on the first. So James, he's gone a lunge style. Diabetic athlete, you can see the insulin marker on the back of his arm, gets that on. Now this man looks at home with a log in arms, I think. He's got a little bit of lumberjacks about him, and with disdain throws that log over onto the platform. Now let's see what he can do with his sandbag. See how he manoeuvres it. Taller athlete, you'd think that he's going to have a little bit of an easier time with it than someone like Cam. And because he's taller,
easy.
he's able to get it nice and high. Now takes that extra second, gets that fold over the back. Not quite able to get it. Oh, he is able to get it to shoulder. He gets on the back of his shoulder even, so it's not going anywhere. That thing is going straight onto the platform and time off. Huge effort from him. Now that is really going to challenge the top time.
Absolutely.
50 seconds, so
just a
I
little
believe
bit
it might
below.
put him in second or third. There's going to be a lot of tight times here. This 105's field is ridiculously tight.
Yeah. It is always seemed to be very, very close, though, the 105s.
Absolutely. It is a stacked class. It is the tightest class, I reckon, in strongman, strongwoman today.
Yep.
Other than, I think, the heavyweights, the tightest weight class competition we're going to see is in this 105 division.
Yep, yep.
Everybody has a chance of winning, but also even the guys at the top level, there's other guys below them, the disruptors.
Yeah, yeah.
The ones that probably aren't going to podium, but they might sneak in and ruin someone's day by stealing some points off. One of the ones that you do expect to do really well here is Nathaniel, the Sheriff. This is one of Tyson's athletes as well. Oh, actually slammed his head in between the podium and the tyre there. Lucky to escape unscathed there. You saw Inez in the Arnold Pro Strongwoman show really do a number on herself. If you haven't seen that, look up Inez Strongwoman on Instagram and you'll see some photos of what happened when she mashed her face between a frame and, just on a frame. Here's Nathaniel, though, with a good pick here. It's the fastest we've seen it picked, but he's not got in a great position to load. It's a bit too low and it's slipping. He's getting very bicepy at that point and he's not able to keep it, so decided to go for the fast pick and he's tanked now. He's really suffering the consequences of not taking that time on that first pick. Really rushed it.
But he has been able to pick it and move it.
Yep. So he's moved it a little bit, and I think he has edged himself in front of a couple of other athletes in that field, but he won't be too happy with that. After placing second in the log, he really would have wanted a higher total than that. So Mitch Budge now, the final athlete. You can see what's on his arms. He's got the yellow stuff. That is called grip jizz. I'm not making that up. I'm not being vulgar. That is the actual term for the piece of brand, of liquid chalk that he's using. Is grip jizz. It's a UK brand, and it comes out yellow. It's liquid chalk, just the same as other people have been wearing. Like Katie said, though, pretty important to use that liquid chalk because it does dry out the skin. It creates a little bit more tactile sensation on the skin than if you were just to use chalk. Very fast pick there.
Absolutely.
Very fast. Now let's see what he can do. Gets it on to the platform. Now this would be very, very big for Mitchell if he could get all three implements on and if he could do it in fast time. Now if rushes a bit, slips a bit, doesn't quite get the purchase on that log. Now this is where competing, I haven't seen Mitchell compete much. Competing more and more, you learn more and more things about what might go well with a log, and you've got to learn and adapt. And wow, gets very lucky there, but no pictures on the scorecard. It's up and it's over. Now, can he get the sandbag? Oh, big pick.
Very strong pick.
Huge pick. And he's got it high. This is good. This is very good for him. This is going to get him a great time if he can get this over, and he does. Great work from him. I think he might have done enough to win the event. We'll see what the time comes out to. But that was a very, very good run from Mitch Budge. And that puts him, if he has won it, I think he might have done it. I think he might have done it in 46 seconds.
That's very close to the first position, I'm pretty sure.
We'll go to the scorers soon to see what that timing is. But big points for Mitch in first or second. Probably, I think Ben might have won it. But Mitch in second extends his lead even further. And like I said with the disruptors, Ben McLean placed last in the log. Might not be up there for the win overall today, but he's certainly going to annoy a few guys by coming second. We're going to flick over to Ben and Buddha now.
All right, we're live here on the floor for our friends home at TV, on TV land there. All right, so Ben, we had a bit of a struggle with event number one.
I had to make a comeback on this one, so I'm pretty happy with the result.
Yeah, you had 42 seconds, and that's the lead there, which definitely brings you back into contention there for the title.
Love it, thank you.
I'm guessing a loading medley is one of your favourites?
Yeah, definitely this and stones, so it should be good.
All right. Well, mate, congratulations for bringing it back. I love it. Love a comeback story. We'll see how you go, eh? No worries. Thanks, mate. We'll go back to our commentary team.
All right. That was interview with event winner Ben McLean. So Masters athlete. Impressive from him to be able to win that event after zeroing. So great comeback, great ability to be able to make that sort of improvement and change. Not let the first event get in your head. It can too sometimes get in your head, can't it?
Absolutely. It's definitely hard to just let that go and move on to the next one and not hold on to it. Or alternatively, you could just use it. Use that fire and use that anger.
Well, that's clearly what Ben's done. But
yeah, absolutely.
The big story to come out of that, I think, is Mitch Budge. His event gets him second place, third place maybe. He'll be standing on about 29, 28 points. It'll probably be a good 5-6 points clear after 2 events. That's a very big start for him. What do you think of the next event, Katie? We've got it obviously coming up in 5 weeks' time. This is your first time seeing it. This is these athletes' first time seeing it. Luckily, we get a little bit of a sighter at it beforehand.
I've tried it a little bit just with an axle and then weights on the end and trying to lift it up. I felt this morning and it kind of feels very similar.
Okay, it is
but
similar.
I didn't have any weight on it. So I think when a bit of weight gets on it, that'll change everything.
Yep. Well, how about rather than talk about it, we go to a video of it and we'll get a little bit more information about what you're going to have to do to win the flag raise event.
One of the more unique events in strongman, athletes will attempt to raise 4 flags of increasing weight from the floor to the upright position. This will test athletes' back and grip strength as they must stand over the flagpole and pull towards themselves. A split time will be given for each successful flag raised within the 60-second time cap. Which athletes will stake their claim to the title of Australia's strongest man and woman?
So that was our first look ever at the flag raise event. We've never seen this event done in competition before. What do you think is going to be the key to this event, Katie?
It looks like that getting that momentum originally, but once you sort of get about 45 degrees, I reckon that's when it just starts pulling you forward. And a lot of athletes might lose it there, but...
So over behind this camera here, we can see the athletes warming up, and this is their first time actually touching this implement ever. So it's going to be a lot about adaptability too. I expect some of the more experienced, some of the more seasoned athletes, Camilla and Carl in particular, someone like that to do well in this event early on. If people can learn and watch and gauge out what's going to work for them, they might be able to get a bit of a benefit. So finishing better in the medley event might play into their advantage. So for those unaware, in strongman, if you win an event, you get the privilege of going last in the next event. So when we're talking about advantages, it's a huge advantage, especially in an event you've literally never seen before, to watch, a dozen people go before you to try and make sure that you understand it. Even the winners of the log press got to see a dozen people go before them. So having a pet event doesn't just work for that event, but it can also work for the events following, knowing what's ahead of you, maybe picking up technique cues, or maybe just saying, I don't have to do a fast 1 or 2. I might have to do just, if I get 3 on the board, I know I'm going to win.
Yep.
Or I have to sprint it. So it's a bit of a, you play the game a bit, don't you, Katie, with events?
Absolutely. And I'm not aware with this one. Do you know whether they're doing split times?
I assume they will be doing split times, yes. So,
yeah. So even if you just get the first one, if you're faster than someone else who's only got the first one as well, you could just take them over just that little bit.
It is important. Once that's been locked in, the athlete will be given a call. Our spotters and loaders, we will be holding it in for them. But yes, there'll be times from flaccid to erect there. Once it is there, you're going to get your split time. And it will come down probably to a fast 3. I'm like, having had a little feel out of it before, I don't think even Mason knows how heavy to make this. So it's going to be really interesting to see who can do well in this event, who can get all 4 implements. I think all 4 probably puts you in the top 2 or 3 in each category.
Absolutely.
And a fast 3 will probably get you those 4th or 5th place points.
I'm very interested to see whether body levers make a difference. Short arms, long legs.
Yes, yeah. This is again something I want to look at. Whether the more compact athletes with the shorter arms, the better deadlifters typically.
Yeah.
Or if some of the longer armed athletes that can pull in more with the arm. And it'll be interesting to see whether people have to move around much. They have to stay on the mat to start the event. Their hands aren't allowed to be any further out than the ribbon on the flagpole. So it does make it a real game of leverages. And then you can see the athletes, Liz now walking her hands back. They're just having a bit of a feel out of this. We aren't mean here at Australia's Strongest. We do like to give the athletes a little bit of a time to feel out the implements and see how they're going to feel on the day, because it does play a part in the end game. And we're not about giving people an unfair advantage or throwing people under the bus with something they've never tried before.
Yeah.
Not something of this nature, especially. We do sometimes have mystery events in Strongman, but often they're things that you would have already done. You being the beneficiary of one of the mystery events that we threw at you at Australia's Strongest International. So we're going to go to some scores now. We've got some scores from that previous event. I'm really keen to talk with you about this. So everyone's scoring in this event because we did see everyone get off the start line. We've got Emma McFarlane getting distance scores. So all the distance scores you see, if anybody got over 30 metres, it means that they got the third implement. So 15 metres per implement. So you can see Emma didn't quite get the tyre on. Then Sabrina got the tyre on, not quite the log
next.
Sorry,
yep.
Thank you. Annalise got both the log and the tyre, but no more. So as we go up, you can see progressively more and more. And then we see, as soon as we get to Katie, all of a sudden it switches over to a time. And really interestingly, we've got Camilla Fogagnolo on 8 points there with a time of 50 seconds. Caroline with a time of 49, and only literally less than a tenth of a second in that. That's amazing to have that little of a time between those two. And Jess Nish with a really good time, getting her 10 points, and Caroline getting in there, disrupting that battle between Jess and Camilla could be telling. And to have less than a second or less than 5 seconds separating all of the top three is really good. Ash Devlin getting 1, Jess getting 2, and then a reasonably even spread of times for Liz, Sarah, and Megan. Megan pretty commanding in her 48 seconds there. Really expected nothing less, I didn't think.
I thought the times may have been a little bit closer, but then again, if you look at it, it's only a few seconds, which isn't much at all.
Sarah maybe gave the impression of moving faster because she was faster between implements, but Megan slow and steady and made no mistakes on any implement, which has proven to be beneficial for her. We're going to have a look at the men's scores now, or we might have a look at the overall standings. The men's scores first. So this is interesting. Carl actually coming last. That's really, really important for Carl. I thought Carl might have been up there. That does put him a long way back in the point standings. Paulie getting himself on the board. And then there is a tie. There is actually some ties amongst it, which is on meterage. There's no time ties, I don't believe. But on meterage, Anthony and Luke had a tie because they both got just to the end of that third sandbag and couldn't move it up. A really big win there for Dylan Phipps, coming back after passing out on the log. Had a bit of a sleepy buys there, but he came back like a house on fire and won that event. Looking at the 105s, Tommy Winthrop and Jake sharing points on the log, not able to get any movement out of the sandbag. And then you see there, every metre counted. Harley with 2, Kyle with 3, Josh with 7, Bryce with 10, Nathaniel 500 millimetres in front of him. Chris, again, 5 metres ahead of that. So distance came down, made a massive difference there. Cam Taylor getting himself in with 9 points with the time score, really important there. And this has really thrown the points around a bit. The only one, Charles and Mitchell, really putting themselves probably ahead on points when we see those points, given they did reasonably well on the log. But some guys that didn't really do the best on the log in Ben McLean and Jaden Lang, only a second and a half between those guys. But what a performance from Ben McLean.
All the times are just so close. I can just see it's just like a second between them or a metre between them.
It is. It really comes down. Every single little bit counts. And like we said, strategy plays such a big part. We'll look at how people go into this, whether they come out bull at a gate and risk losing hold of the flagpoles. We're going to check the overall scores now. We're going to have a look at those, see where we're at for each of the weight divisions. So overall placings, Jess has opened herself up a 2-point lead over Camilla. Now that can close really, really fast, but it might be tough to come back from. You know, who knows how this event's going to go. Jess, a very good deadlifter too. Camilla also a very good deadlifter, but no suits allowed here. So we'll see how Camilla goes raw dogging in the deadlift. Caroline not far behind as well. That race for third place there between Katie, Charlie, well, Annalise as well. You know, only 4.5 points between 7th and 3rd. What are your thoughts on the 73 kilo class? Who's your favourite from here?
I wouldn't say I particularly have a favourite, but I think Jess is looking particularly strong coming into this weekend. And I'd say Katie as well. I think she's a good all-round athlete, so I think she might actually bump up a little bit higher coming further into the weekend. And of course Camilla. Camilla always puts on a great show, and she always does fantastically in each event. So I think just staying very consistent and up the top, she might actually even push ahead of Jess.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this event goes and if any of those disruptors can get in the way and get between them again, just like Caroline did there between Jess and Camilla in that last event. And with 2 event wins, Megan Clark stands atop the podium so far. Sarah Halifax with that 2 second places.
Yeah.
There's really no surprises there, I don't think. With the first 2 events. We can see Sarah coming back on this one. Megan isn't known for speed. She's very slow, methodical. She's very precise. So if Sarah can get out to a hot start on this one, she could take some points back. Halving those points proved costly there for Liz as well. She could be on 6, but now she's 2.5 points off the lead. Jess only a point off her. And Ash scoring on that event, so she's on the board now too. We'll get into the men's overall placings now. Now this is interesting. So Dylan Phipps has pulled himself back with Matthew. Only a point separating first, separating second, separating third, and separating fourth. So a real good battle between those guys. The surprise pack for me, Carl down the bottom a bit. I expect him to really rally and try and pull himself out of that.
But it's such a big class, so if you just do poorly on one event, that's possibly 11 points that you then drop back behind someone who you may have overtaken. And
like we saw, a good event like Dylan coming back from 8.5 points to all of a sudden take the lead with 19.5 with an 11-point victory there. Mitchell Budge opening up a big gap there, 3 points at the top of that table with 27. But then we go down, we got really close from pretty much Chris right up to James, even Jaden throwing his name in there. We've only got 6 points or 5.5 points separating second from 7th. So there is a big, big range of people that could make their way into that top 3 by the end of the day's play.
Absolutely. And again, being like 15 in that class, you know, so many points can be divided throughout that and make it very, very difficult to stay on top if you just, you know, go poorly on maybe one event.
One bad event here. You know, Mitchell, this will be his first time seeing this, but someone like Cam Taylor, like Harley, like Ben Aykroyd, that have been around the traps a bit more, might have a little bit more of that now and might be able to pick up some points here. And someone like Mitchell, who's not competed as much at this level, might not be able to pick this up as fast. He might be able to. It really, really does come down to being able to pick things up really fast. And the ones who've had international experience will definitely have a bit of an advantage, because these are the sorts of weird events that you see in SCL's Strongman Champions League contest. Strongman Champions League runs across Europe. And I know there's been a few of those athletes that have gone over there and contested some of those competitions. So it is a big advantage with the weirder events coming in, having some international experience.
Absolutely. We're only 2 events in, so
it is.
There's
it's
6
two
more
events of 8. Yeah. Which is a lot more than a lot of these guys will be used to as well. So that does need to be factored in. We won't talk about it much today, but tomorrow some of the boys might be feeling it. We look like we're about to get back into things. Buddha rallying the troops out on the gym floor. The flag raise event. So for those who missed the demo, the athletes are going to stand behind the flags and they're going to have to grab behind that orange piece of tape on them, stand on the rubber mats and pull the flag straight up. So we need to have the flag pointing upright. These athletes have never ever touched this implement before, and it is really hard breaking that little point there. This isn't easy. There's a lot of, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of weight on the end of that flag, but any mathematicians work with me here. That weight is at the end of a pole that's about 4 metres long. So we'll see if anyone's able to implement it. Mason giving a few bits of advice. Emma, now she's got it moving. Can she break that sticking point? It's still up, it's still coming, and now it's down again. She's going to pass on that one.
And sometimes that's the hard part, is just getting it off the mat, off the ground to start off with.
Having actually used this just this morning, just playing around with a bit of light weight on it, breaking it through that sticking point from sort of 60 to 30 degrees is the hardest part. There she goes, Sabrina. She's up with it. Now, can she keep it going? She's trying to get traction. It looks like she's actually slipping a little bit with the feet there. So write this down, Katie. Footwear might be important for this event.
I think so too, it might be.
She is grabbing at that calf there. She might have put a lot of strain through that calf.
35 seconds there.
Oh, that one moved way
That's a better
easier.
pick. Now the key is to keep momentum going. It's really hard to generate momentum midway through this lift. So you can see it's stuck and she can't move it. Watch some of the other guys and girls, and the ones that make it will have momentum going through the lift.
Yeah, yeah.
15 seconds remaining.
So if she can get this one fast and get momentum through that sticking point, it's on its way back down now. So unsuccessful there for Sabrina. We're yet to see someone lift it, proving just how difficult this is. So this is Bev. She's been around the traps a fair bit. She's taking a bit of time away from strength sports with a few injuries, but she's back now. Let's see what Bev can manage here. So we're in the DNS socks, the Do Not Stop collective, and also in that same spot, pretty much at the 45-degree mark.
Yeah, yeah.
Sort of only managing to get it semi and not quite getting it all the way, but there's a bit of momentum there. No, and it dips back down, but a bit more momentum. This one looks promising. This is taxing on the grip as well. If your hands aren't quite strong enough to hold it, it does start slipping out. This is a big, thick bar that they're holding onto. And there is no knurling on it whatsoever.
No, no.
Make some noise for her, ladies and gentlemen. This is hot.
We're hoping Bev can get a lift here. She looks a bit defeated there, but this one's promising. It's up. Can she get it past that sticking point? She's working her way down it now. She's starting to guess this. I think she'll get this. Oh, no, heartbreaking. Oh, wait. She's used the bounce.
She's got it.
And gets a good rep. So she's actually used the downward momentum to bounce her way back up.
Just show the power of the crowd right here, what we can do. Okay.
So that's a great lift from Bev. Now we've
Next
got
up, we have
Lauren McMillan coming out for her attempts.
I think particularly watching each girl go before you will definitely help. Just to figure out what works and what doesn't work.
Yep, and now Lauren has taken that advice and, like we said, worked with it. She's worked her way down the implement. That's, I think, the go. Once you get to a certain stage, you generate as much momentum as you can, and then while it's moving, while it's still got motion, slide down and try and catch it lower. Really good run here from Lauren. Let's see how she does with the heavier ones, but working her way down it, being patient. Getting it lower and lower. The lower you get, obviously the more leverage you're going to be able to get back on that thing. And it is almost vertical. Now 3 are in. Can she get a fourth? Can she get this last one? 15 seconds. So she's got to work fast here. It's got to move fast off the ground. She has gotten it up a couple of centimetres. This could go. She's got 7 seconds. 6. 5 seconds. Will she lock it out? Oh, she's going to do it, but not in the time. Or no, just drops it. Reach for her bicep there. I hope that's okay.
Yeah, it definitely is taxing on the bicep, this one.
Jordan just unceremoniously dumping things,
dumping
and Phil Kerson's just doing it a lot more politely.
All right.
Jordan's Australia's strongest man, 2022. He can do what he wants. Okay, Nat Koopman, let's see what she's got. She's learnt from the previous attempts at this. Gets a fast start and then starts working her way down. No, doesn't quite get it right. She's been warned by the referees. She's got to stay behind that orange piece of tape. Getting a little bit of encouragement from behind from Caroline there. Trying to get this one. I think she will. She's moving it through that sticking point, but once it drops, it's really hard to regain. No, not quite there. Just loses the grip on it. Trying to fire herself up. This is an event you can fire up for. I think you do really just need to rip this thing up.
You do, just rip it up off the ground.
You can see Sarah flapping her hands out the back there because she's just put the liquid chalk on.
Yeah,
trying to make that dry. 10 seconds remaining. She's got 10 seconds. Let's see if she can get one more meaningful attempt at it.
7, 6,
Pretty hard to make the attempt once you've already ground out 50 seconds worth of unsuccessful work.
Yeah, definitely gasses you pretty
It's
quick.
actually probably less taxing to make each lift than it is to continue missing them.
Than to sit and fight with it the whole time.
All right, next up, we have Charlie Lennon.
So Charlie, she's aggressive. Wow, she's straight in. Now, I think Charlie might have a background with pole dancing. I think she might own the pole studio
I don't know how
locally.
much picking up poles she would do.
But picking yourself up on the pole, still, it's a transferable strength.
But a lot of core, I reckon it would be.
Yes.
That'll definitely come in handy.
A lot of that pulling strength and that ability to leverage, and wow, that will be a winning time, I think. That is a very good time. 32 seconds.
I think that'll be a very hard one to beat.
That was impressive. So have you taken much from that?
Yeah, I'm watching. It's interesting. A few of them are wearing lifters and a few of them aren't. So I don't know whether that comes in handy, but definitely, I guess, like, keep moving your hands.
From my
seem to be
thoughts of it initially, I think lifters might be a good idea because you're able to keep yourself a little more vertical, so you don't have to roll, unroll your back, and you're able to get more quad drive, more of that vertical quad drive. Sort of treat it like a car deadlift, with the backwards leverage. Really nice first one there from Katie. This is an event we looked for her doing really well, and that second one flew. First one went fast, second one flew. This third one, she's gone bang, bang, bang. She could beat this first time here. Trying to fire the crowd up. Can she get this third one, fourth one? It's fast. Is it going to beat the time set by Charlie?
With 25.6
25 seconds.
Very quick.
Wow. That has set the mark to beat. Okay, these girls have now figured it out, and it shows how much advantage it is going later in the field, being able to figure this thing out on the fly and really give yourself a shot at being able to rip these things up.
Pretty furious.
Katie was a lot smoother there. She took a lot less steps, so she was able to just get the momentum going and then reef it in. So Camilla, very experienced competitor, goes bang straight up. She needs to move fast here. She's got a bit of pressure on her now. She knows Jess is coming for her. She's got third place in that previous event, so she's got another competitor between her and Jess. So she knows the time she puts on the board needs to be around that 25-second mark. It's going to be fast. This is great from Camilla. Can she lock it out in 25 or less?
And that's time with
23 seconds. So at the minute, these girls are just one-upping each other.
Yep. It's just getting faster and faster.
This is really, really good lifting. So Caroline now. Let's see what she can do. She got in the way of Camilla and Jess. Oh wow, that's a fast first one.
She's got the motion in the first flag.
She's taking her time over them. This might cost her a bit in the overall placings. A couple of seconds over the top of it. Gets that one all the way up. Third one, she's gotten up. She's starting to lose this one a little bit. Oh, but grit, no, loses it. So she's out of probably the top 2 or 3, but she can still put some good points on the board. She's in a good position anyway because a lot of the girls failed to lift one or that second one. So in a good position here already. And she looks like she could. No. got a little bit greedy with it there and stepped back a little bit too far, too fast. Needed to stay in contact with it a little bit longer and keep the arms bent. Once you straighten the arms, you have way less control over this.
Yeah. And it's hard just trying to learn on the fly as you go through it. But got 2 out of 4.
She does get 2 flags.
She looks pretty happy with that. All right, Jess. She knows what's in front of her. She knows what she needs to do. Now, interesting conundrum. Do you go super fast and see if you can win, or do you go like steady and make sure you don't make mistakes? She's ripping the first one up. Looks like she's struggling a bit here, actually. And she looks like she's, again, straightened the arms a bit too soon.
Yeah.
I think got a little bit out ahead of her too fast. Now she's worked out the technique. Now, she knows she's probably not going to place in that top 2 or 3 now, but she needs these points, so she needs to make sure she at least gets 3 to beat Caroline.
Yeah, she knows she needs to hit that second and third one.
There's a lot of support coming from behind her, Jess giving it her absolute best. And you see just how much different events can be better for different athletes. She's working this out, but still slipping a little bit on this implement. She's still battling away with it. Big arms on Jess, huge power through those. But just a little bit too extended. Maybe the grip is giving away a little bit as well, slipping hands. I think she can get this one. It's now at that tipping point, but it's not enough time. She's going to drop it. But she'll have to be satisfied with 1. We'll have to see where that places her. That's a big points loss for Jess.
I suppose it can be hard coming in as well after the other 2 girls made it look so easy.
Yeah. You might have expected the first one to fly up and maybe gotten a bit eager on it. Rather than just fighting your own or running your own race, you know, expected it to be lighter than it was. So that'll conclude the under 73s. So we'll change the weights over and get the 82s out.
I believe we are into the under 82 females.
So there's 5 women in this class.
Looks like Ash is getting fired up already.
Yep.
Dancing away.
Ash has been watching patiently from behind. She's seen the whole 73 class go. She's been watching very, very carefully to see exactly what she can take out.
So we will be...
Look, Ash probably knows she's not the strongest girl in this field, so it's impressive to see behind watching, trying to make sure she maximises every bit of strength that she does have.
She's definitely a fighter though, like she won't let go of it and give up, that's for sure.
So she's starting her event, gets it off the ground.
Come on.
Again, the first time a lot of these girls are ever touching this, well, all of them actually. It's a new event here in Australia. We haven't ever seen it or done it before, so it's a really unique battle and test of strength and ingenuity in your way to pick this weight up, your ability to pick it up. It can hurt as well.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it hurts a little bit.
You can clip yourself in the nethers, and it's not nice.
30 seconds remaining.
I believe that might have been the consequence there, unfortunately. Kim helping with de-belting.
Just the belt there,
The belt might have pinched, actually.
Yeah.
Nothing worse than a belt pinch.
Yeah.
Those love bites from the belt hurt like nothing else. Part of the reason I was saying I don't wear one. I'm actually a very soft individual, and I don't like belt bites.
Yeah, I don't lie. I usually have several different belts that I use for different events.
Yeah.
Because I can't just use a normal belt with my
Time
log.
is on for Jess.
coming all the way from Werribee.
Yeah, going up and back down. She's not quite gotten it right that first time. Very intense competitor, Jess. She always brings that energy to the floor, that intensity. Doesn't look like she's got quite a grip on making this one work, but then takes a second stab. And she's building it up, building it up. Can she manage to get it? No, not quite. Trying to summon a bit of something extra here for herself. She is working really, really hard to try and get that into the right position. It's a tough position to get to.
There we go. Come on, Jess.
From here, bit of momentum. Can she pull it through? No, it's gone back down again. There we go. She's trying to throw and catch it, which is a high risk, high reward scenario, because if it slips through your hands, you just drop the entire thing. But if you can throw it, you do get a little bit more power. See the intensity on the face there. And she'll call it a day there. Unsuccessful. All right, I think it'll be Liz Aitken out now. Liz looking to build back some points here. She is still 4.5 points off the lead, 2.5 points off Halifax in second place.
I think our athlete's ready. Liz Aitken.
Let's see what Liz has got here.
Come on.
And she's going to get that. That's a good first rep from her. Gets herself on the board.
Made that look
held
very
in
easy.
safe there by Tim Trottier. Now, can she get the second? Can she put some more pressure on Sarah and on
She's showing how it's done. 2 flags up already.
Megan Clark? She's got those 2 up. Can she get third? She'll be pulled up here for having the hands too far in front of the line there. So she's going to have to put it back down and resume at a lower point on the flag. But let's see what she can do.
That's it, Liz. Come on. Bring it up.
She is dragging it back, but it's dropped again, then dragging back. She's working this. I think she will get this. 15 seconds. No, it's come down again. I don't think she'll get another rep from here. I think it's a bit too much to ask in a short space of time. But if she gets a really good rip here, no. All smiles there from Liz, though. Good performance from her. Puts a bit of pressure on your mate, Sarah.
I suppose that does put her at a minimum of third place.
It does.
4 flags go up. That's the real question. That'll be a good question to answer very soon. We've got Sarah Halifax all the way from Geelong.
So Sarah, she's been given the time on. Let's see how fast she can be. All right, she is up, bang, in. Let's see who else. Can she get this second one up? On the way back. She's got the handle of this one pretty good. And out comes the tongue. I think that's probably put her in second place. So even if she doesn't make this lift, I think she's probably a little bit faster than Liz was in that one. And the strain, tried to hold it in with the legs there. It wasn't quite successful. Probably needs more tongue out, I think.
Yeah, there seems to be more strength with the tongue.
Yes, come on.
There's referee Mummy Tiff coming behind to make sure there is no incursions on that orange line. And
15 seconds remaining. Come on,
with the green hair, Kim seems to be riding this every single lift.
Yeah. Looks like once it gets to that 45 degree, it just seems to go back down again. That's where all of the weight.
30 to 60 degrees, really challenging. Now let's see what the champ Megan Clark can do.
Under 82s.
For a comprehensive 3 from 3, if she can do this third implement, she will win the event. That's all she needs to do. A fast 2 or just getting 3. We'll see what she does here. See if she goes fast for 2 or if she goes a little bit slower. The first one, easy as you like. Does her expression ever change?
She does make everything look easy, and then you look at her face and it makes it look even easier.
Has the facial range of Kirsten Stewart, just deadpan the entire time. And with that, wins the event. She doesn't need to do any more. She's just going to do this for fun now. Is Megan competing at Australia's Strongest Woman in 5 weeks' time?
I don't think so.
No, so this isn't even a training one for her. She's just doing it for the sake of it. Well, I know who's going to be on flag raising duty at the school from now on. It's going to be Miss Megan Clark.
That'll be a
She's
job
going to be
for now.
doing that. Now, I don't know if we're going to get an interview and then the boys are going to come out. I think that might be what we're doing. The boys haven't had a chance to fiddle with the rod yet. So
no.
I think we'll give them a chance to come out and have a play.
She definitely made that look very, very easy.
Yes.
So I'll definitely be going to her for some tips and tricks.
I might also. So we might both have to bail her up after our commentary's over.
Yeah.
So we can figure out how that's best done, because she just sort of monstered through that.
Absolutely. And she's gone for the lifters as well.
She has.
So maybe that's just the secret.
I think that is. I think the more upright position that you'll be able to be in will also help you keep that in close and maintain a better position, and also allow you to lean back a bit more, because you'll have a little bit more behind you to be able to actually lean back into and pull back against.
Yeah, be able to use your body weight a bit better in that way.
Yeah. It's not all about being the strongest. Sometimes it is about being the smartest with that strength.
Yeah, yeah. Strategy definitely comes into play.
So it looks like we've got under 73s winner Camilla Fogagnolo out there with Buddha. Let's flick to that.
All right, we're live here on the floor with Camilla. I'm going to ruin this surname, but it's Fogagnolo.
Fogagnolo.
Fogagnolo. I'm always murdering it. Well, you are just the winner of the under 73s event there for the flag race. And with, how many seconds was it again? It was
23 point something, I believe.
Yeah, so 23 seconds and winning that event. You can't really replicate this in the gym. How have you been training for it?
I haven't trained this event at all because so many other competitions to train for, so I just couldn't fit this one in, but it went well.
Yeah, because you were just competing last weekend, weren't you?
And the weekend before, yeah, I was in Scotland and then in Toowoomba and now here.
Yeah, so are you going to have a rest anytime soon?
Yeah, after this weekend.
I think a rest well earned, that's for sure. Anyway, thank you so much, Camilla. This has been great. Good luck for the rest of the competition. We'll see how you go.
Thanks very much.
No worries. Thanks, Camilla. Anyway, we'll head back to our coaching team. There with, who is it? Oh, it's Sam. I'll leave it to you, mate.
It is Sam. Katie has departed. She has commitments helping out a few people out the back. So it is just me and my dulcet tones now taking you through the boys. So the boys are in now. They've had a chance to have a watch of how the girls did things, but they'll all be still figuring things out on the fly here, where everyone is going to be playing their own game and trying to figure it out, caging each other out. There is a bit of caginess out the back there. There's making sure nobody's getting any secrets. So Carl now taking his warm-ups. Being a lighter athlete as well, Carl, having competed in the under 80s last week, now doing the 90s, the heavier athletes probably will have an easier time with this. Leaning back against these implements will probably be a bit of an advantage if you are heavier, which in the under 105s isn't as much of an issue. In the under 90s isn't as much of an issue unless you are coming from a lighter weight class. But the heavyweights at Australia's Strongest Man and Woman will note that it might favour the heavier athlete. Some events favour the heavier athletes, some events favour the lighter athletes. Longer, shorter, a lot of body type does come into play when discussing performance of the athletes. So all the boys are just having a roll through, seeing how they feel. Here's the cop from Terminator, Aiden, giving things a crack. And very observant from everyone. So we're just a few minutes away from getting these guys on the competition floor. Give a quick plug to our sponsors. We've got Quest Infrastructure. They are our major title sponsor of all the title shows. So Quest Infrastructure do a whole heap for strongman. So make sure you do use them. If you get the opportunity, head over to the website. Make sure you use them. We've got Steel and Stone Gym. If you are up in Brisbane, you can check out Steel and Stone Gym. You might be lucky enough to find Mummy Tiff lurking around there. Our beautiful judge for the day, referee. Cerberus providing the drop pads here. Any sort of gym needs some drop pads, especially if you're doing strongman equipment or strongman stuff. You need these sorts of drop pads, save your floor. So head over to Cerberus and grab those. You can see everyone's decked out in Cerberus. We've got SBD City Strength sponsoring us, so if you need any of your kit there, make sure you are heading to City Strength and getting some of your kit. You can see everyone with the knee sleeves, with the elbow sleeves, the belts, everything you need, all from City Strength SBD. Strength Workshop also sponsor. They are a gym in New South Wales. That is where the DNS boys work out of. You saw Bev wearing some of their socks earlier. You can get a bit of kit from them too. So head over and support all of our sponsors. If you are a fan of Strongman in Australia, support the people that make these shows possible and that allow us to bring you the production that is Australia's strongest middleweight finals. This is a fantastic opportunity for these athletes. Never really been a thing before until last year, an opportunity for the lighter classes to really show what they're made of. We did have the Arnold Classic, but that's a huge expo and nobody really gets the limelight. We have different classes all on the same day and nobody really gets that limelight that they're after. So it's really amazing to see the weight classes be individually highlighted in their own shows like this with a small selection of weight classes and only seeing the best of the best out there today. We're moving at a pretty good clip here for events. We're on to the second half of event number 3 of 4 of the day. We're going to go to some ads or an interview with one of the athletes and I'll catch you in a few minutes. Cheers.
G'day there, it's Buddha Godfrey here from Australia's Strongest. We're talking to Charlie Lendl. Charlie, how's your training been?
Training's been really good, actually. I've hit some pretty good numbers, so I'm excited to see what happens today and if the nerves get to me or not.
No worries. Now, with our events today, which one are you looking forward to the most?
I almost want to say log, and I hate log. So I've improved heaps on that one, so hopefully I can hit a PB.
Yeah, try and prove yourself, right? Now, which event are you not looking forward to?
I don't know if I'd say not. Probably stones. Stones isn't my favorite, but also I'm a little bit worried about like the flag and just the tire because I haven't had a chance to practice with them. So whatever happens today.
Yeah, might try and sneak a cheeky practice in.
I hope so.
All right, and Charlie, what do you do for yourself as a living?
So I own a pole dancing studio and a strongman gym as well. So.
Okay, nice. And whereabouts are you based?
In Bendigo here.
No worries. So, hometown girl. Well, thank you very much, Charlie. We'll wrap it up and good luck for today.
Thank you so much. Ta.
No worries. Cheers. It's event number 3, the flag raise with our under 90s men's. I've just got the tick of approval from the mad scientist Mason, the founder of Stand or Submit, the one that's created this hectic little invention, the flag raise, and we will be ready to kick it off. We are ready. So with 60 seconds, the athlete has to get all 4 of these flags all the way up with varying weights.
So you've heard from Buddha what we need from the athletes. All 4 of these flag poles must be erected. Here comes Paulie. Got hands on the implement, waiting for Tiff's call, and none of these guys have touched this before. So if you're just joining us, this is a brand new event to Australian Strongman. Paulie makes good work of that first one. The traps on the man really coming along. You will see the lighter weight classes of men really are reversed to shirts. Paulie with a really good 2. He's had a disappointing start with the log and only just getting through the medley, but this one drags it back. This is good from Paul. This is a really good showing for him. This is a really good start. Fires himself up. Got tape in various places around his body to keep himself together. But Paulie trying to drag it back, succeeding a little bit. Now these guys have seen some of the girls go through and Paulie's doing a really good job of being patient. He's staying over the weight. He's at 10 seconds. He needs to just drag it back a couple of inches to get this fully up, and he does it. Wow. Wow, what a finish to that event for Paulie. Coming out like a house on fire and lighting that event up with a completion of the course. And he got all 4 up. Completing the course there. immense. We've seen how valuable that can be. So now we'll see if any of the other boys can follow suit. Carlos Sherry coming out. Now he's going to come at this hard. He needs some points. So trying to make fast work of that first one.
That's the first one.
Carl coming up from the lighter weight class. So this is an event where sometimes absolute body weight is a vital factor, but Carl making sure that that's not a factor for him. He's using the explosiveness. The more momentum you can generate through the early part of these, the better. Trying to drag it back like you saw Carl having to do just then is quite a tough task. You're going to have to really work hard to fight against that downward momentum and trying to get your hands back in a different position on the way up. But Carl making good work of this. He's going to lock and load this fourth one, and that will put him in the lead. That's a good run from Carl. He'll be happy with that. Both boys so far finishing this run. We saw the girls really struggle to finish all four of them. The guys come out, the first two, they've done it. Now again, the weights, Mason has no idea what weights to put for this because he's never done it before. So these are kind of our crash test dummies on what sort of weight to use in this event. This is Ash Vincent. Let's see how fast he can move. Wow, this first one has rocketed. Jesus, that's moved fast. He's almost thrown it through the actual, the railing there. He's gone the same pace on the second one, third one. This is going to be a quick run. This is going to be a really quick run from Ash. He's onto his last one, and it's straight up and straight over. A little bit of a fight here. Loses it a little bit. Oh, loses it completely. That could be big. That could be big. We'll see if he can recover there. Tries to drag it back. I don't think changing the foot position is the go here. You can see he's starting to try and swing his feet around as the event goes. And I think what was working for him in the first couple of flagpoles, he's gone away from, and that's really seeing him struggle through. Let's hope he can get this up, but I think with 10 seconds to go, I think he's run out of gas. He's going to have one more crack at it. Not quite. Not quite for him there today. A fast three might still put him in good stead. We'll see how these points sort of work themselves out. Everything's really, you don't know how good you've done until everyone's gone. You don't know how good the wicket is until both people have batted or both teams have batted. So a good first two here. That's a really good technique he's got. He's getting really low and he's squatting it up as much as he can, limiting how many times he has to adjust the hands. This is a really good technique and a really good run for him so far. Let's see if this squat style works. And it does. This is really good, really, really fast. This might beat Carl.
He's clear there with 26.05 seconds. He's going to be happy with that time.
It's a really good time, 26 seconds. I'm not sure what Carl ran, but that's a really good time. Now the wild thing, Taz. We'll see what Taz can do. Taz is locked and loaded. We know Taz is going to go at this like a bull at a gate. See how fast he can get through these first couple. Give us an indication. He's smooth through that one, but not overly fast. The second one, for some reason, seems to be moving easier for a lot of people. He's really into his work now. Let's see what he can do with this third one. He's got a much more bent over technique, so he's relying a lot more on that hinge pattern on those glutes to straighten through. So let's see if he employs a lower technique. He does. He gets a bit lower now. You see, we're starting to learn what this event is all about. You can really drive low for it, drive a lot of power through those legs.
30 seconds remaining.
That's going to be the key in this for the remaining men. And can Taz lock this out? Loses hold of it that time. He's got 20 seconds. He's still got a real red hot crack at this. Drives up, and this is a bit more momentum this one. He holds onto it, but no. Oh, yes, he does. Oh, no. Thought he was able to save it, but he wasn't quite.
6, 5.
A sort of disapproving look there from Jordan Osborne.
1.
Jordan looking at these thinking, I could probably do this with one hand.
Can't say he doesn't play to the whistle there. All right.
So that wasn't a bad run from Taz. The first three reasonably fast. He'll definitely get some decent points there. And Carl showing us why the under-90s are reversed to shirts, because if you look like that, why would you want a shirt on? Now, the Ant-Man coming out. Second one's up. Third one is moved up well. He's really trying to get these in one motion. He's trying not to have to work down them. And he's, oh wow, that might be the fastest run we've seen. That might be the best run we've seen today. 17.99 seconds. So 18 seconds. The fastest time we have seen today. That's a big event for him.
All right. Next up, we have Luke Tiger, the Tiger.
All right, here we go. Lukey. What's he able to do?
All right, he's got that up.
Oh, really fast start from Lukey here. He's learnt, he's worked, and he's getting his legs nice and low, those hips low. He's working really hard here. This is fast, fast, fast. Wow. Are we going to see a faster time? Bit slow on the lockout there. We might not see 18 seconds, or will we? That's fast. Wow. Wow. He's done that in really good time. I reckon about 20 seconds, but we'll have to wait and see. 18.7. So a little bit slower. Just half a second slower. In second place, though, the boys have really started to get into the work here. They've really figured this out. And the fact they're all finishing it means really bad things for myself and Katie at Australia's Strongest Man and Woman, because it means they're going to go heavier. Here we go, right, Riley Talbot. A little bit shorter here, so we'll see how the shorter athlete goes compared to the taller ones in the class with the longer levers. Now he's worked it out. He's getting a bit of leverage back. You can see the smaller guys are having a bit of trouble leaning their weight back against it. Just those few extra kilos to lean back against the weight might actually be a little bit more beneficial. This one's going back down for him. Let's see if he can get it back up. 30 seconds, so still plenty of time. Carl making sure he's getting himself in as much of the camera with his shirt off as he possibly can, but trying hard to maintain. Now he's paused, and will he be able to work his way down that handle to bring that one up? Grip seems to be failing, but he's recovered. He's recovered. Works his way down, works his way down. Lets it drop, builds some momentum, really heaving it back as hard as he can. Not quite there, and that'll be time for Riley there.
2 flags. Nearly 3, but not quite.
Really good effort there. 2 flags in decent time, but that third one. Now, strongman's Tom Selleck. Here we go, Aiden. Oh, short work of this. The cop from Terminator. Really giving himself a run for the top title here in this event. Loves that. He does have a big beast of a back. When he had his shirt off before, you could see those back muscles rippling through. So that's really important here, that pulling strength, that upper back power to drag those hands back towards your midline. But also important is that leg power and grip power too. That seems to be where Aiden's struggling at the minute, is that grip power. You see that the hands aren't holding it as much, as strongly as they'd like. His competitors are trying to get the crowd riled up for him. And we're seeing a really valiant effort here from Aiden, and he's probably not going to get that one. He's going to call that off.
He's done there. They still get valuable points there. All right, next up we have Matthew Bilsmark.
All right, here's Matthew Bilsmark. He's fired up. He's ready to go. He wants to win this. Jesus, he's nearly broken our equipment. He's going up a bit too fast here for our equipment to handle. He's pulling in fast here. Third one. Now, can he get the last one? This is a great run from Matthew, and no issues there, and he's up. He's fired up too. Thor Odinson with a great run there. 16 and a half seconds. Wow. Now, there's only one man that's got right of reply, and that is Dylan Phipps. We'll see what Dylan has to say here, because he might not be happy about taking second or third. He wants first. Look at the arms on this man. I expect this to be quick. There's Urgent. Bang, he's straight into the second one really fast. Oh, here we go. Dylan is into his work. He's making really short work of this. This is fast. This is really fast. This is going to come down to the timer's thumb. We are going to see a really fast time here. Is it going to be enough to win? We'll have to wait and see. I'll wait for Budini. 13. 13! As the great Anthony Hudson called, 13. Dylan Phipps, absolutely not wanting second place, just comes in and mows those down. 13 seconds, that is phenomenal. The 105s are now going to come out and they're going to show us what they're made of. We're going to add a little bit of weight to each one of these flagpoles, make them work a little bit harder. Really good completion rate there though for the boys. A lot of guys getting all of those flagpoles erected. So we're going to see 25 kilos go to the end of the under 105s barbell here. If anyone's good at maths, they can figure this out for me, how heavy 25 kilos is at the end of a 4 metre long pole, plus the weight of the pole, obviously. It's a little bit too much mathematising for me, so I can't give you an exact number on how much it does weigh in the hands. Shout out to anyone who did the Arnold Classic 2020 or 2019 with the Viking press. The all-important weight in the hands, I think it was 2019. We're setting these up, we're getting the boys in and ready to have a little bit of a whirl. I think we might be giving them some warm-up time.
Just have a little feel of it. Try it out.
So the athletes are all going to get a chance to just have a little feel out of the equipment, have a little bit of a warm-up before we get stuck into it.
It's inappropriate hard. So the gents having a little warm-up. This flag here, but Charles.
G'day there, it's Buddha Godfrey here from Australia's Strongest. Today we've got Taz Kasoria. Is that correct? I don't know.
Yeah, something like that. It's Kasoria, potatoes.
Potatoes. Now, speaking of potatoes, which weight class are you in today?
Under 90s today, mate.
Under 90s. Unfortunately, couldn't bulk up to that 105, eh?
Oh, I'll remain a skinny boy.
That's all right. For now. Now, Taz, what's been your favourite thing to train for this competition?
Oh, geez, probably the log. Probably a log, I reckon. That's all right.
Yeah, everybody's been looking forward to that log. So what kind of numbers are you thinking about trying to hit today? How are you feeling?
Jesus, if I can get a number on the board, I'd be happy. But over 130 would be a good goal for me. So.
Yeah. And how do you lift that? Is that a split jerk or a jerk or push press or?
I like to cheat like everyone else says, so it's a split jerk, mate.
Perfect. You often see that with the under 90s. You see a lot more split jerks and a lot more, what would be the word, technically proficient. Some proficiency there and more technical skills coming from a lot of guys coming from the Olympic weightlifting backgrounds as well, and bring that across from CrossFit and so on. Now, Taz, mate, what's been the event that you've been dreading the most?
Oh, deadlifts for sure. Yeah. I'm shit at them.
Yeah? Well, shit at deadlifts, eh? Beep that out. Now, Taz, mate, what do you do with yourself outside of training and strongman?
Oh, I'm an arborist, so that's what I do Monday to Friday. And so, if I'm not doing arborist work, I'm training and do a bit of photography in my spare time. Or I like to go bush forward driving. So, it keeps me out of trouble most of the time.
Yeah, bloody oath. And whereabouts are you from, man? And where do you train out of?
I'm from Melbourne, so I'm training out of Ben's gym at the moment, but I was training out of NSC for most of my strongman life, so. Nice.
Well, Taz, I want to wish you luck for today, and we'll see where you go from, eh?
Oh, yeah, cheers, mate. Have a good one. Bloody beauty.
No worries. Cheers, mate.
We also have Warrior Fit as well. We also have Northside. I could name them all. I probably couldn't name them all. But they're all over Victoria. There's a lot up in New South Wales as well. We have a lot in Queensland, so don't be afraid to give it a Google. They often have a Strongman Saturday event where you can come along and try it out and try the events, and they'd be like, oh, I want to try that. You can. It's not an exclusive sport. It doesn't take much to start up in it. And it's really fun. Carries over to a lot of other sports, so it's a great off-season training as well. Especially the boys like in rugby and even AFL makes you a bit tougher to tackle, that's for sure. So yeah, try it out. Give it a Google. Very accessible. So people wondering in the crowd here how much this weighs 170 kilograms. This barbell here. $170. That's what I was just asked. Then we have this other barbell. Just rolling it over. Looks like an axle for bloody flint-offs. All right. So this will be event number 4. So once we get through this weight class, we will be starting on this. So this one here weighs 200 kilograms. 260. Okay, we are about to kick it off. Let's go. We got Jake Meg coming up.
All right, we are into the 105 kilo men. Jake Meg starting us off. Each one of these classes is going to be a real different battle to see who gets the first, second, who even gets a rep on this flagpole race. It's been a real battle across the entire event. So Jake Meg, unfortunately for him, out first, but he does get to set the pace. He does get to set that standard. Let's see what he's got in the tank. He gets it. That's a confident start. Can he continue it? No, it drops back down. But in that second surge, a lot of athletes are sort of letting it fly down, get into a better position, and then reef it back, which Jake did on the first one. This second one, he's doing the same thing, getting into that squat position and see if he can reef it back, and he's doing that successfully as well. This is a really good start to the event for Jake. He's gotten 2 on the board, and we've seen how valuable getting 2 on the board is. A lot of athletes making 1 or none with this flagpole raise event. Not quite able to get that third one. He's got plenty of time. This is the experience move, to step back, take a second. You're now going to have to push a little bit harder to get that momentum through that sticking point. At this point, if you don't get the momentum through the sticking point, you're probably not going to wrestle it back. But he has called it off there. But like I said, that sticking point, that all-important point where you've got to pull through like that 45-degree range that seems to be where everyone stops. That's where you're going to want to work your hardest to pull back on.
Here we go.
So,
all right. Oh.
Tommy Winter with his first successful lift. Let's see whether Tommy can get his second. He's trying to hold it between his legs. Not quite. We'll see what he can manage here. Tommy Winter. He's trying everything he can, but he's not quite being successful with it. He just doesn't have that pace through this point right here. It starts to slow down just past the knee there, and he loses that pace. You need that speed through that point. And you saw it immediately as he went to go lift it, then his hands started to slip. That's going to be a factor for the boys right now. It is a hot, sweaty place in here. And those big, smooth flagpoles, really hard to get any purchase on. So Harley Hughes, he's this man keeping his shirt on for now, but is not afraid to show a bit of thigh. And he's got big, powerful legs, so that is a good reason to show him off. And they're coming to play here. You can see those quads working as he drives off the ground and gets that flagpole moving. Keeping it in close here, Harley. It's good from him. That's the key, is to keep it nice and close. We've learned from the earlier events that when you pick it up, you then got to keep it close. You don't want to have the arms too far out in front of you. You want to keep them as close to you as you possibly can. If you don't have the power to reef it back just through pure rowing power, you've got to keep it close and work your way back with those quads. Double dips there, gets those quads back involved, and he's really stoked with that, Harley. Going to treat himself to a pair of shorter shorts, I believe. So, Mr. Kyle Norton coming out for his attempt.
Next up, we have Kyle Norton.
We're in that grip jizz, the liquid chalk brand. There's the Mad Snake Mason, Dannett just emerging across the screen there, making sure he gets his underboob sweat on the live stream. Now Kyle, what can he do? That's gone back down. He's lost that. He's lost that rep there. He's tried to go real low pick. That's a bit better, a bit of momentum through there. He's lengthened the arms though, and you don't want to lengthen the arms. I've been saying that through the broadcast here. So for those heavyweights that are listening, ladies and gents that are competing in Sydney in a couple of weeks, don't lengthen the arm. That's where you're going to lose this one. Keeping the arm in tighter, making this thing a lot easier to control. See how he does with this third one. He's managing to keep a little bit tighter to himself. He's managed to stay a bit more compact through the lift. He's fighting, he's losing it, but then he's winning it back, and he's got that one there. That's a great lift there. Now let's see if he can complete the fourth one.
He's got 15 seconds remaining.
Harley dying a little bit in the background back there, but Kyle fighting hard here and gets it up in about 53, 54 seconds. He's happy with that. Big Kyle. It really is completely up in the air as to who wins this event. All right, Josh Martin. He's going the work put. A different style, but it seems to be working for him. Oh, wow. Wow, Josh with a couple of lower range performances early on. Didn't do as well in the log as he would have liked, but he's reefing through these. Goodness gracious me. This one proving a little bit more difficult. Grabbed it a little bit too low there. A little bit too low, and he lost a little bit of time, but this is a quite good run from Josh. Let's see how he does on the fourth one. He's getting this up at a good pace. Wow, excellent work from Josh. This is his event. This was an event that he came in wanting to do well in, and he's just absolutely smoked it. Great event from him.
I think that's the fastest time so far.
Definitely in the lead so far in this event. We'll have a look at the Bryceler next by the look of things. Bryce Purton coming in.
Going there for Bryce Purton.
Bryce Purton. Let's see what he has in the tank in this event. He got some big old wheels on him, so we'll see how he goes. Dragging it up. He's going a few different stages throughout. I think this is a good tactic for him. He's adapting a different style. It might not be as fast, but it is going to be as effective. He's working this third one up a really good pace there still. He's got a good technique to him. He's worked his way out, and he's going to keep consistent. And that's good strongman. That is just really good, consistent strongman there. Not trying to break stride, not trying to do anything that was outside of his wheelhouse. And he's got a really good time on the board there. He's really happy with that. That's a great run from Bryce. Now Nathaniel.
All right. Next up, we have Matt Wesleyan.
The Sheriff.
The Sheriff.
He's from the NC, coming all the way down here, trying to get these flag poles raised. 4 of them. Struggling a bit off the ground there, but now he's got this one moving, keeps it close. He's lost it on the way down, but he's going to double dip here. That double dip attempt and gets it up. That seems to be something a lot of the guys are doing, is double dipping and reefing it back up after that second dip. He's gone all in one there, one motion. The second one seems to be the easiest one. The guys are really moving into their work on that second one. He's got the third one moving, double dips it. There's almost a little bit of flex in that bar. He's not quite got that one there. It's going to go down to ground. So we are going to have to wait to see if he can get this third one. Nathaniel, can he be strong enough to reef this in? He needs to keep it close. He needs power through this range here, faster through there. Doesn't quite have that power and doesn't quite get it up over the arc. You need to get it over that 60-degree arc, and Nathaniel not quite able to do that. He's reeling him in, and he's going to run out of time here. So a disappointing one there for Nat. He was looking at getting a little bit more on the board, I think.
About the same time there. It's trying, but definitely is a very hard event.
So here's Chris Oak.
All right, next up we have Chris Merriman.
We'll see if the Merman can get through these flag poles. That's a good start. Good second one too. He's moving through these quite easily. For those who missed the athlete introductions, this man decided to whip out a backflip as he was being introduced. It's a fight. It's a bit long. It's a bit far out in front of him. He's going to struggle through this one. Made it harder than he needed to by letting it get out in front of him. You've got to keep those arms close to the body, keep the implement close to the body. The closer you can keep it, the stronger you're going to be. If you're fast enough and strong enough with the arms straight to reef it back in, you are, but it proves to be really, really difficult when it is all that way out in front of you and the arms are in that vulnerable position. Obviously, your arms are stronger, closer into your body, so you're going to have to maximize that during this event to try and win.
10.
He's got 10 seconds and he's going to wave that attempt off. Just sort of hip and shoulder the frame on the way past. But not a bad fast 3 from the Merman.
Our next athlete, one of my favourites.
The worst thing to happen to strongman, it is Cameron Taylor.
With jean shorts.
I don't know that the Hoochie Daddy Daisy Dukes are the go, but he does. He's got the man bun style. It is his look. He's unique in that. And he's gone the double dip and managed to get that first one up. Let's see how he does with the second one. Doesn't look like he was too happy with how that first one moved. We'll see how he moves the second one. Everyone seems to be moving this second one a bit better. He let it get a bit far away from him, but then sort of hitched it back into place. Third one, let's see how he does. Again, in a better spot, but he's let it drop, and he's not going to be able to save that one. Let it get a little bit offline as well, and obviously once you start getting it a little bit lateral, all of a sudden it's not going to slide through the implement bearing as well. So that's a better run. It's straight up, but it's still going to slip down. He's working it out on the fly. He's the consummate athlete, Cam, so we'll work this out. Pulling hard back on that, and can he save it? Can he reef it back up? He's trying hard, but he can't fight it long enough. And he'll have to settle for the 2 that he got there. Looks for approval from Mr. Ben Aykroyd. Might have opened the door for Benny there to get some bigger points.
We have Ben Aykroyd.
Ben, another enormously backed man. And was told off there by Mason for gripping too far down. And he wasted a bit of energy in picking that up. And he's spat back out from this implement. It's a bit of a slip up here from Benny. Coming back, he's locked that out. Good. Now he's back into his work. He's really got to work hard now. He's going to have to really climb a mountain to get all 4 of these. Second one moves really well. We'll see if we can get the third one. That third one proving to be that sort of linchpin, whether or not you're in the top half of the field, depends on whether you can get this third one. And it seems to be that it might be insurmountable for Ben. We'll see how much power he's got left in these legs. 20 seconds. Can he get through the sticking point here? No, not quite. He's let it go there as well. His grip has dropped. So he's got 10 seconds. He's really got to reef this up, and I don't think it's going to go here. It's going to be little bit too much to do in that space of time.
So 2 flags again.
So Timothy and Philbo Baggins getting these weights back down on the ground.
I reckon we might here with James LeSean.
All right, we've got some speed here now. Let's see how fast he can go. I feel like he's going to go fast here. He's got the levers for it. He's got the real technique, getting down nice and low. This is great work from him. There's a lot of speed here as well, generating it through that arc, that sticking point. He's not letting it slow down. That's the key. Not letting it slow down. He's got the 4th one, and can he get it over? Yes, he can. And boy, is he happy with that. 22 seconds there, 23.
All right.
Now Mitchy Boy to take a very, very affirming lead. See how well he does in this sort of event. Be interesting to see how the young bloke goes. Whether he's got the nous to be able to learn on the fly. First one's up fast. Geez, this could be really strong here from him. Wow, okay. Phil, great save from the loader there. 3rd one up. Let's see if the 4th one's up. And the 4th one is up. It's loaded. That might just be it. That might just be the time to beat. It is. Wow, he is putting himself in a commanding position in this contest.
And the price is so far.
3 event wins.
But
very, very good, I believe. 3 event wins, or he might have came a little further down in that second event. He might not have won it, but he definitely put himself there.
Here we go.
All right, we've still got Charles. Charles, very fast in that one. He wants the blood. He wants this time. He's got that 17 seconds to beat. He's seen how fast he can get through him. Reefs that 3rd one up off the ground. Can he get number 4? Let's see where we're at. Number 4, all important number 4. He's got it back. Can he? No, he's lost the momentum there. He's lost it. He still wants this 4th one. He knows there's times to beat in there, though, and the 4th one goes up.
29.07 seconds, he completes all
29 seconds. Really good outing from him. Now we'll have, I think Benny McLean will be the final one in the field to come out.
All right.
Oh, no, sorry, Jaden, my bad.
We have Jaden Lang.
So Jaden Lang, if you recognise him, it's because you watch Survivor. Up he goes to the first one. Rugby background, so this really does put into his wheelhouse. 2nd one, wow, up. This could be a really quick run here. He's looking for that 13 seconds. It was set by Dylan Phipps in the 90s. Let's see if he can beat that. This is going really, really fast for Jaden. Can he get this on the 4th one? He's lost it a little bit out front. You see those arms lengthening away from the body, but he tries the double dip and goes on the return.
So 23.9.
23 seconds, or 24, 23.99 we're being told. So that is a great time. Now Ben, he's seen everyone ahead of him. He's won the previous event. He's very vascular. Everybody loves the vascular man.
We have Ben McLean.
Let's see what Big Ben can do. Strong Dilf on Instagram. First one up. 2nd one up. Let's keep going for Ben. Let's see how many he can get, how fast. 3rd one's moving up. And the last one, can he compare with these times? Absolutely he can. That is fantastic for a Masters athlete. No problem getting it up. 15 seconds. I think he might have just taken his 2nd event win in a row. I'll confirm with you on those times. We'll get all of those for you. But that might have been a 2nd event win in a row for Big Ben. Fantastic showing there from Ben. That is a confirmed win for Big Ben there. So he's taken 2 wins in a row. That puts him to 22 points.
All right, crowd here. We are going straight into the deadlift.
22, no, sorry. 30 points.
Super quick. I'm going to grab Ben McLean over here. We've got a little interview.
Zeroed for that first event. Now 2 event wins in a row. We're going to cross to him now.
So we're live here on the floor with Ben McLean, the winner of the under 105s with, I think it was 15.46 seconds. Mate, What's happening?
I'm buzzing. I love it.
You are definitely buzzing. I mean, to be honest, you were the underdog after failing on that log, and you pulled this out.
Yeah, well, I'm just stoked. I could get fit and strong. That's what strongman's about.
Yeah, so definitely it's a very different kind of event. We haven't seen this event before, and I think it really carries across. Seeing where your loading medley really helps out. I can't complain. It was a good show.
Yeah, I love it. Absolutely love it. Like, yeah, this one's built for me. This event's made for me, so it's good.
Yeah, especially with the long arms. How you feeling strong for the deadlifts?
Yeah, we'll get a few reps. We're going to show some good deadlifters, so it'll be intense.
All right. Well, let's bring that intensity and we'll send it over to the commentary team there.
Thanks, mate.
That was Big Ben McLean after his second event win in a row after zeroing the first. So an incredible comeback there from Ben, and he's put himself right in contention now. A couple of the other boys are still a little bit ahead of him. We'll get those scores for you soon. But before we get those scores, we will cross over to the next event. They've been warming up for it out the back. The next event we have is the stone deadlift. So let's have a listen to what that might be all about.
SBD stone bar deadlifts for reps. Athletes will be required to lift these giant concrete stones from the floor to a standing position as many times as possible within 60 seconds. Their knees and hips must be fully locked down and their shoulders in line with the body to be awarded a good lift. Athletes cannot drop the bar and it must come to a complete stop before commencing the next rep. Figure 6 style straps are used so grip is not a limiting factor.
So that's the deadlift. It's as simple as it gets. We have these absurd looking concrete balls on the end of the deadlift, which make it really, really hard to lift. They're really not nice. Adds to the difficulty of what we are lifting today. So we're going to see some really heavy weights lifted and a lot of reps done. We're doing it raw, which means there's no suits allowed. So you might have seen Eddie Hall's 500 kilo deadlift a few years ago. That was done in a deadlift suit with figure of 8 straps. Today, we're stripping it back down. We're raw dogging with no suit and figure 6 straps. So they're only allowed straps that loop around the barbell, not straps that loop back around their own hands. And that makes a big difference because the ones that loop back around their own hands really can get a little bit of extra advantage because you can let the weight sit in your fingers and you don't actually have to hold onto the weight. Whereas the weights that we use for, or the straps that we use for these weights, they can slip, they can roll around and you have to have it in your hands, which means a longer range of motion. So there's a couple of inches extra range of motion that you have to deal with, which is really hard because it means that you're picking it up from a slightly lower position than you would be doing with a figure of 8 strap. So all of these things, whilst seeming like small differences, do make it harder for the athletes to perform. Now we've got some really, really heavy weights on these bars. We've got 260 and we've got 170 on the respective barbells. That is heavy. That is really, really heavy, and we're getting them to do it for reps. So you can see one of the barbells is slightly elevated. That's just so that we can get them actually at shin height, at that 9-inch height that we're used to using for a deadlift, which you use for a barbell at your home gym with a regular plate. Kimmy just cleaning the floor there. What you're going to see as well is athletes coming out with talcum powder on their thighs. Baby powder helps the barbell slide up the thighs. Makes it a little easier to lock out because your thighs can get quite sticky, especially all the way over here in Bendigo. It is warm. We're in a tin shed and we've got meat smokers cooking up an absolute storm out the front of the building. So it's a unique scenario that each athlete has to learn to contend with different environmental factors for this event.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 minute away from kicking it off.
We're about a minute away from kicking it off. That's Mummy Tiff just making her way across there. Our esteemed referee, the one who's been holding all of these athletes to account. We're going to start with the 73s and the 90s. So they're going to make their way out. They've got a minute to lift as many reps of that barbell as they can. They need to wait for a down call. Those legs need to be locked out. They can hitch. The lift can be as ugly as you want. They only need to lock it out. The one thing they can't do is sumo. That is strongman blasphemy. Not allowed to lift with your hands inside your legs. Your hands must be outside your legs. So if you think about doing strongman, close your legs. We are marshalling the troops, getting everyone out and ready.
It's their fourth event. It's been a long and hard day. Yeah. And now they've got a deadlift.
So we're bringing the ladies and the fellas out for their deadlifts. Looks like they're going to play musical chairs because there is way, way more athletes than there are chairs. So they're going to have a bit of fun fighting over those. I think the gents might be allowing the girls a seat.
Are wearing lifting belts, and that does help increase intra-abdominal pressure.
So we're going to get the judges in the right spot here. Make sure they can see the knees and the hips both being locked out to give that down call. We're not going to give a down call if either of those things are not the case, and the judges are going to make them fight for that rep to stand it up fully. So the athletes will be facing towards us, facing the judges here.
And the under 73s going for it.
We're going to have the fellas and the girls at once. 170 kilograms and 260 on the bar.
With the stones as our weights instead of normal plates. Heck, why not? It's strongman. It's got to be
Visually very impressive. A lot of athletes wouldn't have pulled on these bars before as well, and they will react differently to a regular barbell. So another nuance that you might not have thought of, that you might have to take into account during the training.
Here we go, Riley Talbot.
Here we go.
And Tammy.
We've got...
Let's go, guys.
Our first two athletes out there, 170 on the red bar you see on your screen.
Time is going.
And she's trying. Talbot gets a nice strong lockout there. First rep. Let's see if Emma can get a rep there as well. No, doesn't look like she is. McFarlane off. But Riley with 2 reps. He's got a really good technique here. This is a really compact man. He looks like he's built to deadlift. He's pulling into this nicely. He's getting a good strong lockout there. He looks happy with that 3rd rep. He's strapping back in, making sure his straps. There's nothing more heartbreaking than getting halfway through your lift and having your straps slip down. So this is a really good effort from him. This is not quite there for him. You can kneel down, you can take as much time as you need in the remainder. So I think his thinking is that he's got one more good repetition. So he's going to chill out because he knows if he just keeps hacking away, he's not going to get those reps. So he's going to really have to work hard for this last one, but it's better to take that break and not quite there. It's all done for Riley Talbot. He'll walk away with, I think it was 3 or 4 reps.
2 days of events. We've got another 4 events going on tomorrow. Okay,
we've got Sabrina and Mr. Carlos, no, Aiden, sorry. Aiden Westrip coming up now.
And we have Aiden Westrip.
So Sabrina and Aiden strapping into that barbell. Aiden making sure he's absolutely secure. Sabrina doing the same thing. Different approaches, Sabrina standing. And time is on. Aiden with a nice rep first up, wow. Aiden rocked around a little bit, but second rep is nice and strong. Sabrina loading herself in. Can she get a rep here? Looks like she's going to get this one. You can see that stone, those stones spinning and turning and moving her all sorts of directions, but Sabrina gets a rep. Gets that down call. No, didn't get a down call. She won't be awarded that rep, and that is unfortunate. She wasn't given a down call, and she still dropped the weight. Aiden's still pushing for more reps here. He's got it to his knees, and he's going to lock it out. Strong lockout there from Aiden. Really good from Aiden. He's doing really, really well. Sabrina, unfortunately, going to have to walk away with 0 reps. She'll be annoyed at herself there for missing out on that down call. Aiden, looking if he can get one more, makes it to the knees, and almost. If he had been able to break the knees, he could have gone over. If he got over the knees, he could have hitched and lifted that up, but he wasn't able to quite break that knee line. Now, we have Nat Koopman and we've got Taz coming out.
All right. We have Taz and Nat.
Taz straight in. Nat making sure she's getting a bit of smelling salts in. If you haven't been a part of today's coverage so far, what Nat is smelling there is ammonia nitrate, so it is something that's used in hospitals to wake people up. Taz with a nice rep there, Nat with a nice rep there as well. So Taz, he's on the board, Nat is on the board. The first one to register a rep so far in this 73 women's class. Both of them get their second repetition. Taz taking a break, he's chilling out. He's having a bit of a chat, ask if he should do another one. I don't know why that's even a question, Taz. Nat also getting her third rep locked out. Taz, can he lock his third out? He's allowed to hitch it as much as he wants, and he's done 3.
Come on, Nat, bring it out.
That might be it for Taz, but Nat's still going for another one. I think she can hitch this through. She can. She gets a 4th repetition. Taz stuck on 3. Does he have any more? No, not quite there. 10 seconds for Nat. Can she lock out a 5th rep? I think she will. She has. She's locked it out. Great effort there from Nat, setting the standard at 5 reps. That is wild.
Just in time. All right. Next up, we have Ash Vincent.
All right, we've got Ash and we've got Jess. Jess really needs these points. Expect this to go wild. Jess is really going to need this to claw her way back into this fight.
As you can see, they're smelling salts.
We've got Ash
Gets it going.
and Jess, both 2 very tattooed individuals.
Let's go.
Time is on and Jess is still strapping into the bar. Ash is already up with a rep. That's a very strong rep from him. There's 2. Wow. Really strong. And Jess. Now, Jess, this is going to come down to how fast she can get the down calls. Ash is already on 3. Jess is on 2. Ash is on 4. Jess is on 3. Jess is now on her 4th one. Now they're on parity. Ash has got his 5th one up. Jess is now on her 5th as well. Jess has got 5, ties the lead. Ash to take the lead as well. Both of them with their 6th repetition up. Now Jess is on to her 7th. She's gotten 7 up. Ash has got 6. This is a great race between these 2. Each leading their class so far. Ash with the 7th. He's going to lock it out, is he? He's going to hitch it. Jess has got 8 as well. Ash with 7, Jess with 8. Jess is looking for 1 more. She needs to put that pressure back on Camilla. Still 20 seconds. Oh, my word. This has been a lot of deadlifting so far. Jess not able to hitch that one out. Jess and Ash both fighting to put the pressure on the later classes. Ash has had enough. Jess is going to go for 1 more. She's going to see if she can hitch this one out. No, not able to lock it out. That'll do Jess just fine. So a great showing from those 2 athletes.
All right.
Bit of camaraderie from Paulie. Paulie will be looking for a couple of reps on this. Big slap of the thighs for Paulie boy.
Okay.
And Caroline as well, she's a bit far behind. She'll get left behind on the down call.
Getting herself strapped in.
They'll give the start whistle before Caroline is strapped in here. Oh no, they'll wait for her. Time is on and Caroline isn't strapped in. Paulie's got 1.
He's going.
Caroline now with the rep. Paulie with 2. Paulie with 3. He's doing well. Caroline with 2 repetitions. Both these athletes doing really, really well. Caroline with the 3rd. Paulie with the 4th. Both athletes on 4 repetitions now. Paulie with his 5th. Paulie putting in a really good showing here. Caroline with her 5th. Paulie gets rep number 6 to the thighs and gets it locked out. That's rep number 6. Caroline rep number 6 as well. Both these athletes absolutely smoking this deadlift. They're using that hitch technique. Paulie, Caroline, both rep number 7. Caroline gets it. Paulie fighting, winning that battle, wins his 7th deadlift rep. Caroline with her 8 locks that out. Can she get another one? Paulie fighting so hard. Caroline both fighting for number. Caroline gets it. Paulie doesn't. That's 9 reps, I believe, for Caroline. 7 for Paulie.
I lost count, to be honest.
Excellent work from those 2 deadlifters. Fantastic. Thumbs up there from Caroline.
Next up, we have Carl and we have Lauren McMillan.
All right, Lozzie McMillan and Carlos Sherrington lining up at the bar.
60 seconds to complete as many reps.
This will be interesting.
Here we go.
The whistle has gone. Carlos actually struggling to break the ground. Loz makes 1.
last event of the day.
Carlos actually doesn't look like he's getting a rep here. He looks knackered. You can stick a fork in Carl. He's done for the event. Loz is on rep number 3. There's number 3 for her.
You've got 170 kilos.
And she's happy with that 3rd rep there. Carl really struggled to get that one off the ground. He competed last week, so it makes it quite a tough day for him competing last week with the weight cut and then this week in the heavier class.
Charlie Linden and Justin Hine.
All right, Charlie Linden, Dustin Hine. Both athletes know what they've got to do. Charlie goes bang, Dustin goes bang. Let's see what both of these athletes have in them. 2 reps, 3 reps for Charlie, 4 reps for Charlie, 3 reps for Dustin.
From both of them.
4 and 5 now. We're doing really well here. 6 reps now for Charlie, 5 reps on the men's side, 7 reps for Charlie, 6 on the men's side. This is going off. We've got 8 reps for Charlie, 7 reps for Justin.
Let's go, guys.
We've got 9 reps for Charlie, 8 reps for Justin. Trying to count these on my fingers. This would be the magical 10th rep for Charlie. There's the 10th rep, and Justin gets that 9th rep. 11 for Charlie this attempt. She's wobbling all over the place. And 10 for Dustin as well. Massive improvement in performance for him. And there's 11. Wow. Wow, that is his event. Justin Hine, he's come out and he's done 11 reps. That is enormous. You can see the fantastic crowd we have here live at Meatstock Bendigo. There is still tickets available for tomorrow, so if you want to come down, make the drive down from Melbourne, ladies and gentlemen, come to Meatstock Melbourne so we can get you guys involved in the crowd action. We'd love to see you here tomorrow. Here's Lukey and Katie, both great personalities in the sport, both a little bit left to centre. So fair to say. Lukey going the wide stance, using that leg power to drive it off the ground in that wider stance. This should be wild. 11 marks. Katie, wow, straight up. Lukey with a rep. Katie with 2. This is going to be hard to count. Keep track of Katie with 3. Luke with 2. Katie is just mowing through these reps. She is absolutely powering through. I'm trying to keep track of these for everyone. Katie has gotten 6. Luke's on his 4th repetition there. Now Katie's locked out 7. Luke is on his 5th. He's locked it out.
There we go, Luke.
Katie's locked out 8. Luke has locked out 5.
It's all right, guys.
Katie resalting.
30
Luke
seconds remaining.
on his 6th rep.
Seconds.
Katie has 8 reps. She's got 3 reps to take the lead. Lukey, he's got his 7th repetition.
20 seconds remaining.
So Katie gets a 9th rep. Lukey's stuck on 7. Can he get any more? Let's see how far he can go. Katie with 10.
All right, 10.
Now Lukey with his 8th. Katie's looking for one more, and she's going to get this one, I think. If she can lock it out in time, she's going to have to fight the timer, and she's not going to get it, and she's out. She goes sleepy bye-bye. Oh, no, there's a smile on her face.
I've seen that look before. Should be all right.
Not uncommon for Katie to push herself to that point. Absolute madwoman of an athlete. Knowing the mark to beat is 10 repetitions. I think both Caroline and Katie got that. Camilla looking for 170 for 10 repetitions or 11 for the win. Ant-Man knows that 11 reps is the mark to beat as well. So 11 reps we're looking for both these athletes. There's one. Both athletes moving into their 2nd reps. Camilla slightly ahead now on 3. Ant-Man on 3. Camilla on 4. Ant-Man on 4. Camilla on 5.
Here we go, guys. I'm only 15 seconds in.
There's 6 repetitions for Ant-Man. There's 7 for Camilla. That's 8 for Camilla. There's 7 for Ant-Man. There's 9 for Camilla. Camilla needs 2 more to take the lead. There is her 10th repetition. Ant-Man's locked out his number 8, and Camilla is locking out her 11th. Let's see if she can get this one. That is the event win there for Camilla. We've then moved on to Ant-Man, who's on his 9th rep. He's still got 20 seconds. Camilla's just done another rep. That's 12 for her. We then have Ant-Man on rep number 9. Can he get the 10th? He's pulled it up the thighs. It's slipping out of that right hand there. He has gotten a down call, I believe. Camilla's locked out at 13th.
6,
And she's going for a 14th. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure she's comprehensively got this victory. Adoring partner Carlos in the background. And from the weight class GOAT, Camilla Fogagnolo.
Just a casual 16.
I missed a couple in there. That is stupid amount of weight to be doing for that many reps. A ridiculous number.
All right. So we've got Matt Bilsma up next.
Got Bilsma. Did a very good run on the flagpole raise. There's a lot of power in that posterior chain. Camilla confidently with the win in that event. Nobody came even close to her. Now we're just finishing off this under 90 kilo class.
Here we go, Matty.
There's Matt with his first rep. Didn't get a down call in the first rep. So I think this is his second rep now. Now his third repetition. It's going to be a little easier to count. Looking over at the judge, making sure he's getting a down call every single repetition. There's his, gets another one there and manages to save it. Gets another repetition. Gets that down call. He's readjusting the straps. He's got a few reps here. He's wasted one. He doesn't want to waste any more opportunities. He's got a good number on the board so far. Still got a long time remaining. He's been going fast. He's been going absolutely bull at a gate so far. He knows he's got one or two more left in him. Asking the referee for the time.
15 seconds remaining. Come on, mate.
The other athletes are cheering him on. They want to see one more off him. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, and he doesn't have it there. Bows to the crowd. A magnificent performance from him. He's put 5 or 6 on the board. I'll have to get that confirmation later. For Matt Bilsma, big hug for Lukey boy.
Full extension through the hip. Unfortunately, he just wasn't quite there.
All right. Now the winner of the last event. The winner of the last 2 events. Dylan Phipps.
Cost Matt a couple of points there, unfortunately, because it does take still that effort. But just that.
So Dylan Phipps, he's a man that looks like he lifts an immense amount of weight. This is a huge unit coming up to the bar here.
But speaking of patience, we're ready there for Dylan Phipps.
Just zooming in nicely on those pipes. Magnificent show Dylan's putting on already. Let's see how he does. I think 11 is the mark to beat off the top of my head.
There we go.
Dylan with a nice comfy first rep there. Bodybuilding background for Dylan, so reps are his thing. There's 3 reps on the board. Here's 4. This is looking very, very cruisy. So aside from the log press, it's looking like he's going to win another event. 3 event wins in a row to finish the day. This is insane. This is crazy deadlifting. With 260 kilos, he's just starting to slow down now. Does he have a few more of those reps there? He's still got 30 seconds. He's still got 30 seconds and he's already almost at that rep target. He doesn't have to do too many more. All he's got to do is just beat the last competitor, the person who got the most reps previously. He just has to get 1 more. He doesn't even have to get many more than that. He doesn't have to get extras. Just the 1 more is all he needs to. He's asking if that's 12. Is that enough to win the event? He's holding it at the top.
4, 3, 2.
And he's asking if that's the event win. I think he's getting the event win for it. I'm not sure. Always, if in doubt, go for that 1 extra. Always, if in doubt, go for that 1 extra. But that will put him at least in first, if not tied first in that event. So we're going to now move on to the slightly heavier barbells.
He did pause in the middle of the set there.
I think he's stopped short there. He's not done an extra 1. He's asking the judges how many he'd done. Always should be doing that extra repetition just in case you haven't quite gotten it over, especially how easy it was. It wasn't a huge grind. We're going to bring out the ladies. It's the 82 kilo class and the men in the 105 kilo class with a little bit of a weight adjustment. We are increasing the weights on these barbells. So I'm going to be moving around here to Buddha, who has the winner of the women's event, Camilla Fogagnolo.
All right, we're live here on the floor with Camilla, winner of the under 73s there with the 16 16 reps at 170.
Yep, correct. That's 2 less reps than last week at 160.
Just 2 less. I mean, it's like a whole lot of volume just this month, isn't it?
I am definitely one for doing unnecessary work.
Well, anything for the win.
And then some.
And then some. Well, Camilla, this is great. You just keep on winning the events. I mean, we can't complain. You're putting on a great show, 16 reps. I mean, that's less than a rep every 4 seconds, so we can't complain at all.
Yeah, I'm really happy with how they moved. That was great.
And deadlifts are very much of a strength of yours. Having known you over the years, you know, I've seen you as a 365 silver dollar or something like that. 360?
I've done 365 on a power bar, 380 on a deadlift bar.
Yeah, exactly. So this is just great work for you. This is just volume work pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. You know what? This has been great watching you for the first day. Hopefully you'll recover overnight and come back to the second day, and we'll keep on going there. We'll go back to our commentary team there with Sam.
It's me. I'm back again. So we now have our under 82 kilo women and our under 105 men. So I think the way we're going to do this is get the 82s out. So at least I only have to count one person at a time here. There's 5 of these 82s. So we're going to go...
190 kilos.
It's 190, so this is a significant jump. And the men are jumping 20 kilos as well. So they're going to 280.
190 kilograms to rep it out.
So...
Ashley Devlin, she's going to be the first one to give it a shot. No, she's... Huh?
There's a bit of confusion as to who's supposed to be going. And there's a couple of the weight class goats just having a quick discussion off to the side there. Capella Fogagnolo and Megan Clark. Staffy Strong. It is Ash Devlin coming out for her attempt here. He's going to talc. No talc, just the smelling salts. Biggle for those. 190 kilograms. This is no light weight. If you're a gym goer, this is 4 traditional plates plus a 5er on each side. This is 190 kilos. You can see the strain on Ash's face there. If she can break it, she can make it. She needs to break this off the ground. She needs that quad drive to get it up off the ground. You can see we've added these extra little change plates, and she'll call it there. That is enough for her at that. That's not going up at all. So she's just going to have a little breather. Yep. There can be a lot of pressure created with that belt on. So we have Jess. Now, she is from a powerlifting gym called Peak Strength in Werribee. So if you ever do want to check out a really hardcore gym, this is the type of operator that works out of Peak Strength. So we're going to see Jess attempt as many deadlifts as possible here at 190 kilograms. So 4 plates plus a biscuit each side. We're dealing with a lot of weight here. Now, can she get a good rep to start us off here? She's struggling to get it up past the knees, but it's still moving. That's a great effort there. A great start. She knows it has the power. She knows she has the power there. Again, what I was talking about with Tyson, taking a big break in between here, even kneeling down between reps is probably the go. You're probably not going to make too many repetitions when you've already failed that first one, and she's going to call it there. That's enough for her. We've still got 4 events tomorrow. So we do need to save ourselves for those events as strong men, as strong women. We can't be bursting everything out on day one. You can see our marvellous sponsors over the back there. Frozen Oasis, Strength Workshop, Steel and Stone Gym, Stand or Submit, SBD and City Strength.
Let's bring it home.
And Quest Infrastructure, the title sponsors of all of Australia's strongest title shows. This is Lizzie Aitken. From the Bull.
60 seconds completed. Get it up.
And she's gotten a good rep there, successful rep. Puts herself comfortably into 3rd place. Second repetition. 2 reps. She needs to wait the down call every time. And she's gotten a 3rd now. This is good deadlifting from Liz. Now she's really into her work. There's a nice hitch for rep number 4. Can she get number 5? Looks like she can. Yes, she can. She's really happy with this performance so far. 6 reps. 6th rep is going up. Sarah behind her, zoned in, looking at what she has to do. She knows there's 6 reps on the board already. That means 7 reps just to take second. So there 15 seconds on the board, and Liz has a 7. So that means 8 reps required for the others to get ahead of her. This is a big lift here. Can she get it in time? Will she get the down call? Yes, she will. There's 8 reps, and Liz absolutely loves it. What a performance from Liz Aitken. Monstrous 8 repetitions at 190 kilos.
The first one to rep out 190 kilograms.
The only two not happy about that are Sarah Halifax and Megan Clark, who now have to beat that if they want to get ahead of her. Sarah needs these points. Sarah is a very violent deadlifter. She needs these points if she's going to try and catch up on Megan Clark at all. She's already 3 points behind Megan with only 5 points on offer per event. She'll need Megan to slip up a couple of times, and Sarah will need to come out the gate hard. First rep, she's mauled it. Second rep, she's mauled it. She needs 9 repetitions to beat Liz. There's number 3. 4th repetition, she's locked it out as well. Here's number 5. She's done 5. It's about 20 seconds gone. She only needs 9 to get ahead of Liz. Has she got the tank to keep going? There's number 6. So 3 more to get ahead of Liz Aitken.
Come on, Sarah.
Has she got it? Yes, she has. There's number 7.
Come on, Sarah. You have 20 seconds. 15 seconds.
15 seconds here. Let's see how she does. Can she lock it out? Look at the strain in her face. Look at the support coming from her competitors. Not quite there. Not quite there. So she will take 2nd or 3rd place, depending on how many Megan Clark is able to do. She has absolutely given everything to that event.
All right.
So our final event, entrant into this event is Miss Megan Clark.
Megan Clark.
Staffy strong.
9 kilograms. How many reps does she need to get?
She needs 9 repetitions here.
9 reps?
9 repetitions to take the event win.
Let's go, Megan.
Megan strapping into that bar. Crowd pensive. Everybody is waiting to see what this absolute freak of an athlete can do in the deadlift. Can she go 4 for 4? Can she win every single event on day 1?
60 seconds. She needs
60 seconds has started.
That's the first one.
First one's down. Now Megan, not the fastest lifter ever, but she'll just continue to lift. She will keep going. She'll keep breaking that ground. She needs 9 reps. We saw this in the overhead press. She never looked like making a lift until she made it. There's 4 reps. So you might look at those reps and see and think, oh, has she got it there? There's 6 repetitions.
Sorry, 5.
No, 5. Sorry, I'm being called the wrong numbers from the floor. 5 repetitions. So she still needs 4 to win.
And 6.
There's 6. Now, I think that ties with Sarah Halifax. Can she get 7? Oh, yes, she can. That's a nice hitch there. Now she's starting to struggle, though. This mark set by Liz Aitken is absolutely nuts. So Megan Clark gets the tied event win.
10.
So she has officially won every event. 7, 6, 5 seconds. Can she lock it out? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, Megan Clark.
I think that's 9 reps there.
She has been given 9 repetitions. That is 4 out of 4 event wins for the 82 GOAT.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are just...
That's Megan Clark. And then just sitting back down, just chilling out.
280 kilograms.
280 on the barbell for the 105 boys. That was a great event there. I think my compadre Bodini is going to have an interview with Megan on the floor. So once those guys get set up, we're going to flick over to them and hear what Megan has to say about that performance, because that did take a lot out of her. I don't think that was as easy as she would have liked for event win 4 out of 4. But Liz getting in between her and Sarah does add to that points differential. So now she's opened up probably a 4-point lead on Sarah, a 5-point lead. So we're going to flick over to Buddy and Staffy. Well, that
So
over
we're
there
live
now.
here on the event floor with 190 kilograms here with the stone barbell. Now, Megan, for the win, you got 9 reps. What were you thinking through that?
I just got to keep going. I can't wait to see that footage back, because I felt my eyes just rolling back in my head, and that was insane. I've only managed to get 3 in training on that. So, yeah, I did all right. But Liz set a really high bar. That was crazy. I was just chasing her the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, that was nuts there. For an extra 6 reps compared to training. I mean, that's probably just the great crowd here at Meatstock Bendigo as well, giving us a hand. It's always great when people are yelling for you.
It is really helpful, but I like to bring it in right on that line. You saw with the log.
Yeah, exactly. You saw it in the log. Yeah. Yep. Place close to fire, but don't jump into it.
Oh, man, that was crazy. That was the event I was not looking forward to, that event.
Yeah. And you won it, so you can't complain there, that's for sure. All right. So after another event win there from look, you get to rest and relax tonight, recover, and hopefully come back for day number 2 feeling refreshed.
I hope so. I hope I get some sleep tonight.
Yeah, that's exactly it. All right, we'll throw it back to our commentary team. Thank you very much there, Megan, with the event win. We'll go back to our Samless Surf there on the mic.
We are back. What a performance there from Megan Clark. That is 4 out of 4 event wins for her. So she's going to be really hard to catch tomorrow. She's already opened up, I think, off the top of my head, a 5-point lead, which is very, very hard to come back from, given there's only 5 points actually available in every event. So even if Sarah was to win every event tomorrow and Megan was to come second, Sarah still would not be able to come back from that lead. We're going to go now to the under 105 boys. We have Tommy Winter coming out with a 105-kilogram barbell. It's a big weight in his hands. Big Tomas. Daddy T, he asked me to call him. And goes 280 kilos straight to the hips. Easy start. Second repetition. A bit of a hitch, but gets it up. This is a good start from Tommy. Daddy T with a 3rd rep. Grinds it up the thighs. Not quite able to lock it out there. Just let it drop forward of him. He's probably got 1 more good rep in him. He's got 35 seconds, so a lot of time, but he's probably got 1 or 2 more good reps in him. So just bashing away and trying to get as many reps as you can probably isn't the way to go. He's going to call it there. He's got a day of 4 events tomorrow. He's on the board with 2 reps in that event. All right, Benny Ackroyd wasting no time. Look at him. He's just barging straight out to the bar. He wants in. He wants in on this action. I'm expecting really, really good numbers here from Big Ben. Monster back on the man. There's a nice, strong first rep. No hitching involved in that first one. You can see the fatigue start to set in when the hitching starts. Benny not hitching so far. He's going for number 3, and that is a very crisp rep there. It's slow and steady. None of these reps are flying off the floor, but there's 4 reps here. This is going to be a rep fest. I'm looking at a bunch of backs in front of me. I can see a bunch of these under 105 boys with their shirts off, and there are some backs. That's rep number 6 there. Rep number 6, moving over that 5 rep range, really big with 280 kilograms. It's massive strength from the big boy here. Great work from him. There's 7 reps on the board already. Can he get an 8? Can he get an 8? We've seen 8 reps is sort of the magic number. And he gets that good rep. That's a nice one. Good from Benny boy. Let's get a big in there. He likes it. He likes it a lot, Big Benny. Good showing from him on that deadlift there. Tim Trottier just getting his mug involved in proceedings as they adjust the weights, just moving the mats back in after they fly out.
You got 8 reps there.
8 reps confirmed for Big Ben Aykroyd. Now the Megalodon, Jacob, coming out. First rep, flowed. Oh, he didn't get a down call. What a waste of a rep. This needs to really be something guys focus on. There's 3 reps, 3 good reps, but he has done that extra one that wasn't counted. There's a 4th. Can he get a 5th? Interestingly, he's taking a wider grip than his hands, than his legs. So allowing for a bit of space through the knees to move, but making it a little harder on the upper back for it to lock out and get his back unfurled. There's 6 good repetitions there. Now, Benny Boy got 8.
Down call there from the referee. He has 25 seconds remaining.
He's gotten another rep here. He'll get the lockout. Will he wait for the down call? He's gotten it down. There's 7 good reps. 7 good reps by my count. He's still got some time. He's got 10 seconds to lock this out. Needs to stay with it and fight it. And not able to get a down call there. And he'll be ruining those.
Down call from the referee.
It will be ruining those missed down calls.
First rep there. So it looks like he's got 7 reps.
Coming up next, we've got the worst thing to happen to strongman.
Next up, we have Cam Taylor. The worst thing to happen to strongman. Let's go, Cam.
So Cam now. He knows that mark, Ben Aykroyd, 8 reps. But Cam is a good deadlifter. He pulled 322.5, I believe, kilograms over at the Trans-Tasman Championships. But that was in a suit. So 280, this is raw dogging. He's got the good lift. He knows he doesn't need to move super fast here. Going at a rate of about 5 or 6 seconds per rep, you can get through a good number of reps. So he doesn't need to move very fast. There's 3 repetitions. He knows 7 is the mark set in the previous set by the Megalodon. 4 reps there for Cam, and 8 reps is the mark set by Ben Aykroyd. So Ben has set that mark nice and high. So he's got 5. Can he get the extra 3? Can he tie with Ben? Can he get maybe 1 more? Can he get those other 4 reps that are going to get him those points? He's launched into that one. He is still working strong through that lockout point. He's not hitching too bad yet. He's got 10 seconds, so he can at least tie with the Meg.
7, 6.
And he will lock this out.
4, 3.
Bit of smart-ass Payakaroon from Cam at the lockout there. Just
cool, controlled.
A nice little nod to the crowd for a second place deadlift.
Like an old man.
And he really is. He's got a real dad walk coming up on the way off.
Puts his slides back on. See you later, Grandpa.
He does have a right to have a dad walk, given he is a dad, but he's relinquished the hoochies as well. I think for ease and convenience of sliding up the thighs, but he's gotten rid of the hoochie daddy shorts. Now the sheriff of strongman knows that mark is 7 to match Cam and Meg, and we've got 8 repetitions by.
Good lift.
There's 1 lift there. Ben Aykroyd set that 8 repetitions too. Now Nat working hard for that 3rd, and he's got it. He's looking comfortable so far. He's not had to hitch yet. He's not out of position. There's a 4th good rep at 280 kilograms. Can he get a 5th? He can. There's a good one. He still needs 3 to tie Ben Aykroyd with that first place with 8 repetitions so far. Here's his 6th. That's a good rep. I think he might have a couple left. He's got 30 seconds still to go, so he can take a breather and chill out if he needs. But he's going to go straight in for number 7. I think he'll hitch this out. And that's a good rep there for him.
7 seconds for 15.
So he's got 7 reps. He's only got 15 seconds, so he's taking his time. Can he lock this out in time? No, he's not going to be able to get purchase on that. So he's gotten those 7 reps.
The 8 reps.
Was it 8?
It's the one to beat.
All right, here we go, Chris. I'll confirm whether that was 7 or 8 reps in total. Chris coming in for his attempt.
All right.
The Merman.
Chris Karapazi Merriman. On the flip at the end of this.
So, very athletic,
right.
Chris Merriman.
Let's go, Chris. Bring it to it.
We'll see what he can do on the deadlift.
Get it up.
There's the first rep. He's locked it out nice and strong. He's got more reps here. There's more reps in that tank. There's 2.
Muscling it up.
Looking over at ref Tiff, making sure he's getting that down call. There's that third repetition.
3 reps there.
There's the fourth repetition for him. Can he lock it out? You can see it's starting to slip out of that left hand, sorry, so he needs to readjust those straps. Make sure they're locked in. Make sure they're staying in. That was why he had to hold the down call there, because it was starting to slip from that left hand. He's going to have to hitch this one out. This is a big repetition here. He's using his calves. He's using everything to lock it out. Gets the down call there. Gets the down call. That's all you need. 15 seconds left in this event. 15 seconds to see how many more reps he can put on. This is where it gets tough. If you can break it off the ground, but it doesn't look like it's going to move for him. And that's all for Chriso in that event.
All right. So
8 reps still the mark to beat.
5 reps there for Chris Kamikaze Merriman.
So it puts him in second last so far.
We have Kyle Norton.
Kyle Norton coming out. Let's see what sort of deadlifting power he has. He looks like he's got some good strong levers for the deadlift, longer arms. And whack, first rep goes up easy. Looks over at Judge Tiff, gets that down call. Second rep goes up easy. This is really good deadlifting here from Kyle. There's 3 reps straight into number 4.
4.
Lets the bar settle this time before he goes for rep number 5. This bar, obviously, with the stones, bounces all over the place. Here's rep number 6. Gets that 6th rep.
6. Under 30 seconds.
He's still going. He's got 8 to beat. 8 is the mark set by Ben Aykroyd. He does look like he's struggling a little bit with that speed through the lockout, but there's 7. Can he get another 2? Can he get that magical number 9? Put himself in the lead. There's a bit of that struggle through the lockout. There is number 8.
That's 8. 15 seconds remaining.
He's tied with Ben Aykroyd. Can he get that one more? The crowd's getting fired up. He's got a couple of seconds left. It's to his thighs. Can he lock it out in time? Will Tiff give him the down call? And he gets it. 9 reps for big Kyle Norton.
Hell yeah.
Great showing there.
Play it to the whistle. Absolutely.
Great showing there from Kyle.
All right.
He's taken the event lead. This is absolute drama.
That's for sure. It's Harley Hughes.
Mr. Harley Hughes coming in for his attempt here. Now expect to see a lot of reps.
Yes, let's go.
Quick smack to the dome. He is one of those lifters that operates on pure violence. Want to talk about waking up and choosing violence? That's what Harley does every single day. Owns Beast Mode Cartel out in Carrum Downs. That's the first rep. Second rep. You guys can count the reps here. This is rep number 3. That has opened up a little cut on his forehead. Rep number 4 already for Harley. He's got 10 to take the event lead. There's number 5. He's not showing any signs of slowing down. Bounces straight into number 6. This is fantastic deadlifting from Harley. Awesome to see. There's number 7. No signs of slowing down. This is incredible. Number 8. Now he's starting to slow at that lockout. Can he get 2 more repetitions? 2 more repetitions to take that event lead. He gets that 9th rep. There it is. He's tied with Kyle Norton. Can he get this 10th rep? He knows 10 reps is what it's going to take. 10 reps going to the thighs. He's starting to lose talcum powder, and he has locked it out. Blood streaming from his forehead, and he's going to hold it Eddie Hall style. I don't know if he's going to go for another one here. No, that'll do him. He is done. And I don't know if Harley knows where he is right now. He actually left his neck back at the gym, but he has lifted everything out there. This is a man you cannot say ever takes a backward step. 10 repetitions to set the mark. Throwing shades of Campbell Brown during the line in the sand fights. And he's smiling over here. Tis but a flesh wound.
Anyway, speaking of flesh wounds, we now
Bring it
have
out.
Charles Van Niekerk up.
Charles Van Niekerk coming out for his attempt. He's just seen what the mark is to beat. Your top 3. We've got Ben Aykroyd on 8 repetitions. We've got Kyle Norton on 9 repetitions and Harley Hughes with 10 repetitions. 10 repetitions of 280 kilos. That's insane. This is ridiculous numbers we are seeing being pulled by these 105 athletes. This is Charles van Niekerk. He's been on the podium in this competition the last couple of years. He's rarely off a podium in this 105s. He's definitely one to look out for that top spot. Knows what he's got to beat. First rep looks strong. He's got 8 insights for that podium spot in this event. There's 2 repetitions. 9 reps gets him second. 10 reps equals him with first. 11 will get him the event win.
He's got 3 reps there. He's making good work of it.
There's 4 repetitions.
4 reps.
So 4 reps on the board. He's moving at a nice pace. There's number 5 for him. It's not looking like it's slowing down too much yet. Whether there's another 4, 5, 6 there, I don't know. But we're going to see number 6 attempted now. That's starting to slow down. He gets number 6. He knows if he can get... And that rep, he's dropped there.
That's full extension. Can't cheat it here. Now, we are coming up to 15 seconds.
He's got 15 seconds to go. So can he draw himself level with Cam Taylor, the worst thing to happen to strongmen? No, he can't. So I think 6 repetitions there for Charles.
All right. Next up, we have Joshua Martin, the Spartan.
Joshy Martin now. Definitely got the best haircut of the weekend. That's for sure. Let's see what his deadlifts are like. Josh Martin, he's got the thighs talked up. He's going to be riding up those. He's had the high of his socks on all day long. Just go on the raw sock look. Most of the boys opting to go without shoes. You get more contact with the ground that way. So you're actually able to root your feet into the ground, grab the ground with your little toe feet. Josh with 2 reps there.
2 reps there.
Now we'll see if he can get a 3rd. And yes, he can. He can.
3 reps.
This is a 4th rep here for Joshy boy.
Come on, Josh.
And he locks it out.
4 reps there.
He's looking at getting that 5th one. He's going to go straight in for it. He's not taking a break yet. He's going to have to hitch this one to lock it out. Has to work for that lockout. Tiff making him work for it. Looks over at Tiff, gets that down call, and he'll be satisfied with those 5 reps. Good call from him to walk off after that. That's a good score. That's going to get him some good points, depending on how the later guys in the field go at pulling this 280 kilograms. This is Jaden.
We have Jaden Lane.
The survivor, contestant, rugby player.
He's got to be patient for that down call, though. I know he'll want to rip and ride up.
So Jaden looking to get into those 8, 9, 10 ranges with these repetitions. First rep moves strong. Waits for the down call. Gets that all-important down call. 2nd repetition there. Now he's moving through his work. There's his 3rd repetition. He's really into his work now. He's gotten a real head of steam up and he's yanking that bar. He's trying to give this as much as he can. He's taking everything he's got into this bar, moving as fast as he can. There's 5 reps on the board. 6 repetitions. That's going up. Let's see if he can get a 7th one. 7th rep. He's flicked off the hat. That's twice he's done that, and he performs well in events when he flicks the hat off. Now he's got the 7 on the board. That's Cam Taylor. Can he overcome that? Get into Ben Aykroyd territory? He can. He's got 1 more rep to get into Kyle Norton territory. Does he have it in him to get to Kyle Norton? This looks like it might be his last one. He's got 10 seconds. Does he have 1 more? No. He's going to take the 9 reps. He's going to tie with Kyle Norton on those 9 repetitions. So Harley Hughes still reigning supreme with the 10 reps that he got in that first outing, or that early outing, I should say. A few of the boys looking on.
Right. Next up, we have James Leshon.
James Layson coming out now. Let's see how his deadlifting power is. So a couple of guys tied there on 9 reps. 1 rep, nice and strong so far. That's a good start. He's taking his time in between each rep, resetting rather than just bouncing through. He's making sure he's loading in. Gets the down call there. That's a nice, strong 3rd repetition. 4th rep. There's a 5th rep for him there.
30 seconds remaining.
Locks it out, gets that good repetition there. This is really good deadlifting, but he knows he needs more. There's a cluster of guys in around that 8, 9, 10 range. He's on 5 so far. So this, no, not able to. There's a couple of guys now on 5 repetitions.
He's a little bit cooked there.
So Matt Nash now tied. Tied there for that 5 reps. So out comes Bryce Purton. He's going to go for his attempt. Don't be what am I trying to say? Don't be surprised if Bryce's nose starts bleeding. He's tried to row that a bit. The arm sort of lost slack there. He was trying to hold it in his fingers. There's 2 repetitions. Can he lock it out? Now he's even with Tommy Winter. Can he get a 3rd rep on this weight? Tommy Winter got 2, so Bryce is going to take his 2 reps, save it for tomorrow.
Very long day. 2 reps ensures that he gets a score on the board.
So we've got some strong deadlifters still to come. We've got Mitch.
Next up, we have Mitchell Budge, our last competitor of the under 105s. Second last competitor of the under 105s.
So Mitch Budge, second last competitor of the 105s. We've got Big Benny coming in because he came first in the last event, so he gets the right of knowing how many reps he has to do. Mitch, some big old hamstrings I can see from the side here. First one, ain't no thang. The second one, ain't no thang. He has a good technique here that he's working with. So there's number 3.
Number 3.
He's moving fast here. There's 4. 10 reps the mark to beat by Harley. You can see him in the background lurking with intent over the back there. Number 6. So really starting to threaten those top guys. There's a cluster of guys on 8 and 9. Harley stands alone on 10. So he's going to get a number 8, rep number 8 for Mitch. Number 9, this is Kyle Norton tied with, and Jaden. Can he tie here with Harley on 10 reps? 10 reps at 280 is a monolithic feat. There we go, there it is. Does he want 11? I think he does. He's going to go for number 11. Can he lock it out? Rushed it a little bit off the ground, but managed to lock it out anyway. Takes the event lead now. This man has won 2 events in a row. Can he win a 3rd? He does love a deadlift. Big Ben, the strong DILF.
Do it again, I dare you, Jason. All right. Ben McLean up next.
Here he is. Look at him. Absolutely built. Adonis of a man.
To rip out in 1 minute. Let's go, Ben. All the way from Queensland. Bring it on.
So here we go, Ben. He loves a deadlift. He's got 11 reps to beat. That's the mark. First rep, nice and easy. He's got reps for days, Big Ben. Bar looks a little bit uneven. He might have to adjust that at some point. There's 3 repetitions. It's not seeming to phase him so far, that unevenness of the bar. Number 4, done. Can he get number 5? Yes. Now he's looking at that 12 rep mark. So Mitch set the mark at 11. Harley's got it 10. So if he wants to get good points, he's going to need a few more reps still.
Come on.
There's a 7th lift for Ben. Still got 30 seconds. There is heaps and heaps of time here. 12 reps gets him outright first. There is 8 reps there. Now it's starting to slow down. Will he get 12? Will he get 10? Will he be able to get some good points here? There's a huge cluster of guys around this 8 rep mark that he's at. So if he can break in, there's 9. He's going to share points if he can. No, he can't. So he's going to have to be satisfied a little further down the field. 8 reps for our Masters athlete, Ben. Fantastic deadlifting session there. What a show of strength from our under 105 men. Everyone getting reps at 280 kilos. 280 kilograms. Massive from our under 105s. 11 reps the mark to beat there by Mitch. He is out the front flying. So provided he gets a good night's sleep, he goes into tomorrow the red hot favourite. He's going to be a fair few points ahead. I'll bring you those points as soon as I have them available to me. So what a performance that was. from all the 105s, the only class where everybody got a repetition, I believe. I don't know if all the under 90s got a rep at the 260, but we saw some fantastic deadlifting there. There was some amazing lifts, but for everyone to get reps at 280 kilos is phenomenal. The standard of Australian strongman right now is absolutely incredible. 11 reps, the win there. That is a really, really top class effort, and it's going to be really, really hard to beat Mitch on the run home. We'll have some points for you soon. We'll shout out our sponsors, City Strength, SBD, Stand or Submit, Steel and Stone, Strength Workshop, and Oasis, Frozen Oasis, I should say. They are our sponsors. They've been fantastic in supporting Strongman. I've had Katie and Tyson come on today. They've been fantastic help as well. So thank you to those guys. Buddy has been great on the gym floor. This is such a fantastic production. I'm loving being a part of it. I hope you guys are enjoying watching it. Jump on the feed tomorrow. We've got the same time, 12 o'clock. We'll be here again for day 2. And it is a really tight competition. There are so many different ways this could go tomorrow. It's a fantastic way to finish the weekend and to lead us into the major event, which is going to be Australia's Strongest Man and Woman on the 19th and 20th of April in Sydney at the Sydney Showgrounds. We've got the Meatstock Festival going up there at the end of the year. So we will be seeing that in April. It's 5 weeks away. What a day this has been. Woody, do you want to join me?
Yeah, why not, mate?
I'm going to have my MC, the man who did my job for the day, Woody, get on in the screen. Yeah, come on, there's enough screen for both of us. I'll get over here. Oh, this is cozy. Yeah, he's had to pan out to give us a bit more room. What was your impression of the day, Buddha? Was it a hard-fought day?
It was very impressive, to be honest. I think a standout for me was Ben McLean in the under 105 set. Back from zeroing his log to,
Winning the next 2.
Sorry?
Winning the next 2 events.
Yeah, winning the next 2 events and also placing quite well in that 280 deadlift for reps as
Yep,
well.
yep. And that class is just so stacked. There's so many guys in it. I mean, he pulled 8 reps, and I think that'll place him sharing points for 4th.
Yeah.
So he's gonna have to share 4th place points with 2 or 3 other guys.
Yeah. It all just depends, because also you've got to remember Mitchell Budge there. He performed to 11 reps quite easily.
He probably could have gone more. He looked like he might have had a 12th, might have had a 13th, depending on time.
Yeah, depending on time. And then also it was that he won that log event as well.
Yep.
Did extremely well in the flag raise.
Yep.
Yeah. To be honest.
Yep. Second in the flag raise, I think 2nd, 3rd or 4th or something in the medley. So he really, really has put a margin on those 105 guys. As is Megan Clark. She is just dominating.
Oh, 100%. I mean, she was, I was talking to her this morning, and she was actually quite nervous about today. She's like, I had 2 months off. But I don't know what it is, but I reckon those 2 months have done her great, because she's come back strong and still hitting some great weights.
Yes, and just still, even if she's a bit down on her top strength, still a class above everyone else. And it proves she placed, I think, 3rd in that ASI Pro show, 2nd at ASW last year, and then won last year. As an 82.
Yeah.
At ASW. And at the ASI Pro show where she placed 3rd, I'm pretty sure she was still cutting weight so she could make weight for the next day.
I think so, yeah. From memory, I think
a wildly impressive strength athlete is Megan Clark, as is Camilla Fogagnolo, now sort of running away with things in that under 73 kilo women's class.
Yeah, especially with the what's it called, with the deadlift there as well. That was nuts.
Just to do 16 for the sake of it, I think she needed to do 12 or 11.
Yeah.
We will actually have a look at those scores now for the deadlift.
The scores, perfect.
So, as you can see, Camilla with a commanding lead of 7.5 points. Not quite insurmountable, but I think the others will need to hope for a mistake from Camilla rather than just good performances from themselves, because on offer is 10 points every event, but she needs to place basically in 4 events tomorrow. For Jess to catch her, she needs to place 2 places or below, or or worse below Jess in every single event.
Exactly.
To get that win or to lose top place. So,
and I don't know if the strength there is in the rest of the class to actually for Jess to
fill
pull
in
ahead.
those gaps. Yeah. And we've seen Charlie and Katie and Caroline get in there and be disruptors in that. But tomorrow in an 8-event show, Camilla's class, I think, will probably reign supreme. She's been doing this for a long, long time.
Yeah.
As is Megan Clark. I mean, she's now 5 points ahead. A very similar scenario because only 5 points on offer. Again, for Sarah to climb back into this competition. Megan would have to place, by my maths, third or worse in every event, and Sarah would have to win every event tomorrow to come back at it. So it's probably not out of the question, but unlikely that Megan relinquishes her 82.5 kilo title.
Liz Aiken as well. She's been doing quite well because she's a Masters athlete from memory.
Yes, yeah. And she's still only 2.5 points behind Sarah. So the battle for that podium, for that second spot, is really, really tight. And all it'll take is one event to go this way or that way in that 2.5 point deficit. We'll have a look at the men's scores now. So opening up a really big lead here is Dylan Phipps. It's a little bit easier for these boys to climb back into things with 11 points on offer every single event.
Yes.
And with tomorrow's events, we've got the overhead medley. We know Dylan had a bit of trouble on the overhead press in his first crack at it today. And we've got the grip hold. Who knows how people are going to do at that. But then the cluster of guys in at second and third, Matthew, Luke and Anthony, all within 2.5 points of one another. That's going to be a battle.
Yeah. I mean, it's really anybody's game in terms of a podium.
I think so.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys who could still, and like I said, even down to guys like Aiden and Riley, they're not out of it completely for the podium. The big surprise pack for me of the day, Carl Sherry. We pumped him up a fair bit before the show.
Yeah.
He's just not having a great time of things today.
Yeah, I think it's also, you've got to remember,
rep on the deadlift.
He did compete last weekend.
Yeah.
So that's definitely affected him, I reckon, coming into this week and fatigues.
Also is close to, if not over Masters age, I believe, Mr. Carlos.
He's
been going around for a while, so that recovery might be a factor for him. That might be playing a factor. And the weight cut last week and competing after that, who knows how much that took out of him. Now, that under 105, I mean, Mitch Budge has, for me, come out of nowhere. I didn't really know who he was before today, but he's come out and absolutely smoked it. He's put himself 14 points in the lead. Obviously 15 points on offer, so all it takes is him to come last in one event and Jaden to be in the lead, and all of a sudden Jaden and him are equal on points. But
and that just, I think that comes also from that powerful overhead that he had as well, with 152.5 kilograms on a pretty tough log.
It did seem to pose some problems for a lot of the guys once those end caps came on.
Yeah. Well, the end caps only came on for him, really. I think it was.
But the larger log, I think a lot of guys not experiencing that's a log used to the normal run-of-the-mill stand or submit stuff, not quite used to these ones.
And there's a big jump there from the, say, from like a standard strongman 12-inch log to a pro strongman log is what I'd probably describe it as.
Absolutely, different grip widths, possibly, different weighting, different balance. But even in this class, you look at the balance there, and still within 1 point, one win of jumping up the leaderboard in a major way. We've got all the way down to Bryce Purton with 26.5 points. He can still jump onto that podium with one good event, one event win, with a couple of the other guys having some poorer performances. I mean, you've got the experience of Cam Taylor in 8th. He's got some good events tomorrow that he knows he can work his way up the leaderboard in. Again, that grip event might throw a little bit of a spanner in the works for a lot of guys.
That's exactly right. I'll be interested to see how that grip event goes. Because it's also a little bit of a wider take as well that they're going to be taking from it. So compared to...
So a bit of a snatch grip?
Yeah, a bit of a snatch grip, essentially, compared to when we had the Ukrainian deadlifts at ASIs. That was often that closer... well, what's the word for it?
Closest grip width. Or whatever.
Yeah, like just a close grip.
It's been a long day for both of us. We've done a lot of talking.
Nearly like sumo deadlifting in some ways.
In a bit, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, buddy, I think that's it for us.
Yeah, definitely.
We're going to be back at 12 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you again tomorrow. Australia's Strongest, signing off from Bendigo, Meatstock 2024, day 1.
No worries. Thanks, guys. Hey.